streaming. Have I have? Oh, you know what? I did see. I saw Ray Comfort talk about the banana. Are we? Let me get my boxes, my layout configured properly. Hey guys.
Hey, I was
Maybe.
streaming. I'm gonna end the stream that I was doing for you.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm trying. Let me know if it's working right now. I'm trying to stream vertically.
Yeah, let me pull up my little refresh here because the stream I had going was going on, but
I appreciate
let's
that.
get yours going.
All right, so we'll see if this works. It looks like it's working like at the moment. We'll see. It's a little bit delayed though, so we'll see what happens. Anyways, if you're watching this on YouTube, leave some comments. I'll be curious to know if this works out better vertically on YouTube or if you prefer the horizontal method that Benny was using. So we'll take some feedback, and I was reading some statistics, and it looks like everyone's divided. Some people like it horizontal, some people like it vertical. It just depends. So
we could run both. Can we run both at the same time? No, I don't want to split your audience.
I don't know. I assume we can actually. I think we could probably run them both at the same time.
I want to try this out. I think this is a good idea. If you can do it all on your own and do it all on your end, then that's fine by me.
Okay. I see Omar in the YouTube comments. Omar says he prefers the horizontal version, but we'll see. Whitaker's logged into YouTube now. We got some people logging into YouTube. We'll see what they think, if they like the vertical or the TikTok.
I'll go over there. I have my account as like a mod on there, so I can go watch that chat and make sure that everything's good. But you're also over there reading the chat, aren't you? So.
Yeah, I've got it loaded on OBS right now, so I'm seeing all the data from YouTube in OBS as we talk.
Yeah, that's cool stuff.
It really is. Hey, thank you so much for helping to get this stuff put on YouTube. People have been asking for a long time to get it up on the YouTube, so I really do appreciate all the help.
Happy to help, dude. Happy to help. All right, I'm going to go over there then.
All right. Hey, thanks, Benny.
Okay, Benny. Thank you.
Love you guys. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
All right. Hey, thanks.
Justin, you like? Hold on. I'm trying to fix. There we go. Okay.
Oh, the hair looks great.
I'm wearing my Targaryen cosplay. I have my cape on.
Looks very good.
Little three-headed dragon.
Well, we've got a guest in here. How you doing, Truck?
I'm doing good. I just want to see what people think about the language itself, like all this stuff coming about.
What do you mean when you say language?
Ridiculous. The English language. It's all signs. It's been signs the whole time. Like we're not supposed to eat meat.
I know you think you're saying something, but you're not saying anything yet. Can you elaborate? Oh, they're saying
the word meat. Why did
someone's saying the volume is low on YouTube? Let me adjust that real quick. I do have control over the volume. All right, that is up. Let me know if that's better for you guys over on YouTube. I cranked it up on my emulator. Truck, can you elaborate on what you're talking about language there?
Okay, so like the word hello, just making us think about hell, some place, right? Trying to put fear in us. Like the word meat, why does it say tame? Because we're not supposed to eat it. It's supposed to tame the spirit. Why does the word...
What are you talking about?
That just the truth and the signs that people were supposed to look at. I'll leave now.
Yeah, you're not saying anything. Like words are leaving your mouth.
I'm saying
Have
everything.
no meaning.
That's the thing.
You're not
you can
saying
say what you
anything.
want. Go ahead, drop me. Go ahead.
I'm going to
look
drop
at the signs,
you because you're a
Israel,
waste.
Yashara.
Okay, well, we started out with a bang. We've got one guy who thinks words sound like other words, and therefore there's some metaphysical meaning to it, and that's adorable. Professor Nixie, good to see you. Oh, is the audio better
Nixie!
on YouTube, guys? Is the audio up? I turned it all the way up.
Hey, Bethel.
I didn't fire you, Benny. So now, listen, now I've got double duty. I've got comments on TikTok and I've got comments on YouTube happening at the same time. So we'll have to wait and see. Does anyone know what that last guy was yapping about?
Hey, I just wanted to come in and say, did you ever notice that colors have sounds and those sounds are different meanings? And they're just so deep.
He's trolling me. Thank you, Christine,
Like-
for the eyes.
like
Chuck's
yellow?
trolling me. He's trolling
Like
me.
yellow is just that color of friendship, and the number 7 linked into it makes
Nah,
you feel like
this ain't
buying
real.
a Dr.
Chuck,
Pepper.
what you doing to me? Chuck, what you doing to me?
I'll get out. I'll get out of here. That last dude was a trip. That last dude was a trip.
Yeah,
so I
he
wanted
was,
to carry.
he
I
was on
wanted.
Let me get the volume set up there real quick. We need to get the right source. There we go. I gotta kill this emulator before I forget. There we go. Let's exit that guy. And then I think we got everything set back up again. About like that. All right. Is the audio working now? I changed my audio source. I turned the volume all the way up, and I think we're good. I think we got everything going. Oh, we've got
Sounds good to
Okra
me.
in the queue. Yeah, there we go. All right. We're good to go on YouTube's now. Okra, welcome back.
What's up?
Good to hear from you. I'm sorry I haven't responded to your message yet. I got a backlog of like 87 messages, and I
It's
didn't
okay.
really
You know, when you
have the motivation to clear them.
big time like you know what I'm saying? I'm just a small fry, just trying to make it, man. You know what I'm saying? So
You're a big deal to us.
yeah, well, two things. I can go live now.
Very good.
No, that's the first thing. And the second thing is 2 high school students proved the Pythagorean theorem.
Oh, that's
Right.
impressive.
Like last year, like they submitted it to the Mathematical Society and everything. So, but they're 17 and 18. So there you go.
I wasn't doing that at 17 and 18.
Yeah.
I was like throwing balls around and chasing girls.
Well, I was just throwing balls. I've been with the same one since high school. We've been married 27 years this summer. So yeah. So there.
Good
you go.
man. Randy, that is the
Us.
correct answer. Coming in a little bit late, Randy, with the answer of Ezra to the question. I bet Okra knew the answer to that question, actually.
What's that?
I said I bet Okra knew the answer to that question.
I don't know anything. I just know we got one more day of school left, and that's it. So,
Well, you're almost home free for the summer. Congratulations, Okra. You made it. Another year down.
and one more to go. So
That's
there
right.
you go. And then
That's
I'll be on TikTok all the time. Man, my wife will kill me probably.
We're going to throw a TikTok party when that happens, okay?
I hear you. I hear you. All right, I'll hop off. I know you're looking for guys to argue, not argue with. You know what I'm saying, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Hey, good to hear from you, Okra.
yeah. Hey, we may start a debate team next year, so you could be
Oh.
you could be like my coach, man. But it's so
I'm down. I'm down.
it's so hard to get points in where I live in Mississippi to get debate points. Like the topics are way out there, like mandatory housing for all citizens. How
Right.
weird, how weird is that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, the debate topics for high school and college are typically more aligned with current events or current social issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah, my wife has got 2 students. They're called they're twins, D and K, and they are so smart. They're way smarter than I'll ever be, and they would be super good at it. But they just kind of fly under the radar because nobody kind of gives them attention. So we're gonna try to. Yeah, she gives them attention. We're gonna try to pet on their talents a little bit and see what we can do. So,
well, we're rooting for you, man.
a good deal. I'll holler at you guys. See you guys later.
Good to see you, Okra. Have a great one.
You see, man.
Dubs for Okra.
Thank
Dubs
you
for Okra.
for Tiny. Rawr.
So we're waiting on some opposition here, guys. I got Skits in the house. Welcome in. Good to see you, Skits. As always, guys, make sure that you're dropping Skits a follow. Skits a bit. Thank you, Skits, for the. Whoa, Rondo, your audio is
gosh.
really doing some funny things. Yeah, we got Skits and Nixie in the house right now. W, Skits, and
better?
Nixie. Yeah, I can hear you, Rondo. Yeah.
Okay. Because the Lord is my shepherd, I have
Thank you, Jay. Good to see you, Jay.
everything I need.
Rondo, is this
He lets me rest in the
Rondo, you know this is
night.
not like Cash's live, so don't even.
well, he sings better than
He's-
I do.
He's constantly in Cash's live. That's why Purge was like, "Oh, this guy, yeah." He
Yeah, I mean,
wouldn't have been a debate anyway.
was
The
like,
boy don't read the Bible.
Benny, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that. By the way, I also saw Steampunk Brat sent me a super chat last time on the YouTube. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that.
What's a super chat?
The super chat is basically like gifting on YouTube, except you do it and it blows up your comment so everyone can like see your comment and your comment is highlighted. It's called a super chat. And believe it or not, YouTube takes like when you send a super chat, YouTube takes a much smaller chunk of that super chat than TikTok takes of your gifts. So it is really quite nice. Everyone says that YouTube pays better, and it actually does. So I need to start utilizing both platforms.
Okay.
Riccati, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing well.
Yeah, so I just got here, and I've kind of I figured I could answer some questions here, and so could you kind of explain? I mean, I understand people are looking for truth, but what kind of proof ideally is it that you're looking to seek? I mean, I when I look at Christianity, I see a lot of truth. I've looked at a lot of a variety of different religions and beliefs that people have, but there seems to be a certain kind of commonality when it comes to things like the flood. So, what kind of proof do you think? What are we looking for here?
Yeah, well, proof is basically any type of data that could lead you towards a conclusion that something is in accordance with reality. So, for example, if there was somebody who predicted with 100% accuracy things that were going to happen in the future, that might not demonstrate that that person is God, but it would demonstrate that they have some sort of supernatural ability. I could also accept some sort of a logical argument, but I don't think logical arguments are really good as evidence. I do think logical arguments are good overall when it comes to forming an opinion about the world. But I would accept like archaeological data. I would accept like historical data, like writings and things like that. But I would preface it that like whatever that data is, it would need to be like not easily also found for all the other gods. So for example, like there's an ancient manuscript that says Yahweh exists. Cool. Well, there's ancient manuscripts that say Zeus exists, right? So I would just caution you when it comes to, well, we have manuscripts. We have manuscripts that say anything. So I'm not sure if that's the best proof, but typically, typically I think if God is real, if God existed, we would be able to find him one way or another.
Okay.
Thank you, Jay.
Well, I'd have to do a little bit more research as far as, because I'm horrible at quoting exactly, which verses. I've got too much on my plate in order to do that. But there's a verse that in the King James Version where Christ talks about the throne of Satan. And why this sticks out to me is because the way he describes it seems to be Geneva, Switzerland, and that just so happens
to be the throne of Satan.
The throne of Satan.
I'm actually not aware of any passage that talks about the throne of Satan. There is a passage in Revelation that talks about the kingdom of the beast being plunged into darkness. That's in chapter 16, but I don't know anything about no thrones.
Okay, well, I'll let me get the rest of this out, and in the meantime, I'll do a quick Google search so I can reference this for you. But Jesus talks about his disciple being killed within the brass bull, and that happened essentially in where it's describing a place like Geneva.
Yeah, what passage is that?
I'll grab that in a second.
Because I don't remember any passage Jesus saying that his followers would be unalived by a brass bull.
Okay, well, so
thank you, Ellis. I appreciate the eyes.
Today's present day, once we talk about if we look into the book of Revelations, it talks about a time where a bottomless pit will be opened, and so
I've seen that chapter 21.
Of Revelations,
yeah, when it says death and Hades are going to be thrown into the lake of fire.
Not that quote. And again, I can cite all these. I don't mind. I just need, I'm trying to give a whole thing. But like as of right now, I believe that we've got that's
Revelation 9. Revelation 9 is the passage you're probably looking for.
Yeah, let me see.
So what about the bottomless pit?
So right now we're in a time where it seems as though a lot of a lot of people that are in position of power are, emphasizing a lot of things like you have the King of England going to the ceremonies in as early as 2019 of them operating on this particular device that is in Geneva, Switzerland, where their logo represents 666.
Wait, so are we talking about the bottomless pit or something else?
Well, this essentially is
this feels like a new topic.
No. This is essentially the bottomless pit, the way it's described, because what the scientists have described it as is being a
Geneva is a bottomless pit.
I'm getting towards this. So the CERN is to
CERN.
create. Yeah, CERN is the particle
Large Hadron Collider.
Yes, where they say they found the God particle, but this particular particle is.
Why do I feel like you don't know what the God particle is?
Well, I mean, I can't. I haven't gotten this out yet, so that's why I'm trying to.
I can't wait to hear how you've tied the God particle into the bottomless pit.
But they've described it to be dark matter, and dark matter is not something that they can close. But if you go back to Anton LaVey,
are you saying that they called the Higgs boson dark matter?
Possibly, yes. But
who called it that?
I mean, that whoever wants to call it whatever they want to call it. Essentially, they've called it black matter. And so black matter is the same as regular matter, where it cannot be created nor it cannot be controlled. So in the event that does happen,
destroyed.
Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. So dark matter would have the same properties.
Yeah. So, I'm not saying that dark matter doesn't exist, but I don't think the Higgs boson is a piece of dark matter. That particular particle interacts with dark matter, but as far as I'm aware, it's not actually what comprises dark matter. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate the eyes. Do you know why they call it the God particle?
No, enlighten me.
It has nothing to do with God. Well, kind of it actually does, but they call it the God particle because they had theorized its existence for so long and it was so difficult to find that they likened it to searching for God, because God is nearly impossible to find, if not impossible. And the author who wrote a book about this that popularized that phrase actually said he wanted to call it the goddamn particle because it was so goddamn hard to find. But that book was that name for the book was nixed by the publisher, so they renamed it to the God particle. It's more palatable. So the God particle has nothing to do with God.
Mm-hmm. So in addition to this, I'm under the impression that a lot of the powers that be have been societies that have ruled for a very long time, and there's families such as like the Orsini family that have pretty strong ties to the Masonic order and different things like that. But it seems to be that these people are playing by a playbook.
So are we not going to tie this back in with the pit from Revelation chapter 9? Because it seems like you're going to a new topic now.
All I'm getting at is that these people that are controlling these same things, they've been a part of this order and they're playing a part of a book. And so that book ties into
which book?
Christianity where they're
which book?
So there's Morals and Dogma, written by Albert Pike, that highlights a lot of these.
The Bible.
Well, it does essentially. Essentially, if you go back and you look at the letters of the Willie Lynch, he says that they wrote the Bible, or this version of the Bible, the King James version, which is
it's just the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. So what?
What I'm saying is that these
the
people
Freemasons don't run the world, right? Please tell me you're not that level of conspiracy theory.
No. What I'm saying is that these people have this playbook that they're playing out, and that
right, and that's why I asked you which book. Which book are they playing out?
Okay.
You made the claim. I'm just trying to ask you. You said there's a playbook. I want to know where can I find it? How do you know it? What is it? Thank you, Jay, for the eyes. I appreciate that.
So Revelations being, or the Bible in general being, it has to be a period of 1,000 years or however long that they've been planning to play this. So it seems to be playing out as of right now. I mean, you turn on the news.
Can you be more specific? Because I don't know what you're talking about yet.
Yeah. So, still
I feel
saying
like
it
maybe
right.
you should. I feel like maybe you should quote the Bible passages that you think are being played out.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let someone else come for the time being, and
Thank you,
then
Seth.
I'll pull up all of these that so I can kind of reference them for you, and then that way it gives other people time to think, and then that way I have a better idea of what exactly you're looking for, because when like I said, I see these being played out, but I'd like to go ahead and give you the exact facts of where they are so you can map them out. And that way, you can decide for yourself on whether or not that this is real or this is not, because I just came in to kind of get your idea of what was going on, and not, I can't make this stuff up. I'm only seeing it play out, and I'm like, hey, well, this is my proof. But
Kind of sounds like you are making it up, though.
Yeah. So, like I said, I'll go and find that, and so I can cite it for you. But
Sure.
yeah,
Appreciate it.
yeah.
All right. Good talking to you. See you, Rick.
Likewise.
Biblical, I'm so happy you in here. Apparently, you Masons are getting into shit again.
Yeah. Listen, Biblical, you have to stop running the world. And by the way,
Jeez.
Biblical, I forgot. Next time you go over to CERN in Switzerland, say hi to all the scientists, because I know that you Freemasons are in cahoots with the people at CERN opening up the demon portals. Document, thank you for the heart. I appreciate it. Yeah, actually, even when I was still Christian, I think the first video I ever made, thank you, Carly, for the eyes. I appreciate that. Jay, thank you for the bracelets. I think the first video I ever made on YouTube was responding to some maniac that thought that CERN is opening a demon portal. And that video and that account, I don't think exist anymore on the internet. But the hell, it's probably 15 years ago or something. That people believe in any number of crazy things when you're willing to be convinced by next to no evidence. Precious, good to see you. ALG, how you doing?
All right. I'm surprised I was able to get on here.
Well,
I only have 130 followers.
Oh, well, that's new. You're supposed to have 200. So congrats.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I just had a question. I see a lot of
Jay, thank you for the bracelets.
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was just telling Jay, thank you for the bracelets. He's sending me some bracelets.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I see a lot of questions, a lot of things concerning Christianity. You said you were a former Christian?
Yep.
Like what church did you go to, or denomination or whatever? What were you involved in?
Non-denominational.
My question is, well, it's like two. I kind of feel like Christianity is being proved by all these people. They only target Christianity. Why is no one talking about Islam or
They are.
Hinduism? Maybe like one or two, but the majority are.
They're just not in your feed. They're just not in your feed. They are. I know people. I have friends that do it every day.
Oh, okay. Well, that may be true. I can't see everything, but I know there's a large majority of.
I don't come in here debating the Quran because I don't really know much of it. I know enough to know that I think it's garbage, but I don't have like intimate knowledge of the faith or the Quran. So I would be stupid to have a live debating people on a book that I don't really know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And then you said you were a Christian. How long were you a Christian? Or saved is what Christian people. How long were you a Christian?
A little over 2 decades.
So 20 years?
Mm-hmm. A little more than that.
Okay. You grew up in the church, or?
Kind of. I mean, I grew up in the church. Like I went to a Catholic school, but my parents didn't really go to church. My mom was Catholic. My dad was Baptist, but we didn't go to church growing up. I became a Christian on my own during my teenage years.
Okay. I always have this question. I always feel like this question is missed because evidence is not just based in
Thank you, last
text. Like if you wanted to text evidence, you also have to text or test the actual statements or claims within the book. So Yeah. So, but
Hmm.
concerning relationship, you ever tested God? Man, my battery's about to die. Oh man,
Yep.
you tested God. What was that process like?
The same as everybody who was a Christian and no longer a Christian.
Well, I mean, you personally though.
Me personally, the same as everybody
Yeah.
else. I prayed for
Well,
God's will to be done, and it seemed that God was nowhere to be found. I
yeah.
prayed for people to be healed, and they were never healed. I prayed for myself to get healed, and I was never healed. I
Yeah.
prayed for God to reveal Himself to me, and He never revealed Himself to me, so on and so forth. I mean, you can go down the list. The fact of the matter is, anytime somebody says that they encountered God, it's typically like some sort of really subjective experience that could be better explained by something else.
Mm. Okay. You didn't get any kind of revelation from God.
Nope.
Okay. Well, I have a lot of revelations and stuff like that. But what do you think would be the difference between uh, what do you think is the difference? Because I have my basis. I understand the scriptures and I have a lot of that, but I don't think that's
Yeah, I
just the
understand the scriptures
root of
too.
it.
I think the difference is that you're easily convinced and you have confirmation bias, and I don't.
Confirmation bias of what?
Hmm. Yeah, you take
Because when
information
you're
in,
biased, that means
and
you don't have
you.
a lot of information. I have a lot of information,
That's not
and
what that
I
word
do a lot of
means.
research that
Yeah.
are, and corroborate things.
All right. So that's not
I
what
go
that
by
word means.
corroboration.
All right, take a deep
Huh?
breath. Take a deep breath. That's not what that word means. Confirmation bias means that you take in information and you interpret information in a way that reinforces your already held belief system.
Well, doesn't everybody do that? Because that goes on both sides.
I don't. I was a Christian for 20 years.
So,
If anyone wanted to find confirmation bias, it would have been me. But my studying took me away from the God of the Bible.
so you haven't corroborated anything? Like, let me just say this. I did a lot of research concerning NDEs
So
and
did
the
I.
scriptures and stuff like that, all across
So
the
did
board.
I.
Like people from, like a person from Sacramento and a
Hmm.
person in a different country having the same exact experience, not knowing each other.
Yes. Yes, ALG. So did I. I've read many
Yeah.
books on NDEs. I've read the research papers. I've read the university studies. And the fact of the matter is, NDEs are pretty well explained through natural phenomenon and no God. In fact, if it was true that when you died, there was just de facto some kind of afterlife, then everybody who died and came back would have an NDE report. But the fact of the matter is, very few people die and come back and then report some kind of experience.
Have you read the books from doctors who
Yeah,
have experienced
Dr.
those things?
Yeah, Dr. Raymond Moody, the guy who spent 4 decades of his life studying this topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Okay. What did you get from him? What did you take from that?
Exactly what I just told you. Everyone's experiences are wildly subjective. They don't all align, and there's no way to demonstrate that there's any like coherent truth to the NDEs. Just like there are
Yeah.
people in India that report past life experiences, and they report these things because they grew up in a culture where reincarnation is built into the culture. And so
Yeah.
people who believe in an afterlife, they live in a culture where everyone believes in an afterlife. They're more likely to report episodes of experience, some like afterlife, if they've had an NDE.
I feel like now if I'm wrong, that's fine. You know, I don't know everything. I feel like no matter what, like once a person makes up their mind to not believe, then there's no convincing him. Like if Jesus walked in your
Oh,
room,
so I'm
and
just
you know what I mean?
insincere. So you're just saying
No,
I'm
no, no,
insincere? Is that what you're saying?
no. Did I say that? No, I said I feel like when a
Mhm.
person makes up their mind to not believe, no matter
Uh,
what you say or no
oh,
matter what happens, they
but
won't
I'm
believe.
not that
So,
person you're talking
so my
about.
question is,
Am I
if
that
Jesus,
person?
no, I'm asking him a question. If Jesus Christ walked in your
And
room
AOG,
and revealed himself to you, would
hey,
you believe?
hey, LG, did you
Yeah.
say that statement because you think I am that person?
No, no, I didn't. I never said you were that person. I asked you an open
I'm asking
question.
you. It's just yes or no. So the answer is no. Then why would you
No,
say
no,
it?
no. The question is, I want to see if you're that type of person. That's why I asked the
Ah,
question.
there you go. There. So yeah, you just think that I'm a stubborn atheist and I hate God and I
No,
won't
I
believe
didn't
no
say
matter
that.
what
I
evidence
said,
I have.
so if I thought that, I wouldn't ask the question. I would have made an assumption. So what I did was I asked a question so that you could reveal if that was true or not.
Yeah, sure. We'll go ahead with your question now that you've demonstrated that you make hasty assumptions about people you don't
So
know.
if Jesus walked in the room, would you believe? Walked in your room and revealed himself to you, would you believe or not?
Depends. Is he going to do anything unique?
What's unique?
Something other than just manifesting? How do I know that it's Jesus as opposed to Satan? How do I know that it's Jesus and not Vishnu?
Right, that comes in with relationship and then spiritual cognizance.
Incorrect. So you don't just get to be Jesus because somebody says you're Jesus, right? So
Incorrect according to who? The Bible or
incorrect,
your personal opinion?
incorrect according to how logic works, right? So if I walked into your room and I said, I am Jesus, does that make me Jesus?
Like I said, discernment. If Jesus, I didn't say you, I said if Jesus walked into the room,
Yeah,
and
I
that's
know.
called discernment.
How would I know that it's Jesus?
Have you received the Holy Spirit? That's what
I
I was
thought
trying to say. The relationship
yes, every
identifies
Christian thinks that they have the Holy Spirit. I'm asking you, how would I know that it's Jesus as opposed to anybody else?
discernment.
That's not a clear answer.
He said, my sheep know me and hear my voice."
So
That's why. That's what we're talking about relationship.
but how do I know that the Bible's true?
Well, you would have to test God, and you'd have to get into a relationship with Him to identify. Bible says, "You shall know
How do
them
you
by
have a
their fruits."
relationship with somebody that doesn't
It's a
exist?
relationship thing.
Yeah, how do you have a
Okay,
relationship with
like I
somebody that doesn't
said.
exist?
So then you answer my question. So no matter what, you won't believe.
That's actually not the answer to the question. You just can't actually hang with the logical entailment of the argument that you're making. So you have to
Yeah, but
go.
no,
You have
actually,
to
you're ignoring
run away.
everything I'm
You
saying,
have to run away from the
and then
conversation by
cutting me
doing ad
off.
homs.
Well,
So
you're cutting me off on purpose
that's because
you don't
keep
want your
talking.
audience to see
It's
that
because
someone's challenging your psychology.
It's because you keep
You're spewing
talking
nonsense.
while I'm talking. And when you talk while I talk,
Because
I will
I
talk
ask
while you
questions.
talk. You see how that works?
I just asked open-ended questions,
Right. So
and the main question was,
do you have any
so
evidence that
basically,
your God is true or no?
what kind of evidence are you looking for? That's the
You
question.
tell me.
Okay, but you say you want evidence, so what type of evidence do you look for? So in a case, there's different
Give me
types of
something.
evidence.
Give me the most
You
convincing
have
piece of
physical
evidence that
evidence.
you
You
have.
have testimony evidence. You have interpersonal evidence. We can't really do DNA because we're dealing with the spiritual.
Well, the DNA
Also physical.
basically disproves the
Actually, you
biblical
do have.
God
Actually, do have. How could you use DNA to disprove Jesus Christ who lived 2,000 years ago
because,
and is
well,
in that spirit now?
all right, listen, because the DNA evidence proves that we came from the great apes. You're aware that we've mapped the
Talking
human genome,
which great apes are you talking about?
the African great
Because the
apes.
apes I see right now are apes here, and they're all separate. There's human classes, there's apes, there's chimpanzees, and all the rest of them. They're still here. So if we
Yes,
evolved
they
from
are still
them, so
here because
why are we still here?
yeah,
Why
because
are
it's
they
not.
still here if we evolved from them?
Do you know that I can't actually answer your questions if you keep talking after you ask me the question?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the reason why apes still exist is not because apes turned into humans and then humans went back and murdered all the apes. That's not how that works. What happened was apes, the ones that we have today, and humans shared a common ancestor. And then the evolutionary tree branched off. Typically, that happens when one group of species goes to a different geographical location, and then they have to have adaptations to survive in that location. And then over the course of time, hey, I'm talking. Over the course of time, they adapt so well to their environment and they make so many changes in their environment that they're no longer able to reproduce with the species, what is now a new species, but they're no longer able to reproduce with the common ancestor that they previously were reproducing with. That's called speciation.
So how long did that take?
It could take as little as
did that take to happen?
It could take as little as a couple hundred years. It could take as many as 1,000 years. It's different for every species. Some speciation happens literally within decades.
You said a couple hundred years for humans to for apes to turn into humans, or the common answer. It doesn't really make sense. I think you're
I
spewing
know
evolution that you've been
Yeah, I know evolution
brainwashed.
doesn't make sense to you because you've never read a book on evolution. So I'll just start
Yeah,
from
I'm
the
a
beginning.
teacher. I'm a teacher. I
Yeah,
read just made an
I'll just start
assumption.
from the
I
beginning.
read plenty of books on
there's
evolution.
there's a common ancestor, and then
Evolution is a form of faith.
and
Bec-
it's not. So we have common ancestors, and then the same species migrate to different geographical locations, and they adapt to those new environments. And then over the course of hundreds, sometimes thousands of years, they make so many changes and so many adaptations that they're no longer able to mate with the same animal that they previously were able to mate to. That's how you get new species.
And if you're a real teacher, that is very concerning.
So again, he's definitely a gym teacher. He has no evidence for his God.
I was about to say, if he's a teacher, that's very concerning.
Yeah, he just wants to quiz me on things that he could just Google.
Hey, Joe.
I don't know what happened to him. He muted himself. Maybe he's got a phone call.
Waiting. I'll send him an invite. Says it'll unmute him in 34 seconds. Hey.
Oh, 34 seconds? That's oddly specific unmute deadline.
It literally just told me that.
That's so interesting. Is it automated? Yeah, right. He's Googling book titles. Seth, thank you so much for the Diney. I appreciate that. Good to see you, Seth.
Can you do one tiny Diney for me, please?
Tiny Diney, which dinosaurs actually did exist, not alongside human beings. Rawr. We have fossils and bones of dinosaurs. They are real. They were not planted in the ground by people to deceive mankind.
Tiny Diney.
Thank you so much for the Tiny Dinies.
All I'm missing is a dragon.
Thank you for the roses. All right. Well, apparently this guy, he's unmuted.
Yeah, I did probably on accident, pressing buttons.
Yeah.
Thank you for the little.
Yeah, I got the big sausage fingers.
Yeah, that's all right. So, do you have any evidence or no?
Well, I just asked you a question. You wouldn't answer it, so I've come to the conclusion, and
I answered your question.
No matter what. Okay, so what kind of evidence are you looking for?
So I actually stated either at the beginning of talking to you or talking to the previous caller, I forget which one at this point, that I would accept.
Let me ask you this. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
I'm still talking.
Okay, go ahead.
So any kind of evidence that could count towards a conclusion, I would be willing to accept, whether it's written evidence, archaeological evidence, hell, even DNA evidence. I would even accept like a metaphysical argument, even though I don't think metaphysical arguments are really good evidences. And I would even accept, like, say, if somebody made like a prediction, like say somebody made 100 predictions and all of them came true, and it seems like it would be completely implausible that such a thing would happen, that could count as evidence as well. So I'm open to any form of evidence.
Okay, let me ask you this. There's the premise. I think the premise is off, because the Bible says, they that worship God is a spirit. They that worship him must worship him in truth.
Oh, so you don't have any evidence.
Wait. I didn't say
that's what
that.
I'm hearing.
I said the premise is wrong. Your premise is you're only operating on physical evidence. And if you're talking about prophecies, the Bible is full of prophecies that already happened.
You said,
it's not. You said you're a Christian for 20 years, but you don't know that there's plenty of prophecies that have already been
but there's not
come to pass?
There's
you said there's no prophecies that come to pass?
No, I didn't say there's no. There's almost no prophecies that have come to pass. And the ones that have come to pass are pretty circumstantial, like predicting the invasion of the Assyrians. That's literally the most predictable thing.
Okay, bro. All right. Thank you for letting me talk on your podcast.
So you got no
I appreciate
evidence.
you. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Bye.
All right. He doesn't have the Holy Spirit. He couldn't actually give me anything.
He couldn't even let you get the Malaka's word in.
So there's a waste of time. All that he didn't come up with any evidence. All that he just wanted to come up in here and try to tear down my worldview rather than defending his worldview. Keep in mind, guys, even if evolution isn't true, that doesn't make Christianity true. Anyways, how you doing, Smarik?
Marie's fine. I'm doing well. Yourself?
Good. Thanks for asking.
Okay. So the question or the topic is, what proof do you have that Christianity is true?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, there are a number of scholars,
thank you for the hearts,
that have dedicated their lives to researching the historical evidence for Jesus' existence. Yes?
Yeah, Gary Habermas and William Lane Craig.
Okay. So considering the historical evidence that exists for the historical Jesus,
Like what?
eyewitness accounts,
From who?
those who were present at the time of Jesus,
Can you name one?
the apostles
Sure.
in the Gospels, right?
Well, only
eyewitness.
John, theoretically, only John is the only gospel writer that we can positively say was a witness to anything. And that's not really good because John didn't actually write the Gospel of John. In fact, in 2 different locations in John, it explicitly states that whoever is writing John is using the testimony of John. So like if you go to the very end of John, it actually said the authors call themselves we. Right.
If I'm not mistaken, there was a job specific for scribes at the time that may not have physically written, right?
Yeah, scribes existed.
Another option or situation that could exist would be either a scribe and or stories were shared verbally for really long time prior to being written down. Correct?
Yeah, but I don't trust oral traditions. I think oral traditions are largely mythological. Okay, so Luke. So just to be clear, Luke's not an eyewitness to anything. Luke was a traveling companion of Paul. If you believe what people say about Luke, Luke doesn't actually identify himself. Matthew almost certainly didn't write the book of Matthew. Mark is almost always considered to be John Mark, which wasn't a disciple. So I think John is the closest you get to like an eyewitness testimony, but even John didn't necessarily write the Gospel of John.
Okay. Now, even outside of those Gospels, right?
Hey, did you see how I was still talking? Okay. So while it is interesting that there's like some eyewitness accounts to certain things, how do we know that the eyewitness accounts are true?
Okay. So keeping with that logic, then do you question every eyewitness account for everything that occurs?
If there's religious, yeah. Yeah, if it's religious, I would. But it's also true that I would question many accounts. For example, there are a handful of dialogues attributed to Plato that scholars almost certainly agree were not written by Plato. And so everything that from the ancient world that claims to be of somebody, I think it's important to look at it with a critical eye and ask yourself, does the evidence support the claim?
Okay. And so of the people that have devoted their entire lives to that question, right? Does the evidence support the claim?
Right.
There is an overwhelmingly majority of scholars that can't definitively say Jesus wasn't who he said he was.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is there a single scholar that has evidence that Jesus resurrected from the dead and is God sitting at the right hand of the Father in the clouds?
So if we go back to Jesus walking the earth,
so you're not going to answer my question. Okay.
Saying who he said he was, right? Which was the Son of God, Messiah.
Yeah. But how do you know Jesus even said those things?
Okay, so we're just not going to trust that anything that we have learned about history is
Can you give
true.
me a reason why I would trust it?
So if we're going to question, right, if we question everything that is said about history, right, then did World War I actually happen?
Do you believe all the claims that are made in the Quran?
Oh, so you're not going to answer my question.
I'm trying to answer your question with a question. This is very simple. Do you believe all the claims made in the Quran?
I would have to read it.
You don't. Do you believe that Muhammad split the moon in two?
So I feel like
It's
that.
just a yes or no.
No, it's not.
Oh, it
Because
is.
I would have
So
to know the context in which that statement was being made. Was it
the
metaphorical?
statement
Was it
says that he
literal?
split
Was
the moon in
the
two, and that there were
language?
witnesses.
So I feel like there was a similar statement related to the crucifixion, right? About the
So you're
earth
just gonna
at the
pivot. You're
time.
not gonna. All right. I'm just gonna lay my point out since you won't engage in like good faith conversation. So the
Oh,
Quran makes a bunch of claims that on its face you would say are not true. In fact, if you said they were true, you would have to become Muslim. So I'm saying the same skepticism that you have towards the claims of the Quran or any other holy book, I have that same level of skepticism against the Bible. I don't just think that the Bible is true because like you or somebody else thinks it's true. I would need evidence that would lead me to the conclusion that the Bible is true.
okay. Okay, but that doesn't change that if your logic states that everything that has been shared about the history of the world maybe isn't true.
Literally everything in history needs to be corroborated with evidence and logic. And
Right.
we can do that with some things. We know Alexander the Great existed.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in the ancient world wrote narratives about what he did, and they basically all kind of agreed. Now, there were some mythologies written about him as well that people reject. And I would say the same thing is true for Jesus. I'm not saying that Jesus wasn't a human being that never existed, but is there a reason why I should believe the mythology around him?
So I believe at the end of the day, that's the question for you to answer, right?
Well, I already have my answer. I don't believe it because I've read the book and the book's unreliable.
Okay. But your question to everyone else is, what proof do they have,
Yeah,
right?
it sounds like you don't have any.
Okay. Or it sounds like I believe what's been shared about
And
the eyewitness accounts. I
right. And I'm asking you, why should I believe it?
you don't have to.
I didn't
That's
say
not
that
why
I
I'm
needed to
asking
or
you.
had to. I'm asking you, why should I believe it? Is there a good reason for me to believe it?
That's only a question you can answer, right? There's
Okay.
the famous argument of Jesus was one of three things, right?
Liar, lunatic, or Lord. I know the argument is a dumb argument because there's like 5 or 6 other things he could be. He also could just be mistaken. He also could be clinically insane.
Well, that's a lunatic.
True. That's a
He's
fair
been
point. That would
mistaken
be a
as a
lunatic.
liar,
Okay. Well,
right?
I think he was both mistaken and a liar. I think both of those two things are true.
Okay, cool.
You know, he lied on multiple occasions, right?
And you know this how?
I mean, according to the book. According to the book, he lied.
But it's really?
Well, I don't actually think he said the things that are in the book, but you do.
I mean, you just said he lied.
Yeah, he did.
Must be.
Do you want to hear how?
Sure.
Yeah. Are you aware that he gave a cutoff date for his second coming? Crispin, thank you for the
Where was that?
chilies. It's in 5 locations. Matthew 10, 23. We'll read them all. Matthew 10, 23,
Okay.
Matthew 16, 27, 28, And then he touches on it in Matthew 25:31, but he doesn't give a cutoff. And then he gives a firm cutoff again in Matthew 24, verses 29 through 35. And so we can probably just start from the beginning. Matthew 10:23, when he sends his disciples out into the villages, he says, "Truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." That's his second coming. Thank you, John. And he never did come. In Matthew 16:27, he says, "The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for their deeds. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Demi, thank you for the roses. Kim, thank you for the hearts. So did all of those people, the disciples he was referring to, did they all taste death?
So what was the context of that particular, like, those particular verses? I'm not certain that I would agree a specific cutoff was given or a designated time frame was given. I don't believe that to be accurate. I do know that it, out of context, I mean, there's a ton of things that are used to abuse people out of context related to scripture.
Yeah, I can give you the context of the verse that we literally just read, Matthew 16. So in Matthew 16, Jesus foretells his death and his resurrection. And then he also tells people that if you want to follow me, you must deny yourself. And then he says what's going to happen after when he comes back. He says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for their deeds. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. It's a pretty definitive statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was reading comments. Can you say that one more time?
Yeah, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. But they're all gone. They're all dead.
Yeah. So a question about that specifically, will not taste death before they see the Son of Man. Do we know for a fact he was referring to physical death?
Yeah, because he's talking to his disciples. Thank you so much for the subscription, more cowbell. I appreciate that. Yeah, he's talking to his disciples, and his disciples didn't taste spiritual death. Those were his disciples. He said that you'll be ruling and reigning with me in heaven. The second death is for the wicked. So the only death that the disciples ever experience is the mortal death. And that's literally what it means to taste death anyways.
Is it?
Yeah. There's not a single instance in the Bible where Jesus refers to the second death as just a normal death. He always refers to it as the second death.
So how does that square with being born again then? If there's technically only one birth, so I would imagine the same would be true for death.
Yeah, the second death is when it says in Revelation chapter 20, verse 8, that everyone who are wicked sinners will be thrown into the lake of fire and they'll be consumed. That's the second death. Do you think his disciples experienced the second death?
Is he speaking then?
Thank you, Auntie Chris. I appreciate the eyes.
Second coming?
Yeah, he is. He's saying, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And Paul taught his churches that Jesus would come back within their lifetimes. That's why in First Thessalonians chapter 4, he says about when Jesus comes back, the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, and with the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive and remain will be caught up together with them in the clouds. So Paul was under the impression that he and members of the church would be caught up in the clouds. Thank you, Don, for the eyes. I appreciate that. And then he issues a warning in 1 Corinthians chapter 7 to married people. He literally tells married people not to have kids because the world is getting ready to pass away. It says, and those who mourn as though they were not mourning, and those who rejoice as though they were not rejoicing, and those who buy as though they have no possessions, and those who deal with the world as though they have no dealings with it, for the present form of this world is passing away. I probably should have read further back and you kind of missed the context. It says, but if you do marry, you have not sinned. And if a virgin marries, she has not sinned. But those who marry will face many troubles in this life. And I want to spare you this. Right? What I mean, brothers and sisters, is that the time is short. From now on, those who have wives should live as though they do not. Right. So everybody in the early church believed that Jesus was coming back imminently because Jesus said he was coming back imminently.
Right. I think that's probably true for most people in every church. From since then, right on, we never know when Jesus is coming back. But I don't know. I feel like at the end of the day, nobody really actually knows.
No, nobody knows the hour.
Right.
But Jesus gave a cutoff. He did it again in Matthew 24. He talks about all the signs for his disciples to look for when the end is about to come. And he says, surely I say to you that this generation will by no means pass away until all of these things have taken place, which is really similar to what he said in Matthew 16.
This generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. Mm-hmm. Okay. Can that only have one meaning?
Yeah, this generation means this generation. I mean,
will not pass away. So is that, like, as we're sitting here talking about that generation, those people listening, has that generation really passed away? Like, have they been lost in history?
They're dead, aren't they? And if the generation wasn't going to pass away, if some of them weren't going to pass away, then his statement would be an irrelevant statement. Some of them had to pass away, but he said this generation will not pass away until all of these things taken place. So some people were left, just like Matthew 16, right?
Okay. So let me just clarify. Mm-hmm. There are people who study this in its original language, devote their entire lives to it.
Yes.
And somehow missed these mistakes you claim occur.
They're not mistakes. They know about it. I've read the books. They know about it.
But what is their understanding of it?
Their understanding of it is one of two things. They just admit that it was a failed prediction, and then they make excuses for it. Or they say something silly, and they'll say, well, obviously the second coming wasn't what he had in mind. But it's pretty clear that his second coming is what he had in mind if you just read the description of what he says is going to happen.
So it was, this was my understanding, right? When he is speaking to those there with him.
His disciples, yeah.
And beyond just his disciples. preaching, teaching, whatever, all of them, right? The understanding of the people then about the Messiah was different than the Messiah Jesus claimed to be.
Yes, yeah, that's true. That's an accurate statement. Why do you think that was?
I believe it was the Messiah the Jewish people were expecting was more what's the word I'm looking for?
They were looking for a king.
Yes, thank you. Well, I was more
Yeah.
political, powerful, right?
Yeah,
Rather
Why do you think they had that expectation?
For various reasons, I would imagine.
Could it be because all of the Old Testament prophecies said so?
A king. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Even the ones listed in the New Testament, Micah 5:2, Zechariah 9:9, Isaiah chapter 11, all of them talk about an actual king. Says they're going to save Israel from their enemies. He's going to plant them in the land, and they were going to live in that land forever, and they're never going to be uprooted ever again. Says in Jeremiah 33 that the Levitical priests are going to be reestablished, and they're going to offer sacrifices in the temple for the rest of time. The book of Ezekiel says that the prince, the Messiah that comes, is going to offer sin sacrifices on behalf of the people by sacrificing bulls on the altar again, and by reinstituting the sacrifices that were described under the laws of Moses. Like the expectation for the Messiah in the Old Testament is actually pretty clear.
Mm-hmm. There was something different about the resurrection. For the Jewish people versus like all when the Messiah came. There is a distinct difference.
Yeah, but he didn't do anything that he was supposed to do, right? Like he didn't fulfill any of the messianic prophecies, and there's no prophecies saying that the Messiah is going to come and die and then rise and then leave for 2,000 years.
So I brought up that point to say what the audience he is speaking to, if I understand correctly, he is speaking to them more or less in a way that they would understand he was the Messiah.
Yeah, but they didn't understand he was a Messiah because they read the Old Testament. They knew the Hebrew scriptures, and Jesus didn't. Now, it's possible, right, that Jesus thought that he was the Messiah and that he had to die first and then he would fulfill all the prophecies when he came the second time. It's possible that he believed that. But the problem is he didn't fulfill any of them, right? So until he actually does fulfill the prophecies, he's not really the Messiah. Because a lot of people have come and gone and died. Anyone can do that. That's the easy part.
What do you think it is about Christianity, Jesus specifically, that story still exists today?
Same reason why the Muslims still exist today. The same reason why the Hindus still exist today. The same reason why Justin Martyr converted to Christianity. Justin Martyr said that he liked the philosophy of the Christian faith. People are already predisposed to believing in a God. And then people grow up in a culture where they're exposed to a particular religion. And that is the greatest predictor of what religion somebody is going to be, is what culture they grew up with and what was the faith practiced within their own household. And so most people believe because they've been primed to believe and because they want to believe. And then some of them also believe because they like superficially read the Bible or they like heard a pastor talk about the Bible, but they haven't actually read it in depth. If you actually read the Bible in depth, you're not going to come to the conclusion that Jesus fulfilled any messianic prophecies.
Okay, all of those things considered, what was it about his existence in particular that changed the world the way that it did?
You mean when they spread the religion by the threat of the sword and unalived like entire people groups who didn't convert?
Well, I won't argue that those things occurred. However, our timekeeping, right, changed based on that event, as did various other aspects of the world.
Yeah, like barely though, right?
Barely?
Yeah, barely. We already had the Julian calendar that was instituted by Julius Caesar.
Which we still use.
Yeah, a lot of people still use the Julian calendar. The Hebrews don't use the Gregorian calendar. The Hebrews still use the Hebrew calendar. I know people, I think Mimi still uses the Mesopotamian calendar that you found in Assyria and Babylon. So, I mean, it just happens to be that the Christian world, the Western world, kind of standardized on the Gregorian calendar because of Pope Gregory, but that came a long time after Jesus, and it was really just kind of a minor tweak to the Julian calendar.
But in which we kept years, right, changed from that point in time forward, right?
Yeah, because he was the Pope, and popes get to make authoritative edicts that the entire, the entire kingdom under its control has to follow. Had nothing to do with Jesus, had everything to do with the Pope.
Say again.
So it had nothing to do with Jesus and everything to do with Pope Gregory. Pope Gregory made that a reality, not Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And there were no other changes in culture and charity and science and education and how women were viewed. None of those things occurred.
Yeah, I would say that sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I would say that the women in Christianity were treated worse than the women elsewhere. In fact, the Bible is not pro-woman whatsoever. It says in Genesis 3:16, the very beginning of the book, was it 3:16? Yeah, your desire will be for your husband, but he will rule over you. And then Paul affirms this in the New Testament. Like, do you think that husbands should rule over their wives, or do you think there should be some sort of equality there?
So I believe it was the presence of Jesus, if I'm not mistaken, that lifted women out of that role and more onto an equal playing field outside of the culture in which they were treated.
I'm unaware of any time Jesus said that women are equal to men.
Really?
Yeah, Jesus was a Jew. He believed in the Jewish scriptures. He believed in the Hebrew Bible. And the Hebrew Bible states that women are essentially just a step above property.
So that being true, why would any of the Gospels indicate that a woman was the first eyewitness?
Because as it turns out, women have eyeballs and they see things.
But legally, women were not allowed to be eyewitnesses, correct?
Sure. Were they in court?
I'm not sure that's relevant to my question.
It is relevant. They're not in court. It's irrelevant if they're women or not. In fact, it just happened to be that it seems like Jesus appeared to women before he appeared to the men. But he appeared to the men too.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the testimony of Jesus' resurrection is not dependent upon the women.
Right.
Yeah.
However,
so that's not really a talking point that I think is like helpful.
Why would it be written that Jesus said to go tell the men, right, as eyewitnesses to the very first people to see the resurrected Jesus, right? Why, in considering Jewish law, women, as you're saying, were property. It doesn't make sense that would ever be put into such a document if it was that women were lesser than, and it certainly wouldn't make sense to put that in the document if it wasn't true.
It literally says that the men didn't believe the women.
Does it say that?
Yeah. And then it depends on which gospel you read. If you read the Gospel of Matthew, the women didn't tell anybody, which is strange because somehow they wrote about it.
Right. But it doesn't make sense, right? If they were just making it up, that they would say women, it was Mary who saw Jesus, the resurrected Jesus for the first time, and was told to go tell the men.
Yeah, and then she went and told...
scholar said in chat, the men didn't believe the women, so they went to go check for themselves.
That's exactly what happened.
He also brought up Timothy 2:12.
Right. Regardless of whether or not the men believed the women, it was still written.
I agree, yes. The passage was written, and it coincides with probably what we would expect from what happened in the ancient world. Women claimed to see something, and men claimed to see something. Is there a reason why you think this is an authoritative story, despite the fact that it's full of contradictions, and Mary Magdalene doesn't even recognize Jesus when she sees him at the tomb? How do you not recognize the Rabboni, the rabbi that you just followed for the last 3 years?
Hey Kip, men and women are not created equal or seen as equal in God's eyes. You really need to read your Bible.
I believe it says they are.
Sure. Can you show me one passage? There is one passage of Paul that will get you close, but it doesn't actually help your case all that much because it would be a contradiction to everything else Paul says. But there is one passage you can turn to if you really know your Bible that would help you to make a case before I smack it down.
She's Googling. Give her a second.
For there is neither Jew nor Greek, nor free nor slave, towards men nor women. Thank you, Gabs, for the eyes. Is she Googling it? I already know the passage. I could have just quoted it for her if she was...
She wants to see for herself because who knows, Justin? It's going to be your interpretation and you're going to take it out of context.
Yeah. Galatians 3:28, I think is what she's looking for. Thank you for the hat. I appreciate that. I think I missed that one a second ago. Or she got a phone call. I don't know. She just disappeared. I'm not really sure what's going on at this point.
Can you not hear me?
Nope.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was pulling it up. It's Genesis 1:27. If you want to read it, if you have it pulled up, because I guess
that's not at all the one I was thinking you were going to pull up.
Genesis 1:27.
I mean, when he creates them male and female?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're talking about?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it doesn't say they're equal. So God created humans in his image, or it probably says mankind, but really it says Adam. So God created Adam in his image, and the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. Doesn't say anything about equality. You know that God created the animals too.
And God created the animals first before the woman.
Yeah. And Paul says in Corinthians 11 that Adam was made in the image of God and woman made in the image of Adam.
Created man in his own image. He created them male and female.
That is correct. Yes, he created men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm. In his own image.
Yes. That's what it says. It has nothing to do with equality.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it says just one chapter, 2 chapters later, your husband will rule over you.
Mm-hmm.
That's not equality.
Why? Tell me.
1 Corinthians 11:7 says, "For a man ought not to have his head veiled, since he is the image and reflection of God. But woman is the reflection of man. Indeed, man was not made from woman, but woman from man. Neither was man created for the sake of woman, but woman for the sake of man." So, according to the New Testament, woman was made for man.
In other words, breathers. No more, no less.
Mm-hmm.
If you swipe out of the app, guest, we will not be able to hear you.
I'm so sorry. What passage were you?
It's 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verses like 7 through 12.
Okay, is that where they're referring to helper? I don't know that that's the terms used for that passage.
No, Paul is explaining why women have to cover their heads in the service, and he explains it by referring to Genesis.
I can't look away from the app to go look at it, so I can't respond to that.
I can read it to you. Want me to read it? Yeah. For a man ought not to have his head veiled, since he is the image and reflection of God, but woman is the reflection of man. Indeed, man was not created for woman, but woman from man. Neither was man created for the sake of woman, but woman for the sake of man. For this reason, women ought to have authority over her head because of the angels.
Okay, so that's not the verse in other, not interpretations, but yeah, in other interpretations that would refer to the female as the helpmate. Is that the same?
That seems to what Paul is suggesting, is that woman was created as the helpmate of man, not as the equal to man. In fact, if you read the creation narrative carefully, women were created after the animals. It said that God created the animals, but Adam could not find a suitable helper among them. So women were actually created as an afterthought.
Oh.
God thought of the cattle before he thought of women.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like, yes, you can certainly read and come away with that. But when you look at the original Hebrew text of that specific verse.
Do you know Hebrew?
I don't believe, I don't know, however.
So how do you know what's in the Hebrew text?
Because
Os does. You want to bring up the Hebrew? Seeing as she brought that up?
I mean, which word do you think is mistranslated?
I would love to finish. Well, no, I do not. I have spoken with and learned from those who do read it, speak it, know it, and have shared the original terms for some of that I think is easily used to discredit in some ways or offer the same points of views you're offering when that wasn't necessarily what the meaning was. So
can you give an example? Because I heard words, but nothing specific.
for one, that the helpmate word, for another, the in Genesis, or what you were referring to as it relates to the reason, the term used for the woman being created. And I don't know the term. I don't know Hebrew, but I do know that that is not a common interpretation the way that you're presenting it. That's.
I didn't say anything about the word. Actually, that's not an argument I've even brought up.
That she was an
What I'm
outer.
suggesting is that woman was created after the animals, and God specifically created the animals, thinking that Adam can find, at least suggesting that he could find a suitable helper or a suitable partner among the animals. And then he couldn't, right?
Right. So your point of view, or your view of reading that, is that a woman was created as an afterthought, right?
Yes. Yep.
And created not equal to Adam. When
That is accurate, yeah.
what I'm saying is that is not what is taught about the original language.
Well, I actually know the original language. I'm not sure this is a helpful argument for you. It says in Genesis. It says in Genesis chapter 2. Says the man gave names to all the cattle and to the birds of the air and to every animal of the field. But for the man, there was not found a helper as his partner. So the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man. So there was an expectation that he could find a helper among the animals. And when no helper was found, God decided to make a woman, which seems awfully short-sighted that God wouldn't know that.
Are we missing the point where it was indicated it is not good for man to be alone?
Yeah, he had the animals.
Okay. Well, I mean, again, that's your perspective and your point of view. However, I know that that is not what's taught, or what is.
No, that's what it says. It says, the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner. So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air, and so on and so forth. And then he brought them to the man to see what he would call them. So the response to it's not good that man is alone was to create the beasts and the cattle and the birds.
Okay. I mean, it's interesting, your point of view for sure. When
It's not my point of view. That's just what the book says.
okay.
I didn't interpret it. I just read it.
You did interpret it though, right? You did.
I just read it for what it says. It says that women were created after the cattle. It says that women were created to serve the men.
Okay.
This is what it says.
Okay.
Anything else? All right. Well, it's good talking to you. I'm going to move on to the next guest, okay? I think she's stumped. I'm not sure what's going on.
I don't know. That was painful. That's your interpretation. No, I'm reading it to you from the book. They hate it when you use their own book against them.
Yeah, they never read the book. Lexi, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. We're gonna get the next guest up in here. We're gonna try to get the next guest up in here and keep the ball rolling. Guys, thank you so much for all the likes and the gifts. Listen, we're almost to 100,000 likes already. Thank you so much for all the likes and the gifts and the super chats. Thank you for everyone watching on YouTube right now. We've got 22 viewers on YouTube. Guys, again, let me know if you like the format. Thank you for the eyes. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Gabs. If you like the YouTube as opposed to TikTok, I'm going to be making sure all these are on the YouTube. And please let me know if you prefer the horizontal or the vertical format. This is kind of a trial run for the vertical format to see how it goes. I would
Mel
love.
is chirping in the comments. I would
Oh,
definitely
Mel.
bring her up.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see her now. Let me get Mel up in here. But the ones on YouTube will be available later. So like they're actually being recorded. And I see Jason Toll in my comments already. Jason Toll likes to dox people, guys. Just so you're aware, he's in my my chat right now in YouTube. He went online and found all my information, has been doxing me all over YouTube and the internet. So just so you know, those are the type of clowns that we get up in here.
Hello.
Mel, how you doing?
Fine. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking.
So I presented you with some evidence and you didn't even look at it.
What evidence? What are you
It's in
talking
your
about?
messenger.
I don't do DM debates.
No.
Mel, how many messages do you think I get every day from people thinking I'm going to debate them in my DMs?
It's not a debate.
Well,
It's
it is
physical
now.
evidence.
It is now. So you can present your evidence now.
All right. So if I send you a link, would you click on it?
Sure.
Okay. Hold on. Let me get the
Well,
link. Let
you
me
have
get
to
the
s-
let me
You
get
have
the
to
link.
send. You have to send it to something other than my TikTok because I'm using
gonna-
TikTok.
When?
I'm using TikTok.
So if I send it on the comment, you can't click on it?
How about you just tell me where I can find the information,
Okay.
and I'll Google it. I've got Google.
Okay. Look up Crown of Thorns.
Can't wait. This is gonna be fun.
It was at the Notre Dame church that was burnt down.
Yep.
Go ahead, look it up. Do you see it?
I've
It's
seen it before.
encased.
I've seen it before.
Crown of Thorns.
Yes, I've seen it before. Are you
And it was
aware?
given to King Louis.
Are you aware that it's been carbon dated? Thank you
Yes,
for
but
extending your
carbon dating
subscription.
isn't always accurate.
Well, that's how we carbon date the Dead Sea Scrolls. Do you think
But
the
it's not
dating?
always accurate.
Do you think the Dead Sea Scrolls were carbon dated appropriately?
It's not always accurate.
How do you know that the Dead Sea Scrolls were carbon dated accurately, but the Crown of Thorns is not?
I'm just saying not everything is 100% accurate.
I'm asking you, how do you know that the carbon dating of the Dead Sea Scrolls was accurate, but the Crown of Thorns is not?
I don't know that it wasn't accurate.
Okay. Well, they were. The Crown of Thorns was carbon dated, and not by atheists. There's no evidence to suggest that this Crown of Thorns goes anywhere close to the time of Jesus. It's
And
one
there's
of
no but
it's
there's no
one of-
evidence saying that
it's-
it did
it's-
go back.
it's one of many relics from the ancient world that has no evidence behind it.
Well-
If I found an old piece of wood, and I said, "Oh, this is part of Jesus's cross," so what? Anyone can take something and say this is from Jesus. Are you aware that people tried to pass off sandals
they are.
as
I'm
Jesus's
sure they-
sandals before?
Yes, I'm sure there's a lot of people who like to fake stuff. I'm
Right.
aware of that.
Yeah. So fake relics are all over the world.
Of course they are.
Right. So what would be the evidence to suggest that this was the actual crown of thorns? Thank you, Shakespeare, for the glasses. How would I know that the crown of thorns that you're talking about
But
came
how would you wouldn't know?
because
That's my debate. How would you not know?
okay, take a deep breath, Mel. I'll tell you, okay?
How would you
So-
not know?
I'm trying to tell you. So the way that you validate if a claim is true is by weighing the evidence for the claim. The claim is that this was Jesus's crown of thorns, but you've presented no evidence that it is the crown of thorns. If I said this note card is the original manuscript that John wrote on, you have no evidence that it's not. All you have is a claim. Now the claim is easily debunked because you can see it, right? So the fact of the matter is, all of the evidence we have about the crown of thorns, it says that it wasn't an early invention or an early relic. It wasn't from the time of Jesus. Even if it was from the first century, there's 0% chance that we could validate that it came from Jesus without some sort of chain of custody, some sort of chain of written custody. And we have none.
But you don't know for 100%. You can't 100%
I
say
know
that
from
this
like
is
99%. from like 99%, because
But
again,
you're not 100%.
But it was carbon dated.
But it's not 100%.
Just because somebody, let me state it this way, Mel.
Still not 100%.
Mel, take a deep breath. Do you believe that the tooth fairy is real?
That's completely different.
It's not different. Just answer the question. Do you believe that the tooth fairy is real? I know it's different. Just answer the question. Do you believe that the tooth fairy is real?
Fairies could be real, but not tooth fairies.
Okay. I didn't ask you about fairies. I asked you, do you believe that the tooth fairy is real?
I would not believe in a tooth fairy, but a fairy is different.
Okay,
Elementals, yes.
Okay, so the answer is no. Now, do you have evidence that the tooth fairy is not real?
That no one's actually seen a tooth fairy.
Right, and nobody saw Jesus wear this crown of thorns. See, that's the way evidentiary claims work. When you claim that something is something, it's up to the person making the claim to demonstrate that the thing is. When something is not something, there's no evidence that it is not something. You can't prove a negative.
But you can't prove that it wasn't.
Well, you can't prove that it's not my crown of thorns.
But you can't prove that it wasn't. So it's still a debate.
I know logic is difficult for Christians. Let me just start from the beginning.
Wow.
So when you claim that something is something, the burden of proof is on the person claiming that something is something. I have
Can
a pair.
I say something?
You can, but not while I'm talking. You see how I wait for you to finish before I start talking? So if I have a pair of sandals in my closet, and I say these are Jesus's sandals, right? How would you know if those are Jesus's sandals?
I would have to look at all the evidence.
Right. Now,
going back to the claims.
That's right. So if I didn't have any evidence, if all I had was a pair of sandals and a claim that these are Jesus's sandals, are they in fact Jesus's sandals just because you don't have positive evidence that they're not?
Well, I couldn't say that they were if I don't have all the evidence.
That's what I'm saying, right? It's
But
just
you don't have all the evidence either that it's not the crown of thorns.
I have the same evidence that you have, and again, there's no evidence that it is Jesus's crown of thorns, and the burden of proof is on the is claim, because anyone can take a crown of thorns and just say it's Jesus's. That doesn't mean that it's Jesus's crown of thorns. Just like the pair of sandals in my closet, they don't get to be Jesus's sandals until somebody produces evidence to the contrary. It's not the way positive claims work.
I understand what you're saying, but there's no...
I don't think you do.
I do.
Okay, so
a skeptic.
So am I in possession?
Skeptic.
So
you
am I
let
in
you talk? So you let me talk, please. A skeptic is always looking for evidence when a believer needs no proof.
That's called being gullible.
That's not being gullible.
That's being gullible, yeah.
No.
Do you believe all the claims in the Quran?
So if you were hit in the face with something that you couldn't understand and logic had no reason for it, then you would believe, correct?
Oh, that was the most ambiguous thing I've heard all night.
I'm asking you a question.
If something I couldn't understand hit me in the face,
right?
Why would that?
There's no logic behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you said, Mel. I'm repeating it. If something I didn't understand hit me in the face, how would that thing that I didn't understand lead me to Jesus as opposed to Vishnu or Zeus?
Ah, okay. So I'm going to use an example, okay? There was a man called Jeff Wheatcraft, okay? He was a total skeptic.
Oh, I've never heard this story before.
Okay. He didn't believe in the paranormal at all. He went in to this haunted house and said, no such thing as ghosts, not a chance, nothing's going to happen. Nothing. Went in there, not a chance. Do you know what happened to this man?
Probably some made-up fictional story.
No, that's wrong.
Tell me. I'm
No.
delighted to hear what happened to
All
Jeff
right.
Wheatcraft
He went up in the attic.
in a haunted house.
Very good. Yes. He went up in the attic.
Was the attic part of the expedition?
Expedition?
Yeah,
Well, the attic's part of the house.
that's why I'm asking. Was the attic part of the exhibit or not?
It's part of the haunted house, yes.
That's all I need to know.
So he went up in the attic, took a look around, and he was told just take a couple photos. And the camera he had back in 1989, there was no digital back then. He felt something behind him, about to take a picture. The camera was yanked out of his hand, and the lens was neatly taken off and put in a box. There was a crate in the attic, neatly taken off, put in the crate, all within about 10 seconds after it flew out of his hand, and there was no one else in the attic with him.
Yeah, and you believe
he
this story?
was
Why?
Shocked. And he could not explain, because the camera he had, you have to physically, in order to take the lens off, you have to physically push a button and unscrew it to manually take the lens off.
Yeah.
And this lens.
Yes, I know how cameras work. I was alive in the 80s. I'm asking you, why do you believe this story?
Why do I believe this story?
Yeah.
Because I know it's true.
Do you know the man? Were you there?
I know the man who documented the whole case.
Sure.
And things happened. And they had scientists and photo experts
Name one
backing up
scientist.
their claims.
Name one of the scientists.
Jim Robbins.
Jim Robbins. Okay.
Yes, he worked at aerospace.
What do you mean at aerospace? That's not a thing. That's a field.
He was a scientist there at Rocketdyne.
Oh, you didn't say Rocketdyne.
And the lab technician could not explain
Explain what?
the lights the light anomalies that they captured on film. He could not explain why they had their own light source and why it reflected off the carpet.
How
These
come
are
I can't
not
see?
normal.
How come I can't see the picture? How come there's no picture of this online anywhere?
There
And
are
that there-
pictures
and that
of
there-
the
and how
the
come
San
there's
Pedro
and how
haunting.
and how
It's
come
all
there
over the place.
and how come there's like a bunch of people on the internet just saying it was a hoax?
It's not a hoax.
Is it true that you're probably just easily convinced of things?
No, I'm not. It's not true, because
It sounds
is
true
a
to me.
haunting. I went to the house.
So these types of paranormal phenomena are reported.
What I'm trying to say
I know
is
what you're trying to say, Mel.
Jeff went in there and then he got hanged by the ghost.
Okay. These types of paranormal experiences happen all over the world, and it also happens with alien encounters. It also happens with Bigfoot. It also happens with other religious characters. I know people who have experienced the Hindu gods in real life. So like paranormal encounters, I've never seen one that has ever been actually independently verified by anyone. It's always one person's claim, just like the Amityville series. The Amityville series sounds like a really cool phenomenon, but everyone who's ever investigated the Amityville haunting has come out and basically says, yeah, the story being peddled is not true. People report these types of phenomenon all the time.
But this one, you have to watch.
Yes, I'm sure
it's
this is
on
the,
Amazon Prime.
This
and
is the
TV.
true one, I'm sure.
No, listen to me.
I
need
am
to-
listening.
Watch it. They have scientists backing it up.
What's the name of it? I'll
It's
watch it just for
called
you.
Unknown Encounters: The True Case of the San Pedro Haunting, Jackie Hernandez.
Okay. I'll watch
And
it
there's
just for you.
pictures of Jeff Wheatcraft being hanged in an attic by a ghost.
Oh, that picture is actually on the internet.
Yes, it is. I
it
told
doesn't-
you it was.
And okay, so a couple things. First of all, it doesn't look like he's being hanged. In the
He is
picture.
being hanged.
There's another
When he came down, out of the attic, there was a cord around his neck. It was a clothesline tied in a bowman's knot.
Yes, I'm looking at it right now.
He had a red line around his neck.
Is there a reason why you can't stop talking long enough for me to say something? So I'm looking at the pictures right now. There are 2 pictures. Neither one of them look as though he's being hanged. Neither one of them. In fact, one of them looks like his shirt collar is just pulled up on the other side of his neck. It also looks like he's just posing. It also looks like the man is not in any amount of distress.
His eyes are bloodshot.
I'm looking at the picture and they're not.
His eyes are bloodshot, and the other guy had to bend the nail down to get him off the rafter.
Well, there's nobody in this picture other than the man. He doesn't look like he's in any amount of distress. Nothing is looking physically wrong with him.
He's trying to debunk your Jeff Wheatgrass.
I'm not debunking it. I'm just looking at the pictures and saying that you have an overactive imagination.
Yeah. Here's Barry Conrad, the man who actually filmed it and was there.
Well, I'm looking right now at the pictures. You're saying there's a film? The film would be much more interesting than the pictures.
He doesn't believe that Jeff Wheatgrass was hanged by a ghost.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Hi, my name's Barry. I filmed all of that stuff back in '89. It really happened. I know it sounds unbelievable. Jeff Wheatcraft is still alive.
Oops.
I'm sorry, you got me? Oh, I'm sorry. Jeff Wheatcraft's still alive. He lives in West Covina. He was a total skeptic going into that case.
Skeptic of what?
Anything paranormal. He was there trying to debunk the haunting. But that was our first night. The first night in the house, there was that was August 8th, '89, about 8:10 p.m. We got there. We interviewed Jackie Hernandez, Susan Castaneda. Susan was a friend of Jackie's, and there was a girl named.
Yes. I already told your friend I would watch the movie or whatever it is. Does the movie have any authentic images or authentic video?
The whole thing is authentic. It's a whole documentary, not a movie.
Yeah, pretty much all of it's authentic.
Okay, I'm more than happy to watch the videos.
Yeah, no, I was there. I was a TV news cameraman. I'm originally from Ohio, and I had a lot of experience with cameras, working news. And I moved out here in '86, and
yes, I'm quite sure. I'm not calling you a liar. I'll watch the movie, as I already said. But please understand, Mel, that these types of encounters are incredibly common, and they in no way validate your religion. The closest they could do is validate some sort of unexplained spiritual phenomenon. Right? But how do you know that this wasn't a jinn? How do you know that this wasn't a pixie? Right? So what you're doing is you're taking you're taking a story, which I don't believe is true, but you're taking a story that appears to have some sort of supernatural phenomenon, and you're just superimposing your religion over top of it. Right?
Well, I don't know about religion. I'm only reporting what happened. I wrote a book on that case too.
Yeah, I believe you. I'm not calling you a liar, but we're specifically talking about evidence for the Christian God. That's what this whole live is about. And some guy, possibly experiencing a menacing spirit in a haunted house isn't actually evidence for Christianity, unless it's evidence for everything else. Is it also evidence that Muhammad is the last true prophet? Because Muhammad talked about evil spirits and jinns.
Yeah, I believe in evil spirit. I grew up Christian. I don't know. I don't know how it relates to religion. I'm just, it was just an event that happened. It went on. It wasn't just one night. It was a series of nights, and then it followed the woman.
But aren't the scriptures based on paranormal, on the paranormal?
No.
They're not. So wait a minute. God is supposedly a supernatural entity. He's not human.
Actually,
is that correct?
By definition, if God exists, he's not necessarily supernatural.
But he's not human.
Well, he has human features. He's got a nose, a
but he's
face. He's got
not.
hands. He can smell things. He can see things. He's got feet. According to the description of God that we have in the Bible, he is very human-like.
But he's not an actual human. Like you can't
So yeah, so
physically
Jesus isn't
touch
God
him.
then.
You can't physically touch him.
Yeah, you just debunked the Trinity. Good job.
So he is a supernatural entity. He's an it. He's not an actual human. He's an it.
You know that you can not be human and also not be supernatural. You're aware of that, right?
What, because of your soul?
No. Not being human does not make you supernatural. If God exists,
Oh yeah, I understand that.
if God
But I'm
exists
saying-
under the description of the Bible, then by definition, he's not supernatural. He's in fact natural. He's special, but he's not natural. Or he's not supernatural.
But he can do things that humans can't do, making him supernatural.
Making him special. Like he has abilities theoretically,
He
right?
has abilities. Yes.
But I'm just
He's
saying
an
by
entity, though.
but by definition, if God exists, he's part of the natural world, which means he is by definition natural. But this is kind of a dumb
but
side
when I'm-
quest. So let's just get back to the chase. Can you demonstrate
What I'm
that?
trying to say.
I know, Mel.
listen to me, please.
I know. Listen to me too. Can
No,
you
you don't know.
demonstrate that your God is real? Is this the best you have? Is some guy's story about a ghost encounter?
If you let me finish, please.
So you're not going to answer my question.
So, angels and fallen angels aren't human either.
But they must be human-like enough because they had sex with humans and reproduced with them. So apparently, angels have baby batter that's compatible with women.
They don't have genders, though.
Yeah, they do.
They don't have a male or female gender.
Yeah, they do.
They can assume different forms and morph into different things.
So they're shapeshifters.
That's correct. They don't
Cool.
have to look like a certain.
Cool. So do you believe that angels came down from Mount Hermon and mated with women and produced giant offspring?
I don't believe angels, quote unquote angels, ran around mating with humans. No, I don't.
Genesis 6 says that they did.
Well, that's a scripture, and not all the scriptures are, according to the King James version, which is
There we
not
go.
accurate. Which is not accurate, and some of the scriptures were taken out.
The King James has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Genesis 6:6 when the angels mated with human women. It said they lusted after them. How do angels
Where are you
lust?
getting the scripture from? What book?
Genesis 6.
In what book?
How do angels lust after women if they don't have hormones?
I'm asking you a question. Is that from the King James version, the Geneva, Dead Sea Scrolls? Where are you getting this info from? Which one?
It's in every Bible you're ever going to pick up. It's in the book of Genesis. You can read it for yourself.
Is it just in the King James version? I'm asking you that.
It's in every single Bible that has ever included the book of Genesis.
It's in the Ketef Hinnon scrolls?
The Ketef Hinnom scrolls, you have no idea what those are, do you?
I do know what they are.
I don't think you
Are they
do,
in there?
because the Ketef Hinnom scrolls is basically a quarter of one phrase written on a pair of silver amulets. Is a quotation from the book of Numbers.
With God's name on them.
I don't know
Yes.
which quote, Mel. I don't know. I don't recall which passage from Numbers that it quoted. It could contain the name of God, but it's irrelevant. It doesn't include Genesis. We're talking about what Genesis says.
But you said they're on all of them. And if it's not on that one, so it's not on that one.
Why would I expect a quotation from Genesis when it's a quotation from the book of Numbers?
So you're saying that these angels mated with humans.
Yes, and it created a race of giants referred to as the Nephilim.
Well, I've heard about the Nephilim, yes.
Yes, that's in the Bible. Angels mated with humans and created the Nephilim.
So have you seen the giant spears and the armor that they found in Israel in the museum? Because I have a little thing on it in my
I'm sure you do. Yes, there was a burial cave that they located in the southern Levant that included some very large weapons. But as it turns out, this is pretty characteristic of royal burials. They make items specifically for burials that make. Listen to me, Mel.
You're wrong on that.
I'm not wrong. You can just read the archaeological papers that wrote about it. So they have utensils that they bury with royals and kings. Oh, Andrew said enough.
Thank you, Potter. Thank you, my godly Potter. Everyone, can we please get a win Andrew in the chat, please?
W. Andrew in the chat. What's today's
W.
date?
Andrew, today, my dear.
Today's the 22nd?
The 22nd, yes. Win Andrew, win Zeus, Malaka.
All right, W. Andrew for the Zeus, and apparently L. Mel.
These spears.
Yes, I know about the spears, but it's too late now. Mel, you got Zeus, which means the guests were so tired of hearing you converse that they're willing to spend a couple $100 to make sure you don't come back for 30 days. What? So unfortunately, the conversation is over. You're welcome to come back on June 22nd.
June 22nd. Mm-hmm.
I have never heard of anything like that before.
Yeah, I know you haven't.
This is our rules. Mm-hmm. Get it.
Host is not running. Those are quite literally the rules of the live.
And new Greek word of the day, my babies. Quiere means bye-bye in Greek. Quiere.
So just to follow up too, there are archaeological papers on the finding of some of these large spears and whatnot. And the archaeologists who wrote the paper just say that this is a common burial practice for royal people because it makes them appear as though they were larger than life. It's basically paying homage to like the dead king or the dead warrior. And there's evidence of this from ancient Egypt as well.
And for those asking how to spell quiere or chere, it is C-H-A-I-R-E with an apostrophe.
Yeah, this guest is not connecting. I think they were waiting too long.
So, I know, I love Zeus too. He comes in when we need him most.
The format of the Zeus, the format of the Zeus is good. All right, so that guest dropped out. We'll try the next.
Yes, my chat, my counsel, you're doing it. Yes, that's exactly how you spell it.
Praise Zeus.
Praise him.
Anyways, how you doing, John?
Good, Jason. How you doing?
Justin.
Or Justin, sorry.
It was close. Don't worry.
Yeah. I just want to say, first of all, I've heard you a number of times, and I have a lot of respect for you. You definitely seem to know a lot of information. And so, yeah, I just wanted to give you that.
I appreciate that.
But I also have, yeah, and you deserve that. I mean, you really, again, it's good to be well-read and knowledgeable. So I definitely give you that. So like you had mentioned, I don't know which scripture about that he will come back again.
Dr. Joe, thank you for the hedgehog. I appreciate that. Sorry, what were you saying, John? I'm listening.
That Jesus will come, he said that he'll come back again within their life or something like that?
Yeah.
But which scripture is that one?
Well, it's like a four-part series, right? So the first mention in the book of Matthew is Matthew 10:23. And then he basically repeats something similar in Matthew 16:27 through 28. And then he repeats it again in Matthew 24, basically the entire chapter, culminating in verse 34.
Okay, and does that relate to what's in Mark?
I mean, it's something similar to Matthew 24 is in both Mark and Luke, right? So I think Mark 13 has the passage that we're looking for to compare it to Matthew 24.
Oh, okay. I thought you were referring to Mark 9.
No, Mark 13, 29.
Okay.
29, 30.
I don't know what that says. Okay. Because what you were describing sounded very much like what was in Mark 9. Are you familiar with that area?
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Give me just a second to interject.
Because that he was referring to, you will not see death until I come to my kingdom.
Excuse me, John. Like I need to interject for a second. Agape mo, the people are saying for you to set up a new goal.
Oh, did I hit the goal already? Guys,
Yes,
thank you so much. You're awesome. We're already at 120,000 likes too, by the way.
Yes, you are. And also for the people asking, the rules are smite the guest. If you send the Zeus, whether it's to me or to host, automatic ban of the person in the box for 30 days. They will come back they're able to come back on the calendar day a month from that day. No spamming. No captions, because captions are mainly for moderators so we can get host attention. No anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Reb.
No
Thank
racism.
you, Kim.
No homophobia. And just keep the comments clean. That's it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, Kevin. I really appreciate it. Evan, thank you so much. Jay, thank you so much for the hats. Guys, you're making my goal go too fast. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good to see you in here.
Hey, Tinker Baby. But yes, those
Dragon,
are the rules.
thank you. Silver, thank you so much. So basically, yes, Matthew 16 is the parallel to Mark chapter 9. And in Mark chapter 9, I assume your interpretation is that he's not referring to his second coming. He's referring to the transfiguration, right?
That's correct. That's traditionally what has been understood.
Thank you,
what
Tide.
you're referring to versus the second coming.
Yeah. Well, let's read what happens, right? It says, Matthew 16, the Son of Man is to come with his angels. Thank you for the money gun. With his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what they have done. Some translations say for their deeds. Guys, Yolanda, Kez, thank you so much for the gifts. I really appreciate it. And then it says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Now, there's kind of 2 points here. He's clearly referring to his second coming, not to the transfiguration, because he doesn't come with the angels anywhere during the transfiguration. He doesn't need to come because he's already there. Thank you so much for the galaxy, Omar. Appreciate that. But point number two is that the transfiguration was only 6 days later, and his disciples didn't die in those 6 days.
Yeah, again, I'd have to look into Matthew 16, what you're saying. I don't have my Bible with me, or I don't have it handy. But
well, if you don't mind, can I read one more verse for you?
Sure.
Because this ties in really well with Matthew 16. Because the question must be asked: what does it mean when he says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of the Father and then repay everybody? Well, we have almost an exact reiteration of this in Matthew 25. And he says in Matthew 25, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all of the angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate people one from another as sheep are separated from the goats. So when he comes in his glory with the angels to judge, that is the second coming, and that's what Matthew 16 is referring to.
It certainly sounds like that. I mean, I give you that for sure. Absolutely. I don't doubt that. But again, I cannot, lucidly argue with you in a polite way since I haven't studied that
Sure.
recently. So I'd have to refresh my memory on all that. Okay. So I can't, all I'm saying is that the verbiage that you're using sounds very much like Mark 9. And that was definitely, as you know, in reference to a vision of heaven, him in his glory, conversing with Moses and Elijah, as you know. So,
Yeah, but it didn't say
so that
anything.
was only 6 days later, which was when they were living. So, again,
Yeah,
I'd have to look into to Matthew 16 to give you credit. I don't know. I can't answer that.
that's fair. That's fair. No worries, John.
The second thing that I wanted to bring up, though, is the supernatural conversation you just had, where she was bringing up a supernatural event. There is one natural event that I could think of that had a lot of publicity. I don't know if you heard about it. It's
Thank you, Omar,
the
for
Fatima.
subscribing. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
like one of the many Marian apparitions. I'm familiar with just about all of them. I went to Catholic school for 12 years.
Okay, I don't know if you've studied it though carefully.
Yeah, I don't find any of them to be particularly convincing.
Look, can you allow me to give you one example, please?
Sure. I mean, I hope you don't think this is the first time I've heard of it, though.
Well, again, hearing of it and actually studying it and looking into the evidence is another thing, right?
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah. So the one on the Fatima, which is a location in Portugal, the Fatima, dancing of the sun, which happened, I believe, on October 13th, probably 1917, I think. It was well seen by many people many miles away. It was well documented by many people, including many reporters.
Yes, that's what
They
I'm told.
estimated about 60,000 people actually witnessed it. So have you heard of that?
Yes, I've heard of it about 400 times. Yeah.
And so what is your concern about it?
My concern is that it's not as well documented as people think. It only happened to people who already believed the narrative. And it's just one of many apparitions. These apparitions exist in mass of people all across the world in every different religion. There are groups of people every year that believe that they had a group encounter with aliens. There are people every year that believe they had group encounters with Bigfoot. There are people in France, was it during the 1400s, that believe that they were possessed by a dancing plague, and some of them danced themselves to death. So group hallucinations are actually pretty common.
Oh, that's interesting that you say that because my understanding is that there were skeptics that actually saw it and actually reported on it. So have you read those?
I've read the newspaper articles that were printed on it. Whether or not there was a bona fide skeptic there that wrote about it, I'm not aware of them writing. Like, I'm not aware of what they've said.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's something to look into, to be honest with you, because again, that's my understanding that there were
Yeah.
atheists that
How long
saw
can
it.
you stare at the sun?
Well, naturally, not long at all, right?
Yeah. It would be next to impossible to stare at the sun for any amount of time before it starts dancing in your head.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about a supernatural event if it happened, right?
What I'm talking about is a group of people staring at the sun, not realizing that it's probably damaging their retinas and causing them to see things that aren't happening.
I don't think that was reported on that day. And by the way, do you know what was
That's what
also
the miracle
reported on that
was.
day? I don't know if you read carefully into this report. What also was reported on that day in 1917 was the ground was sopping wet and it became like powder dry.
I'm looking
Within
at a
a matter
picture of
of-
it right now, and the ground doesn't look like it. The ground doesn't look like anything, neither dry nor wet. It looks like regular ground.
I'm talking about what was reported, not just pictures.
I I'm sure some people reported something that was like they thought was noteworthy. But again, I've read the newspaper reports, and almost all of the eyewitness accounts and almost all of the newspapers, if you just compare what they say, they're all contradictory. They can't get their story straight. The fact of the matter was, a bunch of people were literally staring at the sun, something that is incredibly dangerous for them to do in the first place. And they clearly didn't understand what they were staring at. This is not like people in New York City standing in the middle of New York City staring at the sun. These are poor, uneducated people living in the sticks of a third world country looking at the sun. And the question I always had about Fatima is, if the sun was dancing in the sky, how come the Muslims didn't report it? How come the Hindus didn't report it? You're aware that there's only one sun, and if the sun is dancing, then it has to be dancing for everybody on the earth. If
Not
it's
really.
not, then
Not
it's just
really.
if not, then it's just hallucination.
Not really.
That's how hallucinations work. There's one sun in our solar
I'm not
system.
discussing hallucinations with you.
I'm
saying to you that it was widely reported by approximately 60,000 people, and it was reported by people who were atheists who hated God.
Name one of them.
And okay, now you're asking me to go and come back to your live again or whatever.
That's what I'm saying, John. So every like Christian miracle always has the same trope. Oh, there were skeptics there that were converted. That's great, but that's not really helpful, and I don't find it to be truthful either. That trope is so overdone that it's hard for me to believe anybody when they say it. There's these hardened atheists that were converted by this experience. I don't believe that to be true.
Okay. I want to mention one thing during the conversation here that I think it was quite derogatory how you talked about the people there. That they were, I forget how you said it even. I don't want to repeat it. Honestly, I just thought it was very derogatory towards the people who were there.
They were poor country people living in a third world nation. Most of them, I assume.
What does that have to do with anything?
Most of them, I assume, were Catholic, as is true of the area that they live in.
It was widely, there was a strand of secular, socialists that were there. I mean, the government was socialist at the time. It was very much not, there was definitely a strand of atheism going on there. I don't know if you know that.
In Guatemala.
No, not in Guatemala.
Or where was it? I forget.
It's in Portugal.
Portugal. Yeah. Actually,
I'm going to move on because it seems as though that you were very derogatory.
It seems as though
towards the people
that you thought
and
I would
think it's very unfair.
You just thought that I'd never heard of this and that I was going to be like wowed by it, and now you're upset that I'm not wowed by it.
I'm not upset, actually. That's kind of surprising that you're saying this right now. No, I was not surprised that you knew about it. Not at all. Just like you approach a conversation one step at a time, I was approaching this one step at a time with you. Okay? So I'm not assuming anything. And I know you're not assuming anything with me, I hope. Because you did assume something that I was angry. And you're wrong.
So there are Catholic priests today who claim that it was just hallucination.
Well, again, it was not probably investigated by that Catholic priest, but it was.
So those Catholic priests are not credible, but the ones that you like that confirm
probably.
Your opinion, those are the credible ones.
I said probably.
Okay, so how do you know that these Catholic priests were like not credible?
Because first of all, I don't know anything about these priests. Okay, I'm not saying anything about these priests. Okay. What I'm trying to say to you is that it does make me upset that you almost like write it off, almost as though it's equal to other claims, but yet this one is well documented. So it does concern me that you would just treat it and then say derogatory terms about the people. So that is why I'm a little upset.
I didn't say anything derogatory about the people. What I'm saying is that the type of people that witness this are like typically the type of people that would be predisposed to seeing this type of religious phenomenon.
Okay. Can I address one other thing now?
Sure. Yeah.
Because I'm going to move on to a different topic. So the the thing is for believing in Christians, believing in Christ for Christians is the fact that we do have, witnesses that have handed down their accounts of what happened. And you seem to write off that completely.
Can you demonstrate that the witnesses should be trusted?
Well, the fact that there were 3 different accounts of the gospel written, and I do believe that those are 3 different people, 3 different accounts.
Well,
and Mark
Matthew and Luke
Can I
copied a
explain
vast
what I'm saying
majority
first
from
before you
Mark.
speak? I'm sorry?
Yeah, go ahead. Do your monologue, whatever you need.
It's not a monologue. I'm mentioning one point.
Yeah, go for it.
The 4 gospels accounts, and Mark was a companion of Peter, and Luke was a companion, I believe, of Paul, I think. So yes, they were not maybe firsthand, but they were definitely close to people who have firsthand accounts of Jesus, with Jesus. My point is this, that there are 4...
Can you show me where Mark and Luke met Jesus?
Mark, I'm saying, is a companion of Peter and accounted and made accounts of what he dictated to him.
Cool. Can you show me in Mark
also,
where the author identifies himself?
Say again?
Can you show me in the Gospel of Mark where the author identifies himself?
I don't know if it's in the account of Mark that he identifies himself.
He doesn't.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's a logical reason for that.
Yeah, because it's pseudonymous.
Because it's anonymous?
Yeah.
Does it say this is anonymous?
Is there an author listed anywhere in it?
But again, you just made a illogical conclusion there.
So that's just by definition how. That's by definition how. By definition,
okay,
that's what it is.
Now you interrupt me.
No, you were interrupting me, which is why I continued to talk over you. That's how it works. So when something is anonymous, it means it does not have a named author.
Oh, I see. Okay, fine. I give you that. But that does not mean that it wasn't written by Mark.
How do you know that it was?
Again, well, here you go. You give me lots of challenges, and that's fine. I would have to come back to you and let you know.
Because the earliest attestation we have is I think from Papias, and Papias makes all kinds of dubious claims. I think if any of the Gospels contain anything close to eyewitness testimony, it's probably the Gospel of John. But it's pretty clear that John didn't actually write John.
I don't think that's super clear.
I actually think it is, because the authors identify themselves as a we in the very last chapter. The authors claim to be documenting the some of the testimony of John.
Okay, well, I'd have to. What are you quoting here?
The last chapter of John. There's a couple times where the author identifies themselves as being recorders of John's testimony. In fact, they don't even call him John; they just call him the disciple who Jesus loved, which I think we can probably agree is John. But in 24, for example, it says, "This is the disciple who is testifying to these things, and has written them." And we know that this testimony is true. So somebody had the written testimony of John and compiled parts of that testimony along with other testimonies into the Gospel of John.
Okay. Do you have the exact quote on that particular verse?
Yeah, John 21, verse 24 and 25.
Okay. Again, you wonderful challenges. Again, I give you lots of credit. As I said before, I'll have to look into that, and maybe we can have another conversation about that. But again, I want you to understand my viewpoint is that you seem to discount eyewitnesses, and you said it earlier, especially from religious viewpoint or something like that.
Yeah, John, do you believe that Muhammad rode a donkey into the sky?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe that Muhammad rode a donkey into the clouds?
I have no, first of all, probably not. but I have no idea.
Do you believe that Muhammad split the moon in two?
Well, again, no. I don't know much about that account.
Both of those are claims from eyewitnesses in the Quran.
Okay. Again, just because there's eyewitnesses like that elsewhere in the world does not mean that you can't trust, this religious source.
Well, why would I trust this religious source, but you won't trust the Quran?
Again,
Thank you, Skits and Bits, for the $6.66 on Cash App. Thank you, Skits and Bits. I love you.
W Skits.
I cannot speak to these accounts that you mentioned about Muhammad.
Sounds like you should study the Quran, man.
Well, I don't need to because...
What if it's true?
Well, I mean, I don't need to necessarily because I don't think there's a general logic there.
What do you mean? Have you read it?
Well, I know that in the Quran, it mentioned that the crucifixion was not real. Jesus did not die, in other words, on the cross.
So, how do you know that the Quran's not telling the true story and that the Bible's lying?
Well, I think there's a lot of corroboration within the Gospels, and I think there's a lot of corroboration, from early Christianity.
But I'm asking you, the Quran and the Gospels disagree. How do you know which one's telling the truth?
Again, I think there's a lot more corroboration on the witnesses that saw Jesus on the cross and die.
Who corroborated the stories of Muhammad?
Again, I'm not an expert on the Quran. I don't know.
Sounds to me like you're just taking a stab and hoping that I'm not going to challenge it. Yeah, so there are people who corroborated the events of the Quran as well, right? So I'm just asking, how would someone like me, right? How would I know that the people who corroborated the Quran are less dependable than the people who corroborated the stories of Jesus?
Again, I think we're talking like massive amounts of people at that time converting.
To the Muslim or Christianity? To the Muslim faith? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the spread of Christianity.
Yeah, Christianity spread far and wide, just like the Islamic faith did, mostly by war.
No, that's factually not true.
No, it's factually true.
What?
It's quite factually true.
What are you talking about?
You've never read about the Spanish conquistadors?
Why
do you think there are Catholics right now in John? Why do you think there are Catholics right now? Why do you think there are Catholics right now in the Philippines?
I don't know much about the Philippines.
The Philippines were invaded by Catholic and Spanish conquistadors.
Okay. Again, thank you for bringing up all these different things. I'm talking about at the time of Jesus. Okay. At the time of Jesus, how it was spread.
I don't have any evidence that it spread.
Zoomed like 1,000 years ahead, and that's not what I'm talking about.
I have no evidence that Christianity was incredibly widespread at the time of Jesus, or at the time of Paul, or at the time of the disciples. Like, the best you have for evidence of that are the writings of Pliny, and Pliny seems to suggest that it's a smaller group of people, and they're really not assembled in the land of Judea. Right. Okay. Christianity seems to be born out of Asia Minor.
Yeah. Again, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
What I mean is the claim that Christianity must be true because it spread rapidly early on is just a claim. There's really no evidence to suggest that. It seems to be from history that the rise of Christianity coincided the reign of Constantine and Theodosius.
You're bringing up some history that I have seen contrary history to, actually.
Can you cite a source?
Listen, you're asking me to have brought my whole thesis with me. Like, no, I don't have, I don't have I don't have I'm not in my office. I don't have my books. I don't have I don't have all the resources. I wasn't prepared to have a whole, deep, scholarly debate at all with you. It's just that you had mentioned about,
Thank you, Justin, for the
that one
$20 on
scripture.
Cash App. Thank you so much. Love you.
You had mentioned about that scripture, which sounded like the one I mentioned, but that's explained, as I told you, in Mark 9. And that sounded like the same. And I was talking about a very, very well documented, I thought it was very well documented, unknown supernatural experience in Fatima. And now I'm talking to you about the witnesses of which it spread very much. And you're saying you have no record of Christianity spreading in the early days of Christ.
What I'm saying is that the data we have from like the first couple of centuries seems to suggest that Christianity was just a minor sect of Judaism. And the reason why it survived was because it largely, thank you, I can't read your screen name, but thank you for the hat. It largely developed outside of Judea, which is actually quite helpful because after the Bar Kokhba revolt in 136, Emperor Hadrian basically drove everybody out of Judea and essentially made it illegal to have Jewish writings. And so it just happened to be that a lot of the Christians early on were not actually in Judea. They were already part of the diaspora. They were already part of the community living outside of Judea.
I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, so when the Romans came through and wiped out Judea, it just happened to be that a lot of the Christians were spared from the wiping out. In fact, there were so many Jewish slaves, estimated to be 2 million. There were so many Jewish slaves at the time that the Roman historians wrote that they couldn't even find buyers for all of the Jewish slaves.
Wow, that's terrible.
Right. So the Jews got decimated in 136 by Hadrian, and that made Christianity a little more powerful because they're like the main religious counter to Christianity was Judaism.
This is for educational purposes only, TikTok.
Yeah, the main opponents to Christianity were almost nearly destroyed.
But you do realize, and you know your history, obviously, and so you do know that the Christians were persecuted too, right? That's why they were underground, literally underground.
Yeah, the Jews and the Christians were both persecuted, sometimes for the same reason, sometimes for different reasons, partially because some of them worshiped Jesus as a king, and that was a big no-no. Nicholas, thank you so much for the 666 over Venmo. I appreciate that. Anyways, yes, they were persecuted. To what extent? I'm not really sure. The historians don't really give us numbers. All we can really do is guess. But I'm not disputing that there weren't Christian persecutions.
But it happened for basically 250 years. I mean, basically, right? Straight.
Well, possibly 200 years, but again, to what extent we don't have any evidence. We don't know how many Christians were persecuted. It does seem to be true that they were more or less persecuted under Nero and Caligula. Those two rulers, Domitian was pretty bad too. Those three rulers were actually really, really bad to the Christians. But outside of that, like after the diaspora, we don't really have a lot of evidence that they were still being persecuted.
And you're saying after like 313 or something, right?
Well, I would say like after the middle of the 2nd century. So after like 140 AD, the rate of persecution seems to be pretty minor. Because it seems to be that the persecution of the Christians early on in the Roman Empire seemed to be because they were considered to be a more rebellious subsect of the Jews, and they were already fed up with the Jews.
Okay, because I don't know if you know how many graves are in the catacombs.
A lot.
We're talking. I don't know the exact number. Okay, but I thought it was in the millions. Okay, it's quite a bit. I may be wrong on the number. I don't know the exact number, but it's quite a bit, and all of them, I believe, are Christians.
Nah.
Am I mistaken?
Yeah. Why would you assume they're all Christians?
I'm not assuming they're all Christians. I thought I heard that either all or the vast majority of them were Christians.
In Paris, the catacombs of Paris.
No, not in Paris.
I assume because there's a lot of Christians in Paris.
Not in Paris. I'm talking about in Rome.
Yeah, there are catacombs in Rome. I think there's like less than 100,000 though. And as far as their like religious affiliation, I don't know how you can conclude that they're primarily Christian.
Because there's Christian markings everywhere.
There are Christian markings in certain parts of the tomb, but there are also Jewish and Roman and Greek markings as well.
I'd have to look into that. Okay. Listen, I'm gonna let you go.
Sure.
I'm gonna drop off, and I really appreciate your time. I really want you to be open to witnessing, because not everything is just because someone witnessed something, then they might be hallucinating, which is kind of like what you're saying. But I just want you to be open to the idea of witnessing, because there's most of what we learn in our early ages has to do with trusting other people, what they say.
Right, but
maybe not 100%, of course.
But you don't trust other people. You only trust the ones that confirm your religious beliefs. Like you don't trust any witnesses that confirm Muhammad.
Well, again, you don't know me at all. So how do you know what I believe or not believe?
Because you're a Christian.
Well, that you're making assumptions about me right now.
Are you not a Catholic?
I am Catholic.
Yeah, because it's in your screen name, right?
Of course.
So obviously you don't believe the witnesses to Muhammad, or else you wouldn't be Catholic, right? So what I'm suggesting is that you've made a conscious decision at some point. You've decided that you trust the witnesses of your particular religion, but you don't trust the witnesses of the other religions. Like you don't trust the 11 different witnesses to Joseph Smith and the translation of the gold tablets, the gold plates.
In general, yes, you're right. That's true. But then again, to say that, that means all witnesses should be considered as though it's not true.
No, I'm just treating your witnesses.
Isn't some witnessing true?
I'm treating your witnesses with the same level of skepticism that you treat all other witnesses. I'm just not doing special pleading. I'm saying that the Christian witnesses are equally as unbelievable as the ones who witnessed Joseph Smith and the seer stones. And the reason why I specifically don't trust the Christian witnesses is because I've documented the many times that they've lied, and I've documented all of the prophecies that they say were fulfilled that actually weren't fulfilled. And I've documented all of the internal contradictions that are in their stories. Dan, thank you so much for the $20 over Venmo. I really appreciate it. That's a big win. Dan in the comments, thank you so much. Dan Brown, WW. So John, I have read the Bible. I'm very familiar with it, what's in the biblical text. That's why I don't trust it. It's full of failed prophecies. It's full of incredibly bad exegesis. In fact, when I was in school, I had a professor that would say, if you practice the same level of exegesis as the gospel authors did, you're going to get an F on your exegesis paper. It was funny when he said it, but it speaks a really sad truth, which is that the gospel authors practiced a horrible form of exegesis.
Interesting. I would be, honestly, I really would be interested in your documentation. Do you have documentation that I could see?
Yeah. DM me.
I would like that. Because, well, first of all, I'm already following you, I think.
Possibly, yeah.
Because again, I started off, and I still believe it, that I totally respect your approach and what you're saying, okay? Because I do believe in following the evidence, okay? Mm-hmm. So I would like to DM you and get that documentation, because I really want to look into it.
Yeah. You want to see one of my favorites real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know if you have a Bible with you. I've got a Bible with me.
I'm not in my office.
I've got it. Don't worry. I've got a Bible with me. I'm going to read you a passage. I think you already know what the passage says. This is Hosea chapter 11, verse 1 and 2. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. And the more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Is that, that's just a retelling of the Exodus, right?
You're going to have to repeat that one more time.
Not a problem. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. And the more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols.
Yes. What you're reading in Exodus, right?
It's Hosea chapter 11, but it's kind of paraphrasing the Exodus, right?
It totally seems that way. Yes.
Yeah. Is there a prophecy there, or is that just like a retelling of history?
I don't know, but it certainly sounds like a retelling of history because I believe he was a later prophet.
No, well, he was a prophet, right? But not everything a prophet says is de facto prophecy, right? Sometimes a prophet just recounts history.
Of course.
Right. So in those two passages, did you see anything in it that sounded like a prophecy?
No. What are you getting at? I'm not understanding.
I just want to double check. Let's read Matthew chapter 2 real quick, verses, I think 14 is what we're looking for. So in Matthew, it says something very interesting. It says, then Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt. And he remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's kind of a problem there, being that like an honest reading of the text just demonstrates there's no actual prophecy to be fulfilled.
Yeah, that's, again, you bring up an interesting point. If it is, in fact, what's being referenced there, I see your point. If it is, and I give you that for sure, because I agree. That definitely sounds as though it's Israel coming out of Egypt and what have you, and then the parallel that you just made in Matthew 2, I think, if that's referencing that particular passage, then I get your point. Is that also in your documentation that I could review?
I don't know if I've got like a description of all of the reasons why the prophecies fail, but I do have all of the prophecies in the Gospels documented. I'm actually, Justin, thank you so much for the 50 over Venmo. Mucho appreciated. W Justin G for the $50 over Venmo. So I've got all the prophecies of the Gospels documented. I'm actually in the process of writing a book that explains why all the prophecies are failures. For example, like Zechariah 9:9 when he rode the donkey, right? Everyone thinks that that's like a prophecy of fulfillment, but if you read Zechariah 9:9, it doesn't say like some bloke is going to ride a donkey. It says there's going to be a king who rides a donkey, and he's going to end all war in Jerusalem.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Which he definitely didn't do.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Okay, I see the angle that you're coming at this. Okay,
right.
It's a good point. I mean, okay. At this point, I just want to say I give you that as well, because again, a lot of what we believe is yet to come as well. By the way, and a lot of what we believe is spiritual. And so I do understand what you're saying, but I would like to review it more carefully because I can see that you take things extremely carefully, and I want to take it just as carefully as well. So I definitely want to review when you say DM you, you mean like on TikTok, just DM you.
Yeah,
that's fine. I could do that, but
I'm going to send you a link to a spreadsheet.
Oh, perfect. Okay. I know that you're backlogged on DMing. I heard you earlier.
I've got like 87 messages I haven't checked.
I hope I will be answered within the next week or two.
I'll get to it. Don't worry. I got you.
Cool. Well, listen, I wish you the best. I'm taking you very seriously. I have a lot of respect for you. I really do. Yeah, I like your approach. Very, very, you are probably the most thorough atheist I have, or I don't know what you are, that I've heard. You are very low on having derogatory terms, even though I felt like you were starting to go down that road. But very, very light on that, which is very respectful and very nice. And I really appreciate that.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate that. Dan, thank you so much for the $35 over Venmo. We're having a Venmo party tonight, guys. Thank you so much, Dan.
Take care.
John, thank you so much for being here. Good talk to you, man.
Bye-bye.
I would drop. Oh, I tried to follow him, but he dropped too fast. Dan, thank you so much for the 35 over Venmo.
I
I
love
really
how we
appreciate that.
both have Cash App and Venmo. You're getting the Venmos and I'm getting the Cash Apps.
Well, see, the thing of it is, I might be getting Cash Apps, but Cash App never, like the notifications never show up on my phone. I get like maybe 1 out of 10 of them for some reason. And I tried logging into my Cash App on my computer, but it keeps sending me a confirmation code, which I can't get to because the confirmation code is on my phone. So guys, if you sent me anything over Cash App, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do.
Listen to what Rio said. No Cash Apps for you. You're rude. All because I muted his friend after I told her no all caps in chat. And I muted her for 5 minutes. It's not
Hey,
like
listen. Rules are rules. How you doing, Saved?
Good, thank you. I did hear a little bit of your conversation with the other guy in regards to some of the passages you were bringing up, and in regards to the one with the prophecies as far as Jesus on a donkey or a king on a donkey. You have to have a little bit of an understanding of the context of passages that you're reading. So during those times, like if you know the history of the Jewish, at that time, Rome took over the Jews, their land, and they were under Roman rule. So a lot of the Jewish used to apply the Old Testament in very religious and hypocritical ways. So the covenant and the laws that God initially provided them with was kind of like a guardrail of them for them to understand right from wrong, because he didn't want us to go on to our understanding. He wanted us to come into his understanding of his right or wrong, and not going by what we believe. But on that time, Israel disobeyed God spiritually, and they obeyed the laws of the land. And God had covenant laws with them, and he had land laws with them as well. So a lot of the Jewish people, the reason why they didn't receive Jesus is because when they looked at scripture, they read it with pretty much like a religious, perspective of it. So when they're reading these prophecies, they're thinking of an actual king. So when you look into history.
So back at Zechariah 9, what does Zechariah 9 say?
So if we're talking about Zechariah and Israel, and Jeremiah and
No,
Isaiah.
Zechariah. Well, we can talk about all the prophets.
I'm not reading that in front of me.
Yeah, we can talk about all the prophets. Let's talk about Zechariah 9:9 real quick. What does it say about the person riding the donkey?
I don't have the passage up with me.
Yeah,
it says when we're talking,
it says your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off, and he will command peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea. Did Jesus cut off all war from Jerusalem?
So when we're talking about it, sometimes it's
it's just a yes or no. Did Jesus cut off the war from Jerusalem?
But you're reading that passage, so that's
that's what it says. It says he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow would be cut off. What's it mean? What's it mean to cut off the? What does it mean? What does it mean to cut off war horses?
It's in spiritual context. So when sometimes some of the passages that are.
It's talking about somebody who's going to come and they're going to ride a donkey and they're going to be a king.
Okay, let me pull.
And they're going to end. And they're going to end the war.
Zechariah?
Zechariah 9:9. It's in the book. All right. You can't say that him riding the donkey was somehow literal, but the rest of it's not. Either it's all metaphor or it's all a prophecy.
It's a lot of the passages are metaphorical and literal within the passages.
This one's not. You can't just say the parts that you don't like are literal and the parts that you like are literal, but parts that you don't like are non-literal. That's not how this works.
The
fact of the matter is the prophecy is about a king. Was Jesus ever a king in Israel?
In spiritual. Yes.
Oh, So I'm a spiritual king.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm spiritually
Okay.
the president of the United States of America.
So he is from the lineage of David. So yes, he is.
Well, that's a
Well,
different
from both
prophecy.
Mary
Well,
and Joseph.
hey, take a deep breath. That's a different prophecy. We could talk about that one next.
No, but that makes him a king.
It doesn't.
That makes him a king.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. How many descendants came from King David?
Do you know the way the kingships were
Yeah,
handed down during that
I need you to
time?
really focus here. How many
I am
people were
focusing.
how many people were descendant from King David?
There was many descendants, and he wasn't from the son of David, but
Literally
he was
millions.
under the descendant. Correct. He was under
Okay.
the descendant of
All right,
David.
so just being a descendant of David doesn't make you a king, because that means millions of descendants were kings.
But the way, if you go into the lineage of David, the way the kingship was handed down, and the way that they went about it to resolve all that, and I know that there's more than one lineage. There's a way that the Jewish people used to deal with that back in those days. So
Right.
if you look into
Were
that,
all of
in
David's sons
particular,
kings?
but they did have rulership over.
Were all of David's children kings?
No, but
Okay,
I
so
would
just
gladly
being
invite you to
okay,
read
so
into that and
I
read into how.
have just being a descendant of David doesn't make you a king.
Okay. I mean, that's what you're stating.
No, that's true. What makes a king a king?
Well, you just mentioned that it's not. So
A king is somebody who sits on the throne and rules over a nation. That's a king.
that's what you're stating, but that's why.
That's what the
when-
word means.
But when you're reading these passages, you're reading them in the sense of your natural mind, of your understanding. But
No,
the
that's
way
what
these passages,
that's what words mean.
But the way the passage was read, you're telling me that I'm cherry picking what I want it to be metaphorical and
Yeah.
what I want to be literal.
Exactly, yeah.
But that's the way the Bible was written.
No, it wasn't.
You were to, yes, it was. It was written
So,
that way.
what's the definition of a king?
I already told you it would be from the lineage of David, and then
No,
that would be. a
that's not the
king.
definition of a
His
king.
son down to the next, to the next.
That's not a definition of a king. So, what is the definition of a king?
Okay, so which passage are we reading into, so I can look and I can tell you what that means.
I'm asking
So
you, what
please,
is
I
the
can explain it.
definition of the word king?
Well, I want to read it from my Bible in regards to when that passage that you're reading. So
I'm not asking you about the Bible
context
yet.
behind
I'm
it.
asking you about what words mean. What does the word
A
king?
king is someone under that's passed rulership under their father. So if you're born into it, then it gets passed down to you.
Yes, a
But
king is a
prophecy
ruler.
But prophecy states that a king was going to come from the lineage of David, not
know.
directly through his sons, but through David.
Yes,
So
but
that's why
Jesus was
Jesus
never
came
a
from the
king,
lineage of
and that's
David,
the
and there's proof of
problem.
that. But the
Saved-
prophecy
saved.
states
I
that it
needed-
would be from the lineage of David.
I know. I need you to listen very carefully. Being from the lineage of David in itself, does it make you a king? Was
What
Nathan
does
a
prophecy
king?
say about
Was
the
Nathan
king?
a king?
Okay, but what does prophecy say about the
Was
lineage
Nathan
of David
a
becoming a
king? David's child
what kind
Nathan,
of-
was he a king?
No,
Okay, so just being from David doesn't make you a king. Even
I'm
if
talking
you
about prophecy. Prophecy
I know,
states from
and
the lineage
so
of David.
and so am I. So it doesn't matter, even if Jesus did descend from King David. It doesn't matter.
But it
Being
does matter because if prophecy states it's from the lineage of David, that's prophecy.
okay, listen to my
So
words.
you're telling me that prophecy doesn't matter now, right?
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you that being from David doesn't make you a king.
According to you, but according to
No,
prophecy,
according
that's
to
where the
words.
king was going to come from.
Yes, but Jesus wasn't a king.
Okay. So
That's-
I know
that's
we're
what
gonna
I'm
go
trying
back
to
and
help
forth,
you
we're not gonna
understand.
agree, so I'm going to agree
fact,
to disagree.
In the
No,
book
I'm
of
not
John,
gonna- the
in the book of John,
Uh-huh.
he explicitly rejects being king. So he was never a king.
He rejects being king because in that time when Jesus came, they were trying to get him executed. So Jesus knew
Well, they were
where,
successful, weren't
when, and
they?
what. But but it had to happen. He had to
Does
die to
does
be our
Zechariah
savior,
9
right?
say does Zechariah 9 say that the king's going to be executed?
No,
Oh,
Isaiah
what does
53 does.
what it
Isaiah
doesn't. What
53
it
does.
doesn't. What
It
does
does.
Zechariah 9 say about the king?
Zechariah 9. Okay, so I need to read into that. Let me look into the passage. Because I know Zechariah does mention in
All
regards
right.
to
While you're looking that
Jesus.
up in your Bible, I've got to take my dog out. She's in here pretending like she's going to die if I don't take her out, which means either she has to pee really bad or it's about the lightning and she's terrified of lightning. So
Okay,
I'll
that's
be
fine.
back in just a moment, guys.
All right, guys. There's 729 of you in here. Let's go ahead and tap the screen. Let's get host to 250K likes. Thank you all so much for being here with us on Wednesday. I know it's one of the shorter days. Hopefully we'll go back to longer days on Friday. Tiny Diny, rar. Thank you guys for the Tiny Dinies. And yes, I am in a full Targaryen cosplay for those asking. This is a test run. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so much for the gifts. Thank you all so much for just being supportive of Justin, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on TikTok, Tiny Tiny. Thank you all so much for the Cash Apps, the Venmos. We wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. You guys support us, especially host, because he takes a lot of time and effort to do this. Benny, thank you so much for doing the YouTube for us. We really appreciate you for that, to give people more of a leadway into what he does here. And if you like what he is, talking about or discussing, whether it's prophecies or otherwise, you are more than welcome to give him a follow. And my Kraken Council, would you be so kind as to spam the chat with our emotes? If you like our cute little emotes, it is $2.99 a month. You could try it one time, or you could do it like me, reoccurring. So be sure to share this out with your theist, non-theist, pagan, heathen friends. We're all here to discuss. We're all here to learn. We're all here to grow as a community. We love each and every one of you, and we wouldn't be able to do this without any of you. We love you guys so much, and we thank you for being so supportive. And you already know, every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday we do this, 6 p.m. EST until whenever he can. And Rio, I'm not going to church. You see what Zeus is doing behind me? He's smiting a church, which is exactly what I would do. Thank you, babies. Tiny, tiny. Rawr. Tiny, tiny. Rawr. Okay, I'm taking advantage of the tiny tinies while we wait. And I am eating flaming hot Cheetos. Tiny, tiny. Rawr. I have not seen the movie Immortals, but I do believe in my Greek and Egyptian pantheons. Tiny, tiny. Rawr.
Okay.
Crispin.
And we're back, guys. Thank you for waiting and for being patient. Where do we leave off?
Zechariah 9. The
Right,
coming
yeah.
of the king. That's prophecy.
That's right. Yeah, it talks about the coming of the king.
Mhm.
And you're trying to tell me that king means something other than king.
If I can explain, I mean, then I would be glad to explain. But I mean, you're going bits and chunks, and if that's how you want me to break it down, then great. But there's an overall theme in regards to the passages that you're reading. You did mention
I
about
agree.
prophets, Zechariah, Isaiah, Jeremiah. There's
Mhm.
prophets such as them, but Jesus came as a prophet, and he's one of a kind. He's
Oh, he's a
only
false
one of
prophet.
his kind.
Yeah,
So
he's a
when
false
we're
prophet.
talking about Zechariah, okay, so you want to say he's a false prophet. Great. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
until he
that's on your understanding.
until he
So
fulfills
all these
the
prophets,
prophecies, then he's nothing more than a false prophet. He claimed to be the Messiah, but didn't fulfill any of the messianic
it's in the Old
prophecies.
Testament.
I know, I've read it. You can't find.
But if you read it,
I have read
you
it. That's why I
wouldn't
know.
be
That's why I know
stating what
Jesus
you're
didn't
stating.
fulfill.
So
That's how I know
what's the
Jesus didn't fulfill
first-
any messianic prophecies, is because I've read every single one of them.
but not with the understanding or the context behind it, right?
No, yes, I have.
So
No,
Israel did it disobey
not only
God, and that's why
not
there's
only have I
commandments.
done it, but I've done it professionally.
Okay, so what was the whole purpose of the Old Testament, and what was the purpose of them disobeying, and what was the whole purpose? So you're stating that there's still a Messiah to come, right?
No, I'm not Jewish. If I was
And
Jewish,
it's from the lineage of David, correct?
you notice how you keep interrupting when I talk?
But that's the thing. If you're reading the Bible, you have.
All right,
I'm
so
sorry.
if you keep interrupting me, I'll
I
just talk
apologize.
over you. Okay. So what was your first question? Because I forgot, because you interrupted me.
Okay, so I asked that what was the purpose of the laws given to the Jewish people, and
Easy.
then
The
what
purpose.
that moving forward, if you're stating that Jesus is not the Messiah.
Yeah. The purpose of the
Go ahead.
laws was to instruct the people on how to live in covenant community with Yahweh.
Correct. Okay, and then Israel disobeyed, right? They didn't follow the covenant, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so then kings came because they didn't want to be under God's law. They didn't want to obey God. So then they had kings,
That's
right?
not why the kings came.
Okay, so what was the reason why kings came?
Because they were in disarray as a people group, and they wanted a king so they could be like the other nations, and
So they
God
did want a king.
relented. Yeah.
Correct. So then they had kings because they disobeyed, and that's why they were in disarray. Because when you don't follow God and disobey God, when you disobey God, God stated that He would turn His back on Israel, right? So then after
No,
kings, after kings,
that's not what he said.
What I meant, not kings, I meant priests.
God
They
says
had
in
priests before.
Jeremiah, God says in Jeremiah that until the morning and night cease to be, He will never turn His back on Israel.
That's speaking of when they follow and obey His laws. So, but when
That's not
they
what it says at
don't,
all.
okay, so then break it down in regards to that.
Yeah, God
Why do
says.
you
In
think
fact,
otherwise?
I'll just pull up the quote for you since you haven't read it.
So that's the thing. You have you have a computer in front of you, so you're able to pull it up right away.
Yeah. Well, I also know where to look because, as it turns out, I've actually read the book. So it says it twice.
But
Actually,
if you read the book, then you can just state it from your head. If that's the case, you wouldn't have to research it. But go ahead.
well, I did. It's in Jeremiah. Andrew, thank you so much for the 666 over Venmo. It's in Jeremiah, and he says, "Until morning and night cease, I will never abandon my people," or Israel. I forget which one he uses.
And then continue with the verse.
Yeah. It's Jeremiah. It's one of two editions of it. The second one shows up in Jeremiah 31.
But the whole verse, the whole chunk of the verse, not just a little small chunk of the verse, because every verse has context
As it
behind
turns out, I was getting ready to read it for you.
Okay.
You see how that works? You can't listen while you're talking. Okay, so let me grab Jeremiah for you.
So this is Jeremiah. Which one? Jeremiah
31. And we're going to be looking at 35, 36, and 37. Actually, let me just pull up the whole chapter. Thus saith the Lord, who gives the sun for light by day, and the fixed order of the moon and the stars by night, who stirs up the sea and its waves roar. The Lord of hosts is his name. If this fixed order were to ever cease from my presence, says the Lord, then also the offspring of Israel would cease to be a nation before me forever.
Okay. So what he is stating there, Israel never obeyed God's laws. And yeah, there was, they paid for that. However, has mercy and God has love for his people. So yes, that's the way God feels. So God states that although they don't listen to him and they disobey him, he turned his back, meaning he removed his protection.
Saved, you're breaking up. Nobody can hear you.
Can you? Maybe I'm
Saved,
too close
nobody
to my
can
phone.
hear me. It's all static right now.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you at the moment.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you
Or
right
not?
now.
I still staticky. Oh, okay.
It's
So
staticky, but I can hear you right now.
Okay. So it's just a strong affirmations of God's love for his people, although they still disobey, which again, it points to the coming Messiah because all this time God
no,
kept
none.
on showing. So you're saying that old prophecies are not pointing to a Messiah?
This
So now there's not a
prophecy,
Messiah to come?
this prophecy
No,
doesn't
not
say anything about the Messiah.
no, correct. But if you had the understanding of the prophets
I
that
do.
were there, they I believe Jeremiah, one of them, he quotes Isaiah, which is the 53, and he brings it and
He does
he
not.
quotes it. He does quote it.
Jeremiah does not quote Isaiah 53.
He does. He
doesn't.
quotes it in let me see. Give me a sec. I just jotted down. He does quote it. You can look into it. Maybe you're not aware, but if you can you look it up in your computer?
Isaiah 53 was written before Jeremiah.
I know that. Jeremiah.
So Jeremiah didn't quote Isaiah 53. I mean, Jeremiah was written contemporaneous with Isaiah 53. They lived at the same time
look it up
period.
in your computer since you have it in front?
Yes, both of them wrote immediately prior to the Babylonian invasion, and Jeremiah wrote also during the Babylonian invasion. And Second Isaiah almost certainly was written at the end of the Babylonian captivity. So they were contemporaries.
Okay, what I'm stating is that a lot of the prophets did speak of a coming Messiah.
I know they did. Like Jeremiah 33 talks specifically about the Messiah. Do you know what it says about the Messiah?
He quotes what the prophecy states about the Messiah. The thing is
I know,
that Jeremiah...
he does. Let me read what Jeremiah says about the Messiah. Jeremiah says, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in security. And this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. Literally, none of that can be applied to Jesus.
No, I'm stating that Jeremiah quotes Isaiah 53.
And so you're not going to address what I just read, are you?
He is there.
You weren't even listening to what I said.
I was listening. You stated about Judah. So when in Jeremiah's time, Judah, they're the main ones that disobeyed. During that time, they disobeyed God.
Yes, I'm aware.
And they were worshiping. Excuse me?
Yes, I'm aware. I'm asking you about what the text says. The text says,
so
he says, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David. That's the Messiah.
Correct.
And then it says, he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in security. Those things didn't happen when Jesus came. In fact, the exact opposite happened. And then he goes on.
It's spiritual.
And then it's not spiritual. And then he goes on and he says, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. That failed. And then it says, the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, grain offerings, and sacrifices. Another fail.
So you're stating because he doesn't sit on a throne, that's a fail.
He didn't do anything in here. He didn't sit on the throne. He didn't execute justice and righteousness in the land. He didn't rescue Judah, and he didn't rescue Jerusalem.
Okay, what is justice and righteousness to you?
Oh,
Do you
justice
know
and
what that means?
righteousness is basically living in accordance with God's laws and treating people the way that God wants you to be treated. But listen to what it says. It says, he will execute justice and righteousness in the land.
Correct.
That is the expectation of the king. The king's
Correct.
job is to execute God's law in the land that they are ruling, which Jesus obviously didn't do. Then it says, in those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety.
Okay, which one are we reading right now? Jeremiah, what? I know you read it.
Jeremiah
but-
33, verses 14 through 18.
33, 14 through 18.
Yeah.
Someone said Justin Mayweather. I couldn't. Oh my God. If
Well,
you
while
see
she-
me laughing, it's the comment section, I swear.
While she's looking for that passage, I'm going to swipe to my text messages and get the confirmation code for Cash App so I can make sure and thank everybody that's Cash.
Don't worry, babies. F dot. I was screaming. Chef's kiss. No, he's just confirming his Cash App, babies. Don't worry.
All right, we're back. Everything
Okay.
good?
We're back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, let me
So-
guess. Everything that you don't like is spiritual.
No. The thing is you have to have the context behind it. So during that
I have
time,
the
I believe
context.
you're not listening. That's why we're not gonna ever. I mean, I know that you have your own understanding.
Give me the
and I have
context that I'm
my
missing.
own, so there's some background happening here. So like I was saying, the people of Judah were in exile, and they were in exile because they did disobeyed God, right?
Yep.
So then there was land that they lost, and then there's recovery, right? So they have to recover the land. But God promises it not only for Israel's benefit, but for the land itself, right? So a lot of these prophecies, when they speak of, when they're prophetic, and you're stating that that's not the case, you're stating they're literal and then they're not metaphorical.
No,
But when
prophecies are sometimes literal and sometimes
Correct.
metaphorical, but
Correct.
even if it's using a metaphor, it's still pointing to a literal reality, or else it wouldn't be a prophecy. If prophecies don't have some sort of a literal reality to them, then it's not a prophecy.
Correct. But when we're talking about this context, Isaiah, Jeremiah, they all speak of a new covenant to come.
And I know. And are you aware that Jeremiah 33 comes after Jeremiah 31, where it talks about the new covenant?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
And when the Messiah comes, who's part of that new covenant, right? What's going to happen? Thank you, Thomas, for the hat. Appreciate that. Shoot, we already hit the hat goal, guys. Thank you so much. We got 200,000 likes already, and it's only like just over 9 o'clock, and we smashed our 2 goals. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. You're all absolute rock stars.
Babe, we need a context emote. That's
We
next.
do. I'm going to
So-
make a context emote.
So you just meant, I'm sorry.
There you
what
go,
were asking
Andrew.
again?
Yeah.
sorry, what was the question
According to Jeremiah 33, right? What is the Messiah supposed to do?
He's supposed to come and die for our sins. It speaks of that.
No. According to Jeremiah
The lamb to the
33.
slaughter. Oh,
according
Jeremiah
to-
33.
According to Jeremiah 33. Thank you, Silver, for the hand hearts. Thank you, Casey. What's supposed to happen?
Give me a sec.
Thank you, Dr. Joe. I appreciate the hand hearts. Thank you, Jay. Guys, you guys are crushing this goal already. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Chris. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, so he's supposed to restore
Yeah, what's he restoring?
the spiritual.
No.
The
What's it say? What's the book say? Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Thank you, that girl. Thank you, Tom.
he's stating of a coming restoration
Of
to
what?
normal and everyday life
Of what?
of the land of Judah.
That's right. Of the land of Judah. The land of Judah. That's where the Israelites lived. Thank you, Lexi. Thank you, F. Dot. Thank you, Theodore. I appreciate that.
And then he speaks of a
I-
bridegroom, right? A bridegroom. And then
not in Jeremiah 33. He doesn't. All right,
33, 10 through 11, he speaks of a bridegroom. That's why when I state, like, I know you read it all, right? You read that passage, all of it, correct?
Yeah, I've read the whole thing. I'm asking you about the people and the nation and the Messiah mentioned in Jeremiah 33. What does it say that this person is going to do? It talks about the restoration of the people as well as what? Thank you, Lydia.
He's speaking about the restoration of the land, but this is in spiritual context.
It's not.
See, that's where we're not going to agree. So when you read these passages,
because you don't like what it says. It literally says in Jeremiah 33:9, this city shall be to me a name of joy and praise and glory before all of the nations of the earth, who will hear of all the good that I do for them. What city? What city?
This is prophecy to come. Not now, not during those times, but the future prophecy after Jesus. So he's stating.
Yes. Do you know what a city is?
Okay. Jeremiah was speaking to Judah, particularly. What you got to understand, prophets were speaking to. You're not letting me talk. You're not letting me explain.
Well, see, every time you say that I don't understand, I'm just going to keep saying I do understand because I've read all of these texts.
Okay, so who is the audience group for Jeremiah?
The Babylonians in captivity, except for the early chapters before they go into captivity. This particular passage is about
which land?
This particular passage is about the captives after the captivity. That's why it says, I will restore the fortunes of Judah and the fortunes of Israel, and I will rebuild them as they were at first.
So Jeremiah came to speak to Judah.
Jeremiah spoke to Israel and Judah both. In fact, Jeremiah goes out of his way to prophesy that Israel and Judah will never more again be separated into two nations. He says they're going to be joined.
Correct.
Okay, so this is not spiritual.
This is in the future. This is after the coming Messiah. This is spiritually.
Does it say?
Can you just read the passage you just read?
Does it say that this is going to happen thousands of years after the Messiah?
It's not going to state that. It's not
okay, so it doesn't actually say that.
Read it again.
So what it does say, it says, "I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land."
Correct.
The Messiah is going to be the one who executes justice and righteousness over the restored Israel and Judah. And when that happens, it says the Levitical priests are going to be reestablished in the temple.
Can you, where does it say that? Because you read it online and that's not what it stated.
Verse 18.
Oh, so now we're in verse 18, but you just stated 9. We're still on 9.
We've literally been reading almost the bulk of 33 at this point. So the early parts of 33 talks about the prosperity and the restoration of Judah and Israel. And then the latter portion
when we're
of 30.
talking about restoration.
You see how you keep
justice?
Talking while I'm talking? See, you don't get to complain that I talk over you when you do it to me. So the latter portion of Jeremiah 33 talks about the Messiah who is on the throne over the restored Israel.
After his coming. And when they speak about a priest, when we're speaking about a priest, Jesus or just the Messiah becomes that priest. There's no more temple because the temple was destroyed. So after the coming Messiah, the Messiah is going to become or stand for our priest. So
yeah, show me where it says that.
The reason it's prophecy.
Show me in Jeremiah where it says that.
No, not in Jeremiah.
Oh, so it doesn't say that in Jeremiah. Okay, so in Jeremiah,
go back to 9. Go back to
in Jeremiah, what does it say about the Levitical priests?
Go back to 9.
I'll read 17 and 18 again since you weren't listening. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests, plural, will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices. This is literally talking about the vision that Ezekiel gave, where Yahweh's presence will once again inhabit the temple, and all the sacrifices and offerings that were present during the time of Moses would recommence.
No, through him, he would become our Levitical priest.
That's not what it says.
When the Messiah died, I mean,
show me that in the prophecy where it says that, because you're just making claims.
You're just stating it right now.
Okay, I'll read it for you again. Just listen very carefully. It says that.
You can read it as many times as you want.
All right. Well, I'll read it one more time, but this time you actually listen, okay? It says, "Thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests, plural, will never lack a man in my presence." Plural. The Levitical priests are plural because it is a group of priests. Jeremiah is literally saying that the Levitical priests, the group of priests, will never be wanting to have somebody in my presence to offer actual sacrifices, the grain sacrifice, the burnt offering. That's an animal sacrifice.
I bet you she's still talking to herself. I'll send her an invite to unmute in 52 seconds. Dracaris! I got a flame, I'm sorry. That's a new thing now. Every time I'm in cosplay and I get a flame or a dragon, I'll say Dracaris.
The cosplay is hitting. I like it.
And it even came with the three-headed dragon symbol. It came with the cape that's over the shoulder. It's so pretty. Wait till you see photos. Dracaris! Now that's gonna be the new thing. Watch.
We got some new emotes on the way, apparently. I think she's still looking for the unmute button.
It's a microphone. It's not that hard to notice.
Not hard to find, no.
I know where the
grown women stuck in Game of Thrones. It sounds like you're miserable, darling.
To your I guess the comments. So I was being respectful.
Don't worry about the comments.
Well, someone did mute me, so I was aware that I was muted, so I paused because I thought you wanted to speak to the comments. I was just being respectful.
Sure, yeah.
So you're reading that, and again, you're not going to agree. That speaks of back then, they would have the Leviticus priests give offerings. He's stating that no longer will there be offerings, and there's not going to be an actual physical king that's going to sit in the throne of David, because yes, he's going to come in physical form, but he's going to be in spiritual form. And when certain people read that passage, they read it with the understanding of a physical king, literal, and that's not literal, that's metaphorical, because the whole purpose of Jeremiah's message is that there was going to be a new covenant due to the disobedience of God's laws. So God knew that man was not going to be able to meet that. And there was a set of criteria, which were the laws for righteousness. When we're talking about righteousness, we're talking about like what is justice, just, and
okay, how many points do you want to cover? Because I can't cover 5 points.
We're not,
do you want to do one at a time?
You can cover.
Because now you're just yapping.
No, I'm not yapping. You can cover as many points as you want to cover, but you're
okay. So we're going to start.
Literal.
We'll start at the first point you made. Because I'm not here. I'm not here documenting all your points. Okay. So first of all, what you said is the exact opposite.
About the same passage.
So what you said was the exact opposite of what Jeremiah said. Jeremiah didn't say that it would be a spiritual king. Jeremiah didn't say it would be someone like a king. Jeremiah didn't say that the king would be the same as the priest, and Jeremiah didn't say that the priesthood was going away.
Correct, but you read the passage.
So then you lied.
That's the context of the passage. I'm not lying. We just perceive it different.
Show me in the passage where it ever says the Levitical priests are going to be going away.
You have to take the whole Bible.
Show me in the Bible. I've read the whole thing. Show it to me. Show me one prophecy. Show me one prophecy that says the Levitical priests are going to be done away with.
You just read it right now.
I didn't. Oh, I'll read it again. I don't know why I have to do this so often. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. Those are physical offerings. One is an animal, two is a grain.
In my presence, right? You're stating in my presence, right?
Which is where? Where is God's presence in the Old Testament?
Inside the Holy of Holies. And
inside the temple.
Yeah,
inside the temple, which he says earlier in the chapter that he's going to be restoring the city of Jerusalem, which is where the temple is.
How is he going to restore it then?
He just tells you, he says, I will restore the fortunes of Judah and the fortunes of Israel, and I will build them as they were at first. How were they before they were destroyed?
If you're going to read into that, it's not physical. It's spiritual. Again,
right? Yeah, everything you don't like is always spiritual.
It's not. When you're speaking of a prophecy, we're speaking
everything
of a new covenant, and the
new
new covenant is not like the same of the one before.
It actually is. It's actually quite similar. If you read what it says about the new covenant is there to enable them to follow the law. In fact, that's Ezekiel 36.
But in Jeremiah, he speaks about carving the covenant into their hearts. Do you know what that means? Because the covenants that were initially
I know exactly what that means.
Were in stone, and
so that wasn't a rhetorical.
We're not going to.
I feel like that was a bad rhetorical question, so I'll just give you the answer. The new covenant, according to Jeremiah and Ezekiel, is something God is doing to enable them to follow the laws of Moses that they didn't follow previously. In fact, in Ezekiel, it literally says, a new heart I will give you, and a new spirit I will put within you. And I will remove from your body the heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh.
What does that mean?
I'm going to finish if you let me read. Stop hating the Bible. It says, I will give you a heart of flesh, and I will put my spirit within you, and I will make you to follow my statutes and be careful to observe my ordinances. Then you shall live in the land that I gave to your ancestors, and you will be my people, and I will be your God. The new covenant is a restoration of the people to their ancestral land. But this time it's going to be different because God is going to give them a new heart so they don't rebel against God.
A heart of what?
A heart of flesh.
And?
Flesh.
No, and continue. It's flesh.
I'll just read it again. It says, I will put within you, I will give you a new spirit and a new heart. So it's not a heart of and two things. It's a heart of flesh and a new spirit.
And a new spirit, correct?
That's right. That's why it says in Jeremiah 33, this is a covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, says the Lord. I will put my law within them, and I will write it on their hearts. I will be their. I don't know why you keep talking while I read the Bible. This is the easiest thing you could do is let me read your book. It says, this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, says the Lord. I will put my law within them, and I will write it on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they will be my people. No longer will they teach anyone or say to one another to know the Lord, because they will all know. So in both Jeremiah and Ezekiel, the new covenant is accompanied by the people following God's laws. Those are the Mosaic laws.
But you're telling me that it's not spiritual, right? Because you're stating that I'm cherry picking on what I'm choosing is spiritual and what not, correct? So he's stating
as it turns out,
a heart of stone.
So as it turns out,
and you can read it as many
spirit,
times. I understand what that.
So as it turns out, a spirit is
not
spiritual. Yeah. So I'll just say it again.
So
a spirit, by definition, is spiritual.
Understand the passages.
I'm sorry that you are dishonest with the book,
and we're not going to come to agree.
You clearly,
we're sorry you hate your own
can't
book.
look honestly at the book. It's fine.
Dishonest.
Yeah. So a king is a king, a land is a land, Israel is a nation, Judah is a nation. You just don't like what you just don't like what the book says, and that's fine. You hate the Bible, it's fine. In fact, in Ezekiel 37, it says, "My servant David will be king over them, and they will have one shepherd, and they will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which their ancestors lived." Where is the land? Where is the land that was given to Jacob?
when you're talking about servant, it's speaking about Israel, and then when we're speaking about Isaiah,
Funny how that
it
wasn't
responds
an
in
answer to my
Jeremiah.
question. Where is the land that was given to Jacob?
Like I said again, I'm not going to sit here and go over
Where
these
is the
passages.
land that was given to the ancestor Jacob?
I'm sorry, I'm not going to answer that. I'm just going to drop off and then
All right,
just
go
go ahead
ahead.
and keep on reading and
Go ahead and drop.
misunderstanding. And
Go
then I'm
ahead and
maybe
continue to hate the
okay.
word of God. It's
Yeah, maybe
okay.
one day you'll read enough of the book
Yeah, I
to
hope you guys
understand
are
it.
happy. Thank you. You reflected. Thank
No, sweetie. It's because you don't like what your own book says.
They always hate the book. They always hate the book.
Why do they hate God's word, my darling?
You know, they should at least let me read it to them. I don't know why they interrupt me. Listen, if you interrupt me while I'm talking, that's one thing. But why are you interrupting me while I'm reading the book to you? I don't get it. How you doing, Rejected?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thanks for having me on your panel.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
So, what the sister was saying, she was saying to you that the time for that prophecy is coming now. It wasn't when it was written. And she said it was spiritual for those who understand. If you don't understand, then it's
I
not for
understand.
you.
It's clear that you don't, so I'll just help you through it, okay?
Okay.
According to the New Testament, the Levitical priests are done away with. They're replaced with the priesthood of Melchizedek. That's chapter 7 of the book of Hebrews. But if you just read the prophecies, both Ezekiel and Jeremiah and elsewhere say that when the Messiah comes, the Levitical priests are going to be restored, and they're going to be doing offerings in the presence of Yahweh in the rebuilt temple. So you can't have it both ways. Either the Levitical priests are being wiped out and replaced with the priesthood of Jesus, or they're not.
So you know when Christ came 2,000 years ago.
So you're not going to address what I just said.
At that point, he came
Is
to
this her
die.
brother?
They must be related. So let's just go
This
back to the
lady- the
bar.
lady
So
that is- the lady
so
that is-
what does the New Testament
lady that
say?
is
What does the
speaking.
New Testament say about the Levitical priests?
Tell me, what does it say?
I just told you the book of Hebrews says that it's basically being replaced by a greater priesthood, that is the priesthood of Melchizedek, which they say Jesus is a member of. So the Levitical priests are terminated according to the book of Hebrews, which is just a flat contradiction to what you get.
When you say terminated, do you mean through captivity?
No, terminated. The priesthood is ended.
Through captivities, right?
No.
They were taken into captivity.
That's
So
not
if
what
you
I
read
said at
Matthew-
all. So the book of Hebrews was written after the captivity. So that's irrelevant. What I'm saying is that according to the New Testament, the Levitical priesthood was ended. It was terminated. They're no longer in duty.
But that's because of captivity, sir.
It's not because of captivity. It's because of what Jesus did, according to Hebrews.
I can't compete with you.
I know, because you haven't read Hebrews. That's fine.
I have read Hebrews.
And what's Hebrews say? What does the book of Hebrews say?
We are Hebrew Israelites, sir.
You're not. You're not Hebrew.
No, 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 no.
I can't tell you who you are.
I'm just a white man from America, and you are 1,000,000% not Hebrew.
I can't compete with you.
I know you can't. Don't worry. It's fine. Good luck, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. I should have known. I should have fucking known.
All these, the explosion of black Hebrew Israelites is baffling to me. I don't know how there are so many of them.
Thinker's laughing her ass off in the chat.
I know.
Girl!
Thinker and Bash are laughing their heads off somewhere. Anyways,
No, they're in the chat right now.
yeah, Thinker and Bash, man. Listen, I love it when you guys get these black Hebrew Israelites up here. Some of the most absurd readings of scripture. Thank you so much, Andrew, for the 666 over Venmo. If I missed it, I just opened up my Venmo and I got a good Hail Satan. I'm sorry, Hail Santa. That must be a typo. Andrew says, Hail Santa. Sent me some 666, so I really appreciate that. Feder Fide, how you doing?
Hi, just call me Feder. It's maybe probably easier for you. I'm fine, thanks. Let me just want to ask one question before I bring up what I wanted to say. I have to borrow this phrase from another one, actually famous guy. If Christianity was true, so you assume that, would you be a Christian?
If it was true, of course I would.
That's the honest answer?
Yeah.
Because it sounds really much like you have a very, very strong BS against specifically the Christian or the Christian idea, the Christ as a...
Yeah, because I've read the book and the book is silly.
That's exactly my next question. Do you only want to just discuss, your proof only comes down to scripture?
I think the scripture having so many prophecy failures, so many contradictions, scientific errors, endorsing slavery. There's so many problems with the Bible. I don't even know where to start.
I wouldn't even disagree.
Why would I
to
trust
that.
a book that thinks the world is flat?
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree to that. I'm just wondering all the time why you so many times you talk about the Old Testament, which basically boils down to the Jewish Torah when it comes to the Christian idea.
Yeah, because the Old Testament's the plumb line. That's how you know that the Messiah is the Messiah, is that he fulfilled all the messianic prophecies.
If
but
you follow
as it turns out,
follow scripture. But then again, if you're talking about the Christ specifically, you want to have proof for Christianity. Yes, you can say there are links.
Hey, Fed, do you want me to talk over you?
No, we're having a conversation, I guess.
Right, because if you keep talking over me, I promise I'll talk over you.
You do.
Okay, so
I try to keep your. I don't want to talk over you, obviously, but.
Okay, so the Bible has two testaments. The Old Testament is what gives validity to the New Testament, right? So that's why Matthew and John go out of their way to say that Jesus fulfilled a bunch of prophecies, even though he actually didn't. That's why they do that, is because they know that God said in the Old Testament, the Christian God said things, and those things are pointing you to who the Messiah is, right? So all I have to do is read those prophecies and ask myself, are these prophecies talking about Jesus, or are they talking about something else? That's why I read the Old Testament so much, because if you just wiped out the Old Testament, you have no reason to believe that Jesus is the Messiah at all, because the only evidence you have is like some contradictory New Testament books that talk about a guy who came, he healed a bunch of people. He was a miracle worker, and then he was crucified. And then some people believe that he rose from the dead. But all of those things are like incredibly common in the first century. There was a lot of miracle workers in the first century. There's a number of people who claim to rise from the dead. Some of them even more famous than Jesus.
You finished?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever hear about the cathars? The term the cathars?
I know what a catheter is.
No, the cathars. It's like Cathar. The cathars.
I don't think I know that term.
I mean, it was a group of people who basically lived in the 10th and 11th century after Christ, and they called themselves the Boni Homine. That boils down to the Latin word for the good and the righteous people, and they follow the teachings of Christ. They don't give much about the Old Testament because they said this is clearly describing not God of justice and righteousness. It clearly describes the devil, the exact opposite, because all of obviously the violence and the there are pretty horrible things in the Old Testament. I guess we can all agree on that. And they actually were punished for that and slaughtered by the church. So the hundreds of thousands getting burned for that as heretics.
I believe that.
I am actually following that kind of spiritual thinking. So when you want to have, are you asking for proof for Christianity? You should not start with scripture, in my opinion. You should start with your own experience in life. And
that's not good at all. Personal experience is like the least trustworthy thing. Like thousands of people every year claim to see aliens. Like hundreds every year claim to see Bigfoot.
True. I'm not talking about like things you can objectively see or whatever, touch. I'm talking about more your spiritual experience in this world. The best and strongest experience you can have to getting close to approve of Christianity, if you want to call it like that, is having own children and the self-sacrificing love you cannot experience in any other way.
I have offspring.
Yes, but then you should experience, you should know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about self-sacrificing love that you cannot ever experience without having own offspring, own children.
That's a terrible claim.
You think you can have self-sacrificing love without having your own offspring?
Yeah.
In the same way, in the same extent?
Yeah.
How?
You just do.
With what? Give me an example.
Yeah, just do. That's how the human nature works. Some people have empathy, some people don't. Some people have so much empathy that they would literally give their life for another person. Firefighters, cops, military personnel.
Exactly
the world is full of people who are willing to lay down their life for another. Has no proof that there's a God. In fact, the biblical God, like if you believe that the biblical God is what's represented by self-sacrifice, I don't think that actually follows at all, because the biblical God, he sacrificed his own son. Am I supposed to be? I would never sacrifice my own son. That's a miscarriage of justice.
Well, I never disagree that people have strong capability of empathy. That's totally, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying it's never going to the same amount of self-sacrificing love as to your own offspring, your own children. That's a completely different ball game. I don't know if you would lay down your life to a firefighter or to an animal the same way as you would protect your own offspring from harm.
No, I think people are more ready to protect their offspring than people who are not their offspring. I'll give you that, but that's just a parental instinct. You find that in the animal kingdom as well. Animals do that. Animals do that all the time. So what that points to is an evolutionary adaptation of survival. It doesn't point to God.
That's not true, because that might be true for your own offspring. But then again, accurate. Empathy and actually feeling towards other people, and even to animals in the animal kingdom, most people, I would say, having exactly what you just described, having strong empathy against violence, against suffering, against everything that is cruel. They can't stand it. They don't want to see it and never experience it. And they can feel with other living beings. That is actually contradicting evolution, because it's hindering us to evolve faster and quicker.
Incorrect.
That's not incorrect.
It's literally,
it maybe helps for society, for our own people, but it doesn't make any sense to extend that to another species, another beings. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Oh, it doesn't make any sense to you because you don't know anything about evolution.
Okay, literally, tell me what's the evolution profit?
Quite literally, half of evolution is survival of the fittest, because the people that survive are the ones that get to reproduce. So the social creatures develop the capability to care for each other, the desire to care for each other, because as a social unit, you're stronger and you're more able to survive. And then that means you can actually reproduce. The creatures that are non-social are the ones that quite typically won't self-sacrifice. But almost all social animals have developed a sense of self-sacrifice.
You dodged my whole argument. I didn't
dodge it. I'm trying to explain to you that survival of the fittest is the explanation for why self-sacrifice exists within the animal kingdom.
No, you didn't answer the question at all. What is
you didn't even ask a question.
What is the evolution profit for humans in this case to have a strong empathy to almost every living being?
We survive. It's called survival. See, when you survive, you get to reproduce, and when you reproduce, you multiply. The species that could not survive and could not reproduce, they died.
You don't answer the question, sir.
I literally just did twice now.
I'm asking you for the third time now. What is the evolutional profit for a human being to having a strong empathy and actually feeling and protecting like any animal, like a cow or like a sheep, and it sees this animal suffering horribly, and most humans, again, they're having a strong problem seeing other beings suffering and dying, especially. And we would protect these animals or these livings very strongly if we are capable of. This is
we don't.
not helpful in our own evolution, actually.
We literally eat them by the millions.
Yes, I don't. Just in case.
I do.
I don't.
Humans prey on animals in almost every country in the world.
Yes, and you can see how much you could self-contradict yourself, because if you would see an animal suffering, dying horrible slowly, you're saying you would feel nothing whatsoever?
Some people do, some people don't.
So I'm asking you.
I would, yes, because I have empathy.
Isn't that contradicting yourself?
No.
Why not?
Because that's how empathy works. I'll just start from the beginning. Okay, so the way that empathy works is a human being experiences something. It might be something bad. It might be something near dangerous. And then when they see it happening elsewhere, because they experience it themselves, they are able to say, oh my gosh, something bad is happening to this person. And I know what this is like because something bad happened to me. And so that's how empathy develops. And the social creatures who had a deep sense of empathy were the ones who were able to survive because they had social structures that protected each other. The creatures that were social but didn't have a sense of empathy did not nearly reproduce as much as those who did. That's why so many creatures today that are social have a strong sense of empathy. And yes, sometimes empathy does pour over into other species. It's not as common. Certainly the human empathy is more directed towards humans or animals that exhibit human-like traits. But like when it comes to mosquitoes, ants, so on and so forth, I would say 99.9% of humanity has zero empathy for them. So empathy is a learned social behavior that allows social groups to survive better.
I'm not disagreeing here. I agree that on the social aspect, it makes completely sense that we cannot slaughter each other. Even that is not necessarily required. As we can see, we are living mostly in states based on law. If you don't keep to the law, you're getting punished for that. So that's not really necessary ultimately to have that strong feeling emotionally like empathy. It would work, and it did work actually just by punishing by law or by fear of getting punished. So again, this is not really a strong argument. It couldn't work, and it doesn't work.
It's actually a great argument. So I'll just
I'll
just go back and we'll do a little history lesson. So
we have laws
because
in place.
humans have empathy and they recognize that, hey, something bad happening to somebody else, that bad thing could also happen to me. And because we're social creatures, we decided that, hey, maybe we should encourage each other to have some boundaries, right? I don't want somebody to come and stick a knife in my abdomen. Therefore, I'm going to live in a community that encourages, in fact, has rules prohibiting people from putting knives in each other's abdomens. That's how this works. And
Perfect.
so because all social creatures have had some level of social structure that they've developed, even like monkeys and dogs have social structures. We've put social structures in place that help us to survive.
Yeah, perfect argument. Thanks for making my argument, actually, because this is actually what we call the golden rule, which boils down to the teachings of Jesus Christ. Don't do something to anybody else that you don't want happening to yourself. That is what we call the golden rule. It boils down to Jesus Christ's teachings.
It has nothing to do with Jesus. That had been around for quite literally thousands of years before Jesus.
Well, that might be true, that might not be true, because if I look back to the history of mankind...
No, it's 100% true.
It doesn't really look like that we followed that golden rule for very long times, at least it's still not today, actually.
Whether or not everybody follows it's irrelevant. The golden rule has been around in all kinds of civilizations for millennia. I mean,
I wouldn't know anybody else who called it. It's actually a teaching of Jesus Christ again. It's
actually not.
From Scripture.
It's actually not. It's a quotation from Leviticus, which Jesus was quoting. He didn't invent it. He quoted it from the Old Testament.
Well, I don't have any kind of access to any source right now, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, it didn't literally say.
It's in Leviticus. He quotes it. He quotes it directly from Leviticus.
What did he say in the scripture?
I can find it for you. It says to treat your neighbor as yourself. And that comes from Leviticus. Was it chapter? I want to say it's chapter 14, but I know I'm wrong. It's probably chapter 19. But
1918.
There it is, 1918. Yeah. 1918, you shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against your kinfolk. Love your neighbor as yourself.
No,
So
I'm talking
Jesus
about
didn't invent
Matthew.
that.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Matthew 7:12.
Yes, I'm aware. Yes. I want me to read Matthew 7:12 for you.
Yeah, that actually that describes the rule much better. What I'm talking about.
In everything, do unto others what you have them do to you, for this sums up the law and the prophets.
That's much more direct, isn't it?
It is direct, but it's just a summary saying that if you do what is in the law, it'll be similar to what you have in Leviticus 19:18.
Well, for this is the law and the prophets, but it's not talking about actually the direct law of God. It just says that is the law. That is very simple to follow, to be like to living a righteous life.
Yes.
Whatever, the whole point why we came to that is that humans, we, us, made in the image of God, when we want to stay to scripture now, is that we have this, especially this capability, if you want to expand this empathy to like every human, or now every living thing. And I strongly disagree with you that most humans wouldn't have like empathy towards ants or any other living thing, unless, of course, you are getting really twisted and yeah, very, you're getting the wrong way, basically, from society, from whatever you have been told in your life. Because I guarantee you, every child has most respect of every life and would never harm it. In fact, it would horrible for any children to end or to harm any living thing. And that's another thing you should know if you have offspring. It's the same reason why the good old example for put a child maybe in the age of 2, 3, or 4 years together with a strawberry and like a bunny. Whenever you find a child that will try to eat the bunny and play with the strawberry, I will give up anything what I've ever learned about Jesus Christ. It will never happen. It's not in us. It's not in us. Unless we got completely disordered by what we call society.
So what I keep hearing is yapping.
That's yapping to you. That is a strong
so
proof,
my father literally grew up on a farm, and he executed as a child bunnies, pigs, and cattle.
Yes, that's horrible because he got forced to do that.
He didn't get forced to do it. This is
yeah,
part
but
of the
he
culture.
saw it. He didn't do it on his own idea. You're lying now.
He did. Yeah. Did you ever have a conversation with my father?
That's just a lie. And then and even your father lied to you.
Don't tell me I'm lying about my own father.
That is just a lie. It never has seen in any experiment.
It is not a lie.
God is
it's
a
not
lie.
a lie. Don't tell me I'm lying about my own father.
It has never been shown in anything in what we call science that a child.
It literally has. In fact, it's one of the warning signs that a child is a sociopath. Is when they literally hurt animals, because it happens all the time.
Well, that's a good example if you're going for exceptions. I'm saying that the human being made in the image of God, which is like the majority, in an age where it couldn't be really like influenced by society or even from its own parents, which is of course little BS, because even in younger ages you're already BS by your own parents. But there have been many experiments on that, and this is why this example is so great.
It's actually not a good example. You're actually just proving evolution to be true, which is that humans have a deep-seated sense of empathy, especially for anything that has human-like characteristics.
No, living things. Again,
human-like characteristics.
Put a child into a cage with strawberries and a bunny or any other living thing, and there is no proof that the child will ever try to eat the animal and play with whatever, the apple or the strawberry.
Well, a child doesn't know how to eat a bunny rabbit. It knows how to eat a strawberry because it learned to eat strawberries the day that it grew its first tooth.
Yeah, that again, I said like in the age
it has no frame of reference.
1 or 2, it doesn't matter actually what age you will do that. But what you do see is repeat the experiment in the age of 7, 8, 9, or 10.
How do you expect
has influenced by society?
How do you expect a small child of, like, say, age 5 to eat a bunny rabbit?
It couldn't. It could try to.
Thank you. Exactly. Yeah. So the frame of reference is not good.
No,
because as it turns out, bunny rabbits and strawberries are an entirely different process. One requires a mechanism for killing and cooking, and one requires you to reach out and bite it. And that's
it actually
literally
proves two things. Humans were never made
that if
to
you
eat
give
flesh or
children,
to eat meat.
it proves that if you give children strawberries at a very young age, they'll be adept at eating them.
No, it proves two things. First of all, humans were never designed to eat meat or the flesh of other living things because we
That's
just
not even
couldn't.
true according to the Bible.
Well,
Literally, according to the Bible, God says that he gives them the animals to eat.
but it also says, "I have given you all fruits from, or all seeds from all the plants and stuff like that," right? In the very first mentioning of food for humans.
And the animals.
No, it didn't say the animals.
It
The first
does.
line you ever find about human food is where it clearly says, "I'm giving you."
Christians
I don't
never
even know
read
the
their
exact
Bible.
line, but it's only talking about seeds and fruits from
They never
plants.
read the Bible. I'll get it for you.
Yes, look at the very first thing about anything find about food about human beings, and it doesn't say nothing about children, animals.
It actually does.
Later it says, "Yes, you make this world, whatever."
Yeah, it's in Genesis chapter
make it your
9.
world.
I know. I don't expect you to actually read your book. It's fine. I'll read it for you.
It's not my book. I told you already. I'm not following the Old Testament. That's for sure.
Wait, are you a Christian?
I explained it to that also. I said I'm following the Ketha belief system.
Yeah, whatever. So Genesis 9 says, "Every moving thing that lives will be food for you. Just as I gave you the green plants, I give you everything." I know, you don't like the Old Testament.
Wait. Let me just try that. Let me just try. I don't really have a computer here. Let me see that.
Genesis 9:3.
No, it's actually Moses 129.
Genesis 9:3 says, "Every moving thing that lives will be food for you."
I said the first mentioning when we.
Why do I care about
read,
the first mention?
what you can ever read about human food?
Why
is not
do I
saying
care about
anything
the first
animals.
mention?
Yeah, and I don't care. You're mentioning the first thing when
Okay,
in your book.
so
was
I'll just
ever
explain it
mentioned
to
about
you.
food,
So,
does say nothing about animals.
so what do you think? What do you think Abel was sacrificing to God, and why?
Wait, let me just confirm that, please. Let's read that.
What do you think Abel sacrificed to God?
I told you already. Everything you came up with the food and the Testament and
It was an animal.
You started with it.
He sacrificed.
As I said, the
he
Old
sacrificed
Testament.
animals.
Yes, a God who demands sacrifices.
Okay,
is not
so
all
God has
God.
no problem with killing animals.
In the Old Testament, it's not the God that is described by Jesus. Definitely not.
We're talking about the God of the Old Testament right now, and the God of the Old Testament has no problem with killing animals.
True. He has no problem with killing humans either.
I know. He kills babies. He commands women to be raped. He does all kinds of terrible things.
Yes, true.
He's
that's why
an absolute,
that's why the Cathars say this is
absolute
describing the devil,
barbarian.
the Lucifer, the bad, the horrible, not the all living, all powerful God.
Well, that's kind of a problem because the Old Testament is what gives validity to the New Testament, not the other way around.
So wait a second. Let me just read this one for once.
Why did Matthew go out of his way to list all the prophecy fulfillments?
You demand on reading the scripture from the Old Testament, which is not actually has nothing much to do with Christianity.
Listen to my question. Listen to my question. Why did Matthew and John go out of their way to cite all the prophecy fulfillments of Jesus from the Old Testament?
What do you mean going all of the way?
Why did Matthew and John spend time in their gospel citing the prophecies that Jesus fulfilled if the Old Testament is irrelevant?
I didn't call it really irrelevant. I'm just saying
then
that
what is it?
The description or whatever is described as God in the Old Testament, which boils down basically to the Jewish Torah.
Not at all what I asked.
Is nothing. It can never. If you really believe,
that's not at all what I asked you.
That the description of God
why
in the Old
does the
Testament,
New Testament quote the prophecy fulfillments if the Old Testament's not relevant?
My good sir, I never claimed that I'm after Scripture. You
then
demanding
why do you
on
keep
going
running
to the
away
Scripture.
from the Old Testament?
So I'm saying forget the Scripture basically to have proof of the
right, you
Christian
just don't.
God.
You don't like the Old Testament. That's fine.
No, that's definitely not the Old Testament.
Paul quoted from it all the time. In fact, Paul uses the story of Genesis to justify the subjugation of women.
So let's quickly go back to the point I actually made.
So
the
is
first
Genesis authoritative or no? Because it was authoritative to Jesus and to Paul.
Can we at least finish the point before we get to the next one? The first thing that where we came from was the first mentioning of your Bible that you actually demand on talking about.
It's not my Bible.
Is in 129, and then God said, "I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth, and every tree that has fruit with seed in it. They will be yours for food."
I know.
That is the very first mentioning of food for humans.
I know.
Whatsoever.
Yes, I've read the book. Now,
So
what does God say?
In total?
What does God say after the flood?
Yeah, but what do you say to that thing?
I don't have to say anything to it because
So you
God
just dismiss
explicitly says in Genesis
So you're
chapter
cherry picking
9.
now?
I'm not cherry picking. I'm helping you to understand something. So again, in Genesis, the early chapters, God says you can eat all the plants. You can eat everything here. You can eat it. It's right there for you. After the fall of mankind, it seems quite obvious that they were tending to the animals because they were eating the animals. And this doesn't seem to be a problem for God because God himself is obviously demanding animal sacrifices. And in fact, in Genesis chapter 4, I believe.
Which is the contradiction?
In Genesis chapter 4, I believe, God himself kills an animal.
Yes, it's obviously a contradiction. So we agree.
So God has no
agree on that
problem
the Old
with killing
Testament
animals.
Is full of contradictions, right? Which can
No,
never
the
be
whole Bible
describing-
the whole Bible is full of contradictions.
Yes, I
The
never
Old
claimed
Testament is
anything
no
else.
exception.
I'm just wondering
so
how
the
you
fact
can
of the
so
matter
easily
is,
dismiss that.
So the fact, I'm not dismissing it. So the fact of the matter is, in the garden, God specifically designed a garden for the people to live in, for Adam and Eve to live in. When they were removed from the garden, it seems quite obvious that they started to resort to alternative methods, like having to till the soil, having to raise livestock. These are things that happened outside of the garden, because inside of the garden, you didn't have to do those things because everything grew naturally for you to eat.
Yeah, again, if you really want to somehow follow the Old Testament and everything that's in it, then yes, it's mostly the most likely, whatever description, that if in the perfect world, how humans are designed to be in righteousness, you only eating like plants and vegetables. And since
Doesn't
we
say
have
that.
fallen in sin, then the idea of eating other flesh and dead meat came into play. That's what I hear most of people when they talk about that.
The
But
Old
again,
Testament never once mentions eating animals as being a sin. In fact, God demands animal sacrifice.
No, I said after the sin, then
Doesn't matter.
this is the case.
God-
After the paradise, so to speak, humans started to eat meat and
Well, that
living
may or
things
not
and whatever.
that may or may not be true, but it's also irrelevant. The fact of the matter is, the God of the Bible does not have a problem with eating animals, or else he would have told you so.
But I try to wrap my head around that. We agree
I know
on
it's
the
hard for
point
you.
that the Old Testament is pretty much full of horrible things, and not just contradictions, just plain horrible things. If
The New
anybody
Testament's not
believes-
much better.
If it is. If
Yeah,
anybody believes,
so I'll make the point that I made earlier that you failed to address, which is that the New Testament authors believed that the Old Testament was both inspired and also from God and also literal. In fact, Paul himself quotes it on many occasions.
Paul is maybe not the best source of like giving saying that Christ is like wrong or disprove that, because Paul even has much criticism in other worlds, like the Islamic world says Paul is like just a forgery, and because it's also contradicting so many things.
Okay, so you don't like the Old Testament and you don't like Paul.
I came in here with my
Okay,
first
so
statement was
tell me,
I don't give much about
who,
scripture.
So tell me who in the Bible is actually trustworthy, so I can quote them.
My first line here was, you will never find proof in scripture for
You
Christianity
won't.
or for the
You find
Christ.
nothing but contradictions. So if the Bible is not evidence of Jesus, then what is the evidence? Where can I find it?
Well, actually the only information you have about Jesus Christ is in the New Testament, in like Matthew, Luke, and all the authors of the New Testament. Paul comes later, of course.
But you
much
told me
later,
it's
actually.
untrustworthy. But you told me it was untrustworthy. So I can't trust it. Why would I believe anything you say about Jesus when the testimony about him
Again,
is untrustworthy?
that's what I said. You can never fully trust in scripture, because not just that the Old Testament is full of horrors and describing evil, even the New Testament was put together by church fathers in the third century by like the Concile of Nicaea. So it was very much humanly touched and designed or what put together.
Yeah. So why do you believe in
proof,
Jesus?
There's never trust because
then
it's the
why do you
only
believe in
source.
Jesus?
If you read the New Testament, yes, there are links to the Old
New
Testament.
Testament's out. It's not trustworthy. You said it yourself. The New Testament's untrustworthy.
Yes,
so
it is
why?
untrustworthy.
So why should I?
If you want to trust,
Kazak, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. So why should I believe in Jesus when the item that testifies to Jesus is untrustworthy?
Well, take it like this. Even if you let me just read the New Testament as a fairy tale book but we read it without any concern to any spiritual thing or even to God. You just read the Gospels, you just read the parables, the sayings, the teachings of Jesus Christ. If you just take it as a good book, you would still having the perfect guideline how to live a righteous life, how to be a good human, what it means to live, how to live a good life. Just a story. Even if it's not true, even if it's wrong, it's contradicting. Read the Gospels.
Everything Jesus said can be found outside of the Gospels. Have you never read the Talmud? Have you not known anything about Gamaliel?
Actually, I didn't read the whole Talmud, but I read enough of the Talmud to also find a lot of horrible things like in the Old Testament.
I know there's horrible stuff in there too, just like there is in the Bible. What I'm saying is nothing.
In the New Testament, where's the horrible things in the New Testament?
Jesus advocated for stoning the unruly child, according to Deuteronomy 21.
All
Mark
right.
chapter 7.
Where is that written?
Mark chapter 7. He chastised the Pharisees for abrogating the law of Moses, where it says to stone the unruly child.
Mark what?
Mark chapter 7.
Anything more to that? It's just 7?
Oh, I mean, no, that's not the verse number. That's just a chapter, right? If you go to Mark chapter 7, let's see. He says, you abandon the commandment of God and hold to human tradition. Then he said to him, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. For Moses said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of the father or mother must surely die. But you say, if anyone tells father or mother, whatever support you might had from me is korban, that is an offering to God, then you no longer permit them to do anything for the father or mother, thus nullifying the word of God through your tradition that you have handed on. You do many things like this.
And where exactly says it that he's going for let's stone the child? Didn't he just say that
I'll start from the beginning. So he said,
didn't he just say it was Moses' law, not his law?
Yeah, keep listening. It says, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. Is that a criticism or a praise?
It's obviously a criticism.
Okay, and let's see what he's criticizing. He's criticizing a behavior of them, which is, Moses said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of the father or mother, you must surely put to death. But you say that if anyone tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me is korban. So he's literally criticizing the Pharisees for not killing the unruly child who cursed their father and mother according to the Old Testament law.
I mean, I don't know what version you're. I'm reading King James here. What are you reciting? 7 what? 7 6.
It's 7 verses 9 through 12.
So and then he said unto them, full ye reject the commandment of God, that ye may keep your own tradition. For Moses said, honor thy father and thy mother, and whoso curseth father and mother, let him die for the death. Okay, that was Moses' law. But ye say, if a man shall say to his father or mother, it is Corban, that is to say, a gift by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, he shall be free. And ye suffer him no more to do aught for his father or his mother, making the word of God of none effect through your tradition, which ye have delivered, and many such like things do ye. And when he had called all the people unto him, he said unto them, hearken unto me every one of you, and understand, there is nothing from without a man that entering into him and can defile him, but the things which come out of him, those are that they defile the man. I really have no idea why you're having the idea that he's saying, go kill the child.
All right, so I'll just start from the beginning. I don't know why this is so difficult
Can you read
for you.
King James for me, please?
No, I'm not. King James is trash. So it
Yeah,
says
that is again cherry picking like shit ton by you, right?
it's not cherry picking. I actually had to learn Greek and Hebrew when I was in seminary, and you don't know Greek or Hebrew, so I can assume. So I can assume. I can assume that your opinion on what is the best translation is irrelevant since you don't know the original languages. Now, the version I'm reading is the NRSV, and the Greek in the NRSV is the recommended Greek English translation in virtually every Bible college and virtually every seminary. So it says you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. Now, we already both agreed that the commandment is about executing the child who dishonors the parents. And he's criticizing them for not doing that.
Again, you are cherry picking one version translation of the book, which has like how many? 12, 15, 16?
It's in every translation. You just read it. You just read it in the King James.
It reads completely different.
It doesn't. So I'll read it in the King James since you apparently can't understand modern English.
You have to interpret a lot in there.
I actually don't.
To the conclusion.
I actually don't. You're just not good at listening. So I'll read it in the King James since you're hard of hearing. Don't worry. I got you. Don't worry. All right. Here's the King James right here. It says, and he said unto them, full well ye reject the commandment of God, that ye may keep your own tradition. For Moses said, honor thy father and thy mother, and whosoever curseth father or mother, let him die the death. Okay, so what's that saying?
Well, is pretty much what you just read.
Okay, so it's saying that according to the law of Moses, if you curse your mother or father, you must be put to death. Now,
yes, which is horrible. Okay.
It's not horrible. That's what it says. And Jesus says, but ye say, if a man shall say to his father or mother, it is korban, that is to say, a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, he shall be free. So why is he criticizing the Pharisees here? Is he criticizing them because they're following the law of Moses or because they're not following the law of Moses?
Let me read that again. I mean, obviously, I have a little English barrier, even in Old English. But you say, if a man shall say to his father or mother, it is korban. Can you translate korban quickly?
Yeah, korban is a Hebrew word that means something that is offered wholly to God. It shows up about 12 or 13 times in the Old Testament. It typically refers to something that is dedicated to the temple.
Okay, that is to say, a gift by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, he shall be free. I mean, I'm honestly not sure if he actually is criticizing that they are not following the law of Moses or the content of the law.
He says it in verse 9.
It could be both, actually.
It says it in verse 9. It says, full well, ye reject the commandment of God. And then he gives the commandment of God that they're rejecting.
So let's continue the first then, where he actually complained. Or do you think that's it already? That he's like, basically with that, he's saying, because he's criticizing the law, then conclusion, they should kill the child?
That's what the law of Moses proposes. Says, for Moses said, honor thy father and thy mother, and whosoever curseth father or mother, let him die the death. But ye say, so he's saying, listen, Moses said to do this, but you're saying something different. He's criticizing them for not following through with the law of Moses.
So isn't that actually a major internal contradiction and critique itself, because of the whole new thing that Jesus Christ brought to them, the new law, not following the old law of Moses?
I don't know what you're referring to. Thank you, Shakespeare, for the eyes. The New Testament,
covenant, you call it, right?
The New Testament and the Old Testament have many contradictions. This wouldn't.
But isn't that a huge contradiction to the new covenant thing?
I don't know anything about no government.
The law of Moses is no longer valid?
No, the law of Moses, according to the Old Testament prophets, is never going to be invalidated. That's something that is made up by the author of the book of Hebrews and by Paul. In fact,
so what is meant by the new covenant then?
In fact, Jesus never said that. Jesus tried to modify the laws of Moses, but he never once said that the law of Moses are going to go away. In fact, in Matthew chapter 5, he explicitly says that anyone who teaches another to not follow the law of Moses will be considered least in the kingdom of heaven. And then when the rich young ruler asks, what must I do to inherit eternal life? He says that he has to follow the commandments.
True, but then again, what is renewed by the new covenant?
Nothing's renewed. They get a new heart and they get the Spirit of God poured out, but nothing is changed of the laws.
So again, explain it to like somebody who never ever heard about something. What's the difference in the new covenant for the children of God, basically? What is the difference?
According to what? According to the Old Testament or the New Testament? Because the Old Testament and the
New
New
Testament, when it's related.
The Old Testament and the New Testament both mention a new covenant, and they don't agree with each other. What the Old Testament says about the new covenant contradicts what the New Testament says about the new covenant, which is why I don't believe that the New Testament is trustworthy. So when I ask you, which new covenant are you talking about? I'm asking you, are you referring to the one that the Old Testament describes, or are you referring to the one that the New Testament describes?
Well, I think by definition, the new covenant has to relate on an old covenant. So I guess the New Testament's covenant is interesting here to mention.
Right. And that's the problem is, again, as I said before, the New Testament is dependent upon the Old Testament, but it contradicts it at every turn.
Yes, again, and that's actually the biggest problem we have here, because I wouldn't even necessarily, yes, because you can always say then, can you trust anything? And I agree, you cannot really completely trust anything in Scripture because it has many problems, not just contradicting itself.
I know, so if the Bible is not trustworthy, why are you here trying to defend it?
As I'm just trying to explain, the thing is, even if you completely read it as a complete story without any relation or claim to God or whatever, it is still a perfect description and manual how to live a righteous, perfect, or a good life.
I don't think it is.
In any way, yes. Okay, you put me something out now from Jesus, what might be actually not so great, even most horrible again, like the Old Testament. If I take it that this is all correct and that it exactly meant that how it was written, that actually just went through, I guess we can agree that 95% of everything, any teaching of Jesus Christ, any parable he described is not this kind of stuff, like kill children. It's exactly the opposite. Like how many parables is he talking about children and how you have to protect them and the best and the most important things they are, like the kingdom is made for the children of God. Let them have to suffer them. Let them come to me, and how he treats the children, and anybody who is like giving children like sins. What was the exact verse? Also not so nice, but it's better for him to have a millstone on his neck and cast into the sea. So it's again in so many ways contradicting what you just suggest in such a quantity, that I always would ask the question, what is more likely here? That something has been like maybe modified or forged? Because if you have like two phrases which are horrible in that sense, and like
did you have a point that you were making? Because it's lost in the yapping. Whatever your point was, I lost it.
Would you say that just one contradicting thing in terms of morals or how to being a good human being would destroy the whole story? If somebody tells you 500 great things that you would agree that's 500 complete perfect, what you consider morally right, and there's like two whatever phrases which are contradicting to that, would you say that then okay, forget everything?
Jesus said he came to bring. Jesus said he came not to bring peace, but a sword, to turn man against his father and daughter against his mother. Jesus did not come to bring peace. In fact, he says in the book of Revelation that when he comes back, he's going to have fire in his eyes and a sword in his mouth. So the teachings of Jesus are all over the place. He advocates for the law of Moses. The law of Moses is despicable. He advocates for separating the family, for hating your mother and your father.
I know you would say that. I say that there are 2-3 very twisted things in the New Testament I would agree on. It's horrible. I would never agree to that. But then again, I read like hundreds of different parables, which are just opening your heart, and you would literally start to cry if you read that, because it's so perfectly describing what really true self-sacrificing love and all that actually means, how you should live your life, how you should be a good human being. And then you're saying, okay, there are some horrible things, what I would consider horrible. Everything else is just like, forget about it. You can never, it's not, I don't even want to read it basically because it's bad. Would you say that?
But all of those good teachings of Jesus can be found outside of the Bible. So you don't need Jesus to get like these good teachings about Jesus. Hell, you can be Buddhist. Have you read the Buddhist writings?
No. I mean,
they're very similar to what Jesus taught. So just because you like some things that Jesus said doesn't mean that anything in the New Testament is trustworthy. It just means that you like something Jesus said.
Many things, actually. The most things, I would say, I like what Jesus.
Well, it sounds to me like you need to read the writings of Buddha, and maybe you should actually take a look at the Bhagavad Gita as well.
I think I have a general understanding of Buddha's teaching, and I wouldn't say they're bad, and I think I would love them, like them too.
Sounds like you're on your way to be a Buddhist then.
Not really that. I'm just having the problem with Jesus Christ is like so. I mean, we're not. I mean, they're talking. How old is the teaching of Buddha actually? You know that?
He predates Jesus by 400 years, I thought.
Yeah, but would you say that Buddha has the same like impact in the world like Jesus Christ today?
In the East, he does.
Yes, I mean worldwide, of course, in the history of mankind since 2000 something years.
I would say it's roughly comparable. Does it matter?
Yes, it does matter because the teachings.
Okay, so then Muhammad.
Why is Jesus Christ so much hated to this very point by so many people?
So then Muhammad is the last great prophet of God, because a third of the world is Muslim, basically. See how silly argument and populism.
There are a lot of people who are following Islam, but to the whole world, are still everybody is second when it comes to Jesus Christ.
Fed, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Just because something is popular doesn't mean that it's true.
No, I'm not saying it's because it's popular. It's actually the opposite. Why is Jesus Christ so, like, I would say hated in many parts of the world?
And so is Muhammad. In fact, I badmouth Muhammad every day.
I wouldn't agree to that. Yes,
I do all the
time. Of course, you can always say that. Of course, you're right that some people.
In fact, I'll do it again tonight, probably.
But on the global scale, I don't think there is so much hatred from. I mean, take TikTok for instance. I mean, I find like 100 streams and documents that go against Christianity and Jesus especially. But then again, in comparison, there is like nothing to little to none when it goes against Muhammad.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why?
Yes, tell me why.
Because Christianity is the dominant religion of English-speaking people, and also the majority of like Central and South Africa. The reason why you're not hearing all of the lives bad-mouthing Muhammad is because you don't speak Arabic.
Well, what do you mean? Do you think in Arabic there is like there's like criticize of Muhammad in the same way?
If you could speak Arabic and you were watching Arabic TikToks, you would find people bad-mouthing Muhammad and Islam the same way English-speaking people are bad-mouthing the Christian religion, because it's the dominant religion of our culture.
Maybe, even if I don't think that.
No, it's true. It's
I think
a literal
in most Arabic
fact.
countries, if you do that, you would straight go to jail or worse if you do that.
Well, that is true. Yeah. One of the reasons why Christianity has so much condemnation is because we can do it without being hung. We can do it without being thrown into jail. Whereas other religions, like the one we just mentioned, they were literally send you to jail or execute you or throw you off a building.
But then again, you contradict yourself because you just said it's the same amount of criticism in Arabic languages.
I didn't contradict myself because, again, if you were paying attention to the other side of TikTok, there are still many people who are bad-mouthing Islam and debunking Islam all the time. It just happens to be that it's in Arabic because that is the religion that is primarily in Arabic countries. And the people who are doing it
Can you
are
prove that
typically
actually by anything? Did you ever do that? Listen to Arabic TikTok?
the people who are doing that are typically people who don't live in countries where it's illegal to badmouth Islam, because they don't want to get executed either. Now, as it turns out, I've got Christian friends who are against the Muslim religion. I follow a bunch of them, some Christians, some atheists. They're in my followers. You can find them. They do TikTok lives all the time. In fact, there's one quite famously that does a live all the time. It goes by Aisha's Lawyer. There are literally tons of people who do counter missionary and counter claims to Islam. It just happens to be that there's less of them in English than there is in Arabic.
Okay, so the hushing was actually very impressive. So you do listen a lot to Arabic TikTok from people speaking in Arabic from Arabic countries, and you want to make the claim there is even close the same amount of criticism like we experienced against Christianity here.
Again, that wasn't my claim. I don't know why you keep making that claim.
Yeah, that was my claim.
So I'll just try again. Okay, so people who grew up in Arabic and Muslim countries, and some of them who grew up in Muslim adjacent countries, are the ones that are primarily talking about Islam because it is the religion of their particular culture. I don't know how many of them are. It's not important to me to know how many of them are. What I do know is that there's a lot of them. Are there more in Christianity? I don't know. No one's keeping a tally.
A lot is very
what I do know is that you don't have a tally either.
True, but I don't make the claim that it is like comparable to the criticism of or whatever goes against Jesus Christ that we can experience in not just English, like all of the Western world, basically.
It is comparable.
How do you know?
Because
how do you make the claim?
Because I watch them on TikTok. I've seen them.
They're
in my friends
list.
You
lived in Arabic countries having
you can go
algorithm.
You can go follow them right now. I was married to one of them. The whole family immigrated to Canada from Egypt. All of them Arabic-speaking people, but Christians who argue against the Muslim religion all the time.
This
is not new.
I would almost.
Have you ever been to Egypt?
No.
Okay, so Egypt is divided between Muslim and the Orthodox Christianity. Are you aware that in Egypt there is a humongous voice among the Orthodox that are debating against the Muslim faith? Because there you're allowed to do it. It can be dangerous for you to do it, but they still do it. They do it all the time.
Only in Egypt?
No, I use Egypt as an example because I specifically was married to an Egyptian and I know tons of them.
So again, I would really like to. I'm really look this up if there is anything close to in the whole Arabic world where people actually talk in Arabic in whatever Arabic country, maybe except Egypt because there's a strong Christian community too, as you just mentioned. But in any other country which involves Islam, not just by law, you just couldn't do that. Even by the whole West of reasons that they would be even close to the same whatever we experience here. I mean, you open up
Lebanon,
and you just see basically
Jordan.
Yes, what about
Morocco?
Them? You're claiming that there's the same amount of criticism against Muslim,
I didn't
Islam
say that.
And Muhammad.
So again, that's not my claim. I don't know why you keep saying that. I didn't say that there is an equal amount of people speaking about Islam as there are people speaking about Christianity. What I'm saying is there are people speaking about Islam in the same way that people like me are speaking about Christianity. And the reason why you're hyper aware of it happening within Christianity is because that's obviously the background and the culture that you are associated with. But if you grew up in Lebanon, if you grew up in Jordan, if you grew up in Egypt and elsewhere, you would find people who go out of their way to criticize the Islamic faith the same way I'm criticizing the English faith. And if you don't believe me, I can just introduce you to people that are doing it.
No, actually, the only way to really prove that for yourself is to have to go to like any Arabic speaking country and then having like original Arabic algorithms and stuff
They're
like
here.
that.
They're online. They're on TikTok. You can find them today. You can get off of this live and you can use the search function and you can find them. Just type in like ex-Muslim. They're there.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that whatever they stand here.
Thousands upon thousands of them.
I don't think that whatever I can see from TikTok here is actually being displayed in Arabic speaking countries. I mean, the algorithm doesn't work that way. He's like very separating things.
On TikTok that are speaking in Arabic and in English against the Islamic faith. I don't know where they're all from because they're all from different places, but they are here. They're doing it in English and they're doing it in Arabic, both languages.
I'm pretty sure what I just said, the overwhelming the overwhelming content against Jesus Christ actually boils down to a very simple fact that Jesus Christ basically told the Jewish people back in the days, by scripture again, of course, that they are the children of the devil and they are doing all the wrong things and they can't understand the words because they're not living in the truth, basically. And this is displayed in the Talmud, especially in the Talmud, where you can find pretty horrible things, not generally, but especially about Jesus. And I would think that much people from that kind of background have very much big say in today's media world.
I just hear yapping now. So basically they crucified Jesus because he committed blasphemy and sedition. And blasphemy, according to blasphemy,
did he break anything that we consider morally wrong?
Blasphemy, according to Deuteronomy 13, was punishable by death. Being a false prophet was punishable by death. So he broke the law of Moses on multiple occasions. Some of those laws were punishable by death. And then what happened? They gave him the death penalty. Thank you, Sweet Pea, for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. So Jesus got, thank you, SGR. Jesus got exactly what was coming to him. Thank you, Grandma Cat. I appreciate the hand hearts. All right, anyways,
I know we didn't get a Zeus, but can we smite him, please?
Yeah, let's smite him. The guests have been asking to move on for like 45 minutes now, and he actually has no argument.
Tiny, right?
His whole argument is he likes
idiocracy. The complete idiocracy.
Yeah.
That was the worst
Thank you,
photo
heathen.
I have ever fucking witnessed in my life.
I know. His whole argument was I like Jesus. Anyways, John, how you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, I really don't want to get in a lot, but yeah, I'm actually Iraqi and I read the entire Bible. So.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so are you Christian?
I'm a believer of the Bible.
Cool. Do you have evidence that Christianity is true?
Yeah, go look at the people that died and went to the hell, and they found Jesus.
You mean people who had NDEs?
Allah, they did not find Muhammad.
Thank you, Proc. Thank you, Firebrand. Appreciate it. Yeah,
they did not find Buddha or any.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. People have NDEs of every religion. It happens in literally every religion. People have personal experiences with their particular gods all the time. Christianity is not unique.
Yeah, church practice, it could be wrong, but I believe the word is true.
I don't. Can you tell me why I should believe it's true?
Well, I'm just telling you, like, go to YouTube and
I've seen them
for the after death experience.
I've seen them. I've studied NDEs for 15 years. I've studied NDEs and out of body experiences. And I've read almost every book written on it. They are not convincing.
Then let me ask you a question. Why nobody said that Muhammad saved me or Allah saved me?
They
or Buddha
do.
Saved me?
I'll just repeat myself again. Everybody from every socio-religious background has had an NDE, and they report saying Vishnu, Brahma, Muhammad, Allah, everybody. It happens in every single religion, and it just happens to be a trend that when people have NDEs, they're likely, if not guaranteed, thank you for extending your subscription, I appreciate that, they're nearly guaranteed to experience something that is somehow within their cultural experience. Somebody who is Buddhist almost never, ever has an experience with Vishnu or with Jesus or with Muhammad. They have an experience that confirms their already held religious beliefs. Now, some people cross over. I've had a few Muslims who crossed over, but those were Muslims who were acquainted with Christian doctrine already. But I also know Christians who transferred from Christianity to Muslim after their NDE. But again, those were Christians who were exposed to the Muslim faith before their NDED.
Yeah, even right now, a lot of Muslims convert to Christianity, and same thing, Christians accept Islam.
Yeah. Yeah, so it happens all the time. NDEs are not proof of anything other than that, like, we're really good at hallucinating things.
Well, okay, well, if one person lies or two person lies or three, because there's millions. The YouTube is full of those.
I know, and they all disagree with each other. That's the problem. See, if there were millions of NDE accounts and they all said the same thing, that would be cool. That would be really cool. Miker, thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate that.
They do say same thing.
They don't. I've read them.
They say Jesus say
They
that.
don't. I've read them.
They say Jesus.
Isn't it
say
interesting that there's not a single NDE account of Jesus from before the Christian era? Did you know that ancient Egyptians recorded near-death experiences and they encountered their specific deities? In fact, you can read about some of them in the Book of the Dead.
Is that a book?
Yeah, and the ancient Babylonians. There's an ancient Babylonian tablet that recounts a couple NDEs as well. NDEs go back as far as time has ever been recorded because we have really, really good imaginations. And people have NDEs that typically encompass their own social and societal background.
Cool.
Right. So unless you want to believe that the Egyptian gods are true and that Marduk and EA are true, I don't think near-death experiences are very good evidence.
Yeah, I don't know about Egyptian gods and Marduk.
Yeah, Marduk's the supreme god, actually. Praise Marduk. Praise Marduk.
Is that what you believe is?
No.
Hmm. What is you believe then? Do you have any belief?
I'm an atheist. I believe that there is no evidence for any gods.
So you sin freely, huh? Every day?
I sin as much now as I did before I was an atheist, which is very little.
That is good. Do you have consequences for your sin? Nothing
Yes,
happens
everybody
when
does.
you do? Huh?
Yes, everybody does. There is always a consequence for bad actions.
Right. So that means the God of the Bible is real.
It doesn't. It means that all actions have consequences. When I hurt somebody, that is a consequence. I have harmed somebody. And there are a couple ways that can come back as a consequence. They could prosecute me. They can hurt me back. Or I could just have a good sense of empathy and then feel bad for what I've done. But that's just how the word works. It has nothing to do with God.
Okay, let me ask you this question. How about everything in the Bible exists? Even what is her name? Lot's wife. There's a statue of Lot's wife.
No, there's not.
Yeah, go look it up.
There's not.
Look it up.
In the Dead Sea, there are a series of salt towers. Do you know why there's salt surrounding the Dead Sea?
Yeah, because of the sulfur.
No.
Sodom and Gomorrah. Yes.
Try again. Why is there salt surrounding the Dead Sea?
I don't know about that, but I'm talking about the sulfur.
I'm talking about the salt.
Exists. Have you seen people go there and they burn the sulfur and it burns?
Yes, I'm aware. Do you know what sulfur is?
I'm not really good at the.
I know.
I don't
It's
know
okay.
what is it.
Christians never are. Sulfur is a natural byproduct of bacteria feeding on salt. Thank you for the gun. I appreciate that. So anywhere that you find natural salt deposits, like in the Dead Sea, and you have a climate that is hospitable for bacteria, you will have sulfur deposits. In fact, they're very common on subterranean salt deposits as well because there's enough moisture there to facilitate bacterial growth. So sulfur surrounding the Dead Sea is a natural response to the environment that allows for that bacteria to create sulfur. That's how sulfur is formed.
Okay, then why sulfur is there? Do you believe Sodom and Gomorrah was real?
I thought I just explained it, but let me backtrack again. So the Dead Sea region is surrounded by salt. One of the reasons why that is true is because all of the river and the mountain runoffs, all the minerals and salt from the rocks, they run off into the Dead Sea. Typically that would exit into the ocean, but it doesn't exit into the ocean. This is one sea where it deadheads before it can reach the ocean. And since it's hot, a lot of the water deadheads into the Dead Sea, and then it evaporates and it leaves behind all the salt and the minerals. And this happens over and over and over again for thousands of years. So there's tons and tons of salt in the area. And anywhere where you have a climate that is hospitable for bacterial growth, the bacteria will feed on those salt deposits. And the thing that is left behind is sulfur. So like when you put yeast inside of sugar water, it produces alcohol. It feeds on the sugar, and then the byproduct is alcohol. Same thing with sulfur. The bacteria that grows and feeds on the salt produces sulfur. That's why there is both salt and sulfur surrounding the Dead Sea.
Okay. So I know that you read the Bible, but what made you not to believe it?
Because the Bible is simple.
I also believe there's contradictions in the Bible. Yeah, because I read it too.
There's definitely contradictions. Yeah. So the Bible is just not trustworthy, right? It's got bad science. It's got contradictions. It's got a ton of authorship problems. Like we have no idea who wrote the Pentateuch at all. I know people say Moses wrote it, but I've read it. There's no way Moses wrote it. We don't have good manuscript evidence. Our manuscripts disagree with each other hopelessly. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of failed prophecies, both Jewish failed prophecies and Christian failed prophecies.
Can you say
so
what?
Like a failed prophecy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isaiah says that the Nile River is going to be split into 7 rivers. Ezekiel says that the kingdom of Tyre is going to be utterly destroyed. Isaiah also says the kingdom of Edom and Moab are going to be completely turned into a desert wilderness and never re-inhabited. These are all things that just simply don't come true. God says in the book of Isaiah that after the Babylonian captivity, he'll never be mad with Israel ever again, and he's never going to punish them ever again. Yet, just like another 200 years after that, the Greeks literally steamrolled over top of the rest of the Jews, and then the Romans did so likewise a couple hundred years later.
Yeah, Luke 21 is scary also. It says everybody will run to the mountains, like Israelis.
Yep. Yeah, and that's actually a quote from the book of Maccabees. People don't realize that. That's a quote from the book of Maccabees. The first fulfillment of Daniel chapter 9 is fulfilled in Maccabees chapters 1 through 3. And Jesus was quoting that tradition, saying that it's going to be fulfilled a second time. Thank you so much for extending your subscription. I really appreciate that. But in the book of Maccabees, when they revolt against the Greeks under Judas Maccabeus, they say everybody, after war breaks out, he says everybody head to the hills, and then they fight guerrilla warfare until they defeat the Greeks.
No, I never heard that. I just wanna maybe recommendation or just advice. When you can you please, when you say any book or anything, can you back up with it? Can you back up with scripture? You can Google it.
Yeah. Are you talking about Maccabees?
Yeah, anything you say about the Bible, can you back up? Because if there's not in the Bible, then you are lying.
No, it's there. It's Maccabees chapter 1, I believe. Maccabees, first Maccabees chapter 4, after the war has already started. So I've got first Maccabees in my Bible because I have the NRSV. If you go to chapter 4, verse 5, it says, When Georgius entered the camp of Judas by night and he found no one there, he looked for them in the hills because he said, "These men are running away from us." That's not actually the quote. Hold on. I thought it was chapter 3. I don't know why Google told me it was chapter 4, but give me a second. All right, chapter 2. Here we go. First Maccabees chapter 2. We're going to look at verse 28. So in verse 27, it says, "Then Mattathias cried out in the town with a loud voice, 'Let everyone who is zealous for the law and supports the covenant come out with me.' Then he and his sons fled to the hills and left all that they had in the town," which is exactly what Jesus describes. He says, "Woe to you, woe to the pregnant woman when it happens," so on and so forth. But when it happens, head to the hills.
Right.
It's just a retelling of how the Maccabean War went down in the book of Maccabees, which, believe it or not, the prophecy from Daniel chapter 9 is for sure referring to the events of the Maccabees in the middle of the 2nd century.
So, what do you believe that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe in the Bible, kind of.
No, I think that the book of Daniel contains quite a few failed prophecies. For example, it says that after Antiochus Epiphanes IV, after he after he's dealt with, that God is going to usher in the eternal kingdom that will never be overthrown, the one that is cut from the stone. And then it never happened.
So you also believe the book of Revelation is not true, like Jesus is not coming back?
Oh, he's definitely not coming back. Yeah, the book of Revelation has everything situated roughly in the 1st century. And it's for the 1st century church. In fact, the beast in the book of Revelation, the one that 666 is marking, that's clearly a reference to Nero.
What? Nero?
Yeah, Nero. Yeah.
Who was Nero?
Nero, the emperor. So if you go to Revelation 13, it says, "This calls for wisdom. Let anyone with understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a person. Its number is 666. If you take the Greek rendering of Nero Caesar, which is Neron Caesar, and you do the Hebrew gematria, it comes out to 666. If you, funny enough, if you use the Latinized spelling of Nero Caesar, which is the way we pronounce it, we say Nero Caesar rather than Neron Caesar. If you use the Latinized spelling, it comes out to 616, which is really interesting because the old Latin manuscripts that we have of the book of Revelation say 616. And we actually have a lot of good reason to believe that the Latin manuscripts predated a lot of the Greek manuscripts that we have. Now, I think the book was written in Greek, not in Latin originally, but we don't really have any old Greek manuscripts. In fact, when they did the New Testament critical edition that they used from Desiderius Erasmus to do the King James Bible, a lot of the book of Revelation, they only had in Latin. They had to backwards translate it into Greek so that they can make their Greek edition of the New Testament. So the fact of the matter is, both the Greek and the Latin manuscript traditions point directly towards Nero Caesar as being the beast. So if all of this is happening during the reign of Nero, then obviously the book of Revelation, either it all came true and nobody saw it, or just it didn't come true and it's never going to come true.
I believe 666 is Satan. So the devil.
It says it's the number of a man. It says, "This calls for wisdom. Let anyone with understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a person." Some translations say number of a man.
Number of, I never read that, but that's what I believe.
Right, but that's not supported in the text.
Hmm. What about it says in Revelation that Satan is coming with great wrath?
What about it?
It says all
I don't see
inhabitants.
him. He's not hiding in my room.
Yeah, that's why it's we call it a spiritual war.
I don't think. I
Just
think
like Jesus said
that's
about the
imagination.
wind.
That's imagination. People believe they're in a spiritual war. That's just having an overactive imagination.
What do you think? What do you think? Don't you see everything's happening? Like why people die every day and this world is so evil right now?
Yeah. That's much better explained by nature than by God. Because if God created the world to be this way, he's responsible for it, which means he's a chode.
That's why in Genesis he said, I regret that I created man.
Yeah.
That's why I'm gonna destroy it.
Does an all-knowing God regret making something if he knew what was going to happen? Did God have the option to not make mankind the way that they were? And could he not have just started with Noah's family?
He started with Noah's family. What do you mean?
Right. Yeah.
He did not. I mean, Noah's family was the second thing.
Yeah. So Noah was righteous. It says in Hebrew that he was tamim. He was blameless. Right. Noah was righteous. Okay. And the reason why he preserved Noah and his family was because Noah was righteous. He picked Noah, a righteous person, to basically repopulate the world. But if God knew, because he's all knowing, that the world would become corrupt and he would have to start over with Noah, then why make all of those people to begin with? Why not just start with Noah? Why do you need to create all these people that you know you're going to have to drown and kill in the most merciless manner ever?
You're making a good point. Yeah, he just like Sodom and Gomorrah, that city was very bad. He destroyed it.
Mm-hmm.
And
he knew he would have to. Before he made it, he knew he would have to.
I don't know that question. I don't know, because he says my ways is not your way. Like there's things we don't understand about God.
Right, which is exactly what I would say if I was peddling a religion that was incoherent logically.
Yeah.
Right. So God created Satan too, which is another problem.
Yeah.
Why would God create
Lucifer?
Satan? Well, no, Lucifer has nothing to do with Satan. Why did God create Satan?
God created angels before he created man.
I know.
Angels were with God.
Yes, but why did he specifically create Satan?
Satan was one of the cherub. He wasn't archangel. He was one of the cherub.
Again,
Isaiah 30,
that's not in the Bible. I know why you think that.
Isaiah 28. Go read Isaiah 28.
That's Ezekiel 28.
Ezekiel 28. Sorry.
And it doesn't say Lucifer or Satan.
It says you were perfect.
Yeah, who's you?
Huh?
Who's you?
He's talking about Satan.
He's talking about the king of Tyre.
Yes. What about Isaiah 12:14?
Isaiah 14.
How are you fallen, O Lucifer, son of Dan?
Isaiah 14.
I think Isaiah 14:12.
Yeah.
Or Isaiah 12:14.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know what Lucifer means?
A light barrier.
Right. Yeah. It's not a name for anybody. Right. So Lucifer is not the name of Satan. Lucifer is the Latin translation of the Hebrew word Hallel.
Yes.
So Hallel is a name of a Canaanite Syrian deity. And
I never heard that.
And there's more. It says Hallel ben Shakar in Hebrew. Those are actually both Canaanite and Syrian deities. Two deities that the king of Babylon, also known as the king of Assyria here, two deities that this king would have known about, which is interesting because this whole narrative, this taunt, is addressed to that king. So Isaiah is taunting this king by using mythology that he specifically would know about. The king has no idea about Jewish mythology whatsoever. So that's why it says that I will sit on the Mount of Assembly on the heights of Zaphon. That's in Syria. That's literally where the mountain of the Canaanite Syrian gods dwelt.
Siphon. You mentioned in
means-
Isaiah 12:14.
Yeah, that means north.
When I'm gonna be like the Most High, he says, "I'll be
Yeah.
like a Most High."
Yes, Mount Zaphon is the mountain of Baal and the mountain of assembly in the north, up in Lebanon and Syria.
Yeah, Bible doesn't specifically say that. I don't know where you got that.
No, that's where Mount Zaphon is. Mount Zaphon is in the northern region of the Levant, on the border of Lebanon and Syria. In fact, Zaphon translates into north. That's the etymological root of the name of the mountain.
Okay.
And if you read Syrian and Canaanite mythology, even in the Bible, Mount Zaphon is the mountain of assembly where all the council of the gods meet.
Oh, interesting. How you spell that?
Zaphon?
Yeah.
It's a Zaphon. In fact, the Bible on a couple occasions refers to Baal as Baal Zaphon.
Yeah. Baal could be another form of Satan. I don't know.
I don't think Baal is Satan. Baal is obviously the highest ranking son of Elohim.
Really?
Yeah, in Canaanite mythology, Baal is one of the 70 sons of Elohim in Asherah or Athera, depending on how you read it. And he reaches the pinnacle of the pantheon by defeating the chaos monster affiliated with water, who is Yam, which ironically the word for sea in Hebrew is Yam. And he becomes Lord over the pantheon by defeating the chaos waters, and the Leviathan, the sidekick of Yam. And so it's also interesting that the word for Lord, other than Adonai, my Lord, is also Baal. A lot of times if you see the word Lord in the Old Testament, it's just Baal.
True.
Yeah. The Hebrews stole a ton from Canaanite language, but they kind of left the religion alone. They kind of invented their own offshoot of it. Although it's my particular opinion that the northern tribes were just Canaanites.
I don't think Canaanite exists anymore because they're the first people that Moses attacked. I think they were Canaanite.
No, they still existed for sure. I don't know how many, but they still
God,
existed.
Like Moses was, like God was telling Moses to destroy all these nations.
Right, but they didn't.
Yeah.
Right, they were supposed to, but they didn't. And then because they didn't do it, they led the Israelites astray.
Well, yeah.
Remember, Jezebel was a worshiper of Baal all the way up from the northern territories of Phoenicia.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you believe that spirit still exists?
Nah, I don't believe in any spirits or anything like that.
Yeah, Christianity believe it exists. That runs the churches or runs families or runs peoples.
Yeah, but
like
I don't
Jezebel
believe in
spirit
it.
can run the man.
I don't believe any of that stuff.
Well, so you don't believe in demons and Satan and how about Nephilim?
I definitely don't believe in Nephilim.
Yeah, if you don't believe, but they still exist, or they are there.
I've never seen one.
If you don't see God exist, doesn't mean he's not there.
If Nephilim existed, we would know that they existed. I mean, maybe they're all NBA players. Are the NBA players all Nephilim?
They could be. I don't know.
Why didn't they get wiped out in the flood?
Because of the seeds of angels with man, like God was disagree with that. That angels came had married a woman, you know.
Right, but why did the flood not wipe out all the Nephilim? Because in Genesis chapter 6, it mentions that part of the reason for the flood is because of the corruption of mankind and because of the Nephilim. But then for some reason, the Nephilim still exist after the flood. So how they survive it?
That's a good question. They say demons are spirit of Nephilim.
Right, but
That's what
how did
say.
they survive the flood? Because it says that every living creature on the earth died.
I mean, the body dead, but the spirits stay in the air. They're spirits. That's why we get attacked by demons.
So
because they're spirits.
So did God know that sending the flood wouldn't help the Nephilim? Or wouldn't help the problem?
That thing, I don't know. I don't have answer for that. There's things like I told you we don't know.
Yeah.
But
sounds like a
know
miscalculation.
Demons exist.
I don't believe we know that at all. I think that people imagine demons to exist.
What about the exorcism? What about people get possessed by them? Have you seen those videos?
You mean psychosis? Yeah, I've seen tons of them. Yeah, that's
How
called
about
psychosis.
succubus, incubus?
There's medication for that. What you need to see is a good medical doctor.
So you don't believe demons exist?
No.
Interesting. That's just you believe, though.
Can you demonstrate that they exist?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that experience them.
There's a lot of people that see Bigfoot and aliens every year.
Right.
So does Bigfoot exist?
Yes. He's been caught on the cameras.
Do aliens exist?
Yes.
Extraterrestrials from Mars?
Yeah, they all there.
Is the moon hollow and acts as a recharging station for aliens? What shape is the Earth, John?
The Bible says it's a circle.
It says it's flat.
Yes, it's a circle.
It's a disc.
I can get you a Bible verse.
Yeah, it's Isaiah 40:22. It's a flat disc, it says.
It says God is sitting in a circle of earth.
Disc.
Huh?
Disc.
It's disc or circle.
Yeah, the Hebrew.
Circle.
Yeah, I agree. It's disc or circle. The context tells you what, right? But the Earth can't be a circle because circles are hollow. So it's got to be a disc.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, no. This is a circle. Circles are hollow, right?
Yeah.
So it can't be circle. It's got to be a disc in this case. A disc is just a circle that's filled in, which matches exactly what you find in Job 38:14, where he says that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal, which a clay beneath a seal is a flat disc. So we live on a frisbee, basically, with a sapphire dome over top of it.
Okay.
So
what about what do you think about a marine spirit? There's spirits that underwater.
No, I don't believe in marine. I definitely don't believe in marine spirits.
You just mentioned Leviathan.
Yeah, that's a mythological creature.
Okay.
All right, John. Hey, I had fun talking to you. I'm going to try to get one or two more Christians in here tonight before it gets too late for me to focus. But I appreciate you being here. I had a good time talking to you.
Yeah, it was great talking to you too. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Have a good one.
Yeah, have a good one.
I'm just munching on my ice.
You like that ice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Angie's been waiting for a while. We'll try to get Angie in here. Hail Leviathan. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We're already at 332,000. We've had a good crowd up in here tonight, anywhere between like 600 and 800 people. Thank you so much for all the gifts. I really do appreciate it. I don't expect anything, but I appreciate everything. I really do. This guest, I think, has been waiting in the guest box a little bit too long because they're not connecting. So we'll have to wait and see. We are also streaming. If you're not following me on YouTube yet, please make sure you do. We're streaming on YouTube now. So when we go live on TikTok, we're also going live. Thank you, Zach, for the hat. We're also going live on YouTube. So you can watch us on either platform. And then the videos will be saved on YouTube as well, so you can watch them later. How you doing, the luchador?
Lenka.
Sorry, I can only see 3 letters, so I guessed.
Okay, I'm gonna start with something. The way that you thinking, you have a brain, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that brain was created by somebody else?
It was created by my parents passing genetic information.
Yeah, but how your parents were created?
The same way I was created. Somebody before them passed down genetic information.
So,
Thank you so much, Kim. I appreciate the hearts. Yeah, so that's literally how my species came to be, is a long chain of individuals reproducing with each other. And it goes, if you go all the way back far enough, you just end up at like the primordial soup.
So how do you believe that the universe was created?
The universe wasn't created.
So how it appeared in this, what we are in here? How that happened?
The universe has always existed. Time, space, and matter has always existed. We have no reason to believe that there was ever nothing. In fact, you don't believe there was ever nothing, and neither do I. So,
do you believe that is infinite, right?
Yeah.
So have you read in the Bible that say that God is infinite?
No, I don't believe in God. I don't care what the Bible says.
Yeah, that's why you don't believe.
Yeah, because the Bible's nonsense.
So God is infinite. So
no, God is non-existent. The universe is infinite.
In you, and then with your hands, that brain give you ideas how to create other things, and all the humans too.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Well, how about, because I feel like you're going to be a yapper, can you state your thesis before you start yapping so I at least know what you're yapping about?
No, I'm trying to make you believe that there is a creator in this world.
Sure, yeah. What evidence do you have for that?
Yeah, me, you, everybody else.
How is that evidence of Yahweh as opposed to Vishnu, Brahma, Marduk, Ea, Enkidu, Zeus?
Everybody else. So, you were talking about Satan.
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question.
Mm-mm.
Isn't it weird how I answer your questions, but then you don't answer mine? Are you scared?
So you were, no. Now talk about Satan.
Okay, so I'll just ask the question again. The idea that we exist, how is that evidence of Yahweh, but it's not evidence of Marduk?
I don't believe in those things.
And I don't believe in your thing. So I'm asking you why, if we're both looking at the evidence, and the evidence apparently to you is just talking to somebody on TikTok. If we're both looking at the same evidence, why is it evidence that your God is real, but not my God?
Well, my God is real because I have experienced that. And I want to tell you that the Bible says that.
So personal experience.
Okay. He rejects gay people.
Okay, so let's try to take this slow. So, all right, so what you're saying is that you believe that your God is real, not because of evidence from the Bible, but because of personal experience. Is that correct?
No, it is from the Bible because what I have read and the experience that I have had inside my body.
Okay, so what does the Bible say that demonstrates that Christianity is true?
Yeah. So what I had in my body was a demon.
No.
And God transformed it. You know how many years I was gay?
Being gay is not from demons.
I just want to say Zeus stands for the gays and Zeus supports the gays.
Yes. Homosexuality is a demon.
Hey, why was John resting with his head in Jesus's bosom?
And this is why Yahweh is a POS, because Zeus loves the gays. Zeus is team gay. We here, we always been here. Get the fuck over it. We were born this way, babies.
That's right. We was born this way. There's not a gay demon. That's nonsense. It's not nonsense. There's no gay demons. Bro's living in the closet. What you need to do is just set yourself free from your religion and live your life. How you doing, Big Hawk? Hawk was in the queue for a long time. I don't know if he's still with us. Hawk's definitely not with us. Well, we'll do what we can. Move on to the next one. We still got 11 people in the queue. Hopefully some of them stuck around long enough to make it up.
I wish you were this cup of ice right now.
It's past 11. It's Pharaoh hour for sure. How you doing, Lusoki?
Hi, how you doing? I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to enter. I just wanted to say that I'm loving this.
Right.
And I grew up in church, and now I'm working on my not being a church person anymore.
Sure. So you're not a Christian then?
No, I'm not. And I'm
okay. Well,
want to say that I love it, and I will sign out. Okay.
A hearty congratulations for you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I have a great one.
Goodbye.
Evan, thank you so much for the $20 over Venmo. I really appreciate it. Evan's been sending me consistent Venmos. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So it's 11. We got more time left. Let's see if we can get some guests up in here. Matt, how you doing?
Good. How about you?
Good.
All right. So hold on. Just 1 second, please. All right. Okay. So what you're asking is what proof they have that Christianity is true, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So one statement I want to make is that me being a Christian, I don't want to try to prove to you that God is real with the Bible because you clearly don't believe in it, correct?
Yeah, I've read the Bible. It's untrustworthy.
Okay. So basically, let's throw away the Bible right now. Well, what I mean by throw away is that let's not use it. I'm not going to use it to try to prove to you that God is real. So, okay?
Sure.
Okay. So basically, if we throw away the Bible and try to prove that God is real, we will get to.
Thank you so much, Evan, for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
W. Evan. Supporting the hardworking Hanji. She's up here working hard, y'all. Hanji's here for every live. I don't know if y'all notice. I've never seen her miss a live. Matt, I'm listening to you.
Never, ever.
I assume you've got a philosophical argument then, right?
Yeah.
Cool. What you got?
Okay. So when we try to prove that God is real without the Bible, we will get to Jesus. So when time that we get to Jesus, as we know, do you agree that Jesus is a historical figure that is, brought up in the text in the history books?
I believe that there are enough reasons to believe he could exist. I don't think we definitively know if he existed, but I don't think it matters to me. I actually don't have a problem admitting that he was probably a real human being.
Okay, because I've read multiple. So basically, this year, do you know what AP World History is?
Yes, I was in high school once.
Yeah, okay. So basically, took that class this year, and it mentions Jesus being a divine human. So that brings us, who was this divine human? So that brings us to the conclusion of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which were all eyewitnesses.
Did Matt literally just say that Jesus is God because he took an AP history course? Did I hear that?
No. I said that when we look at the history books, Jesus is always brought up, proving that who is this guy? Who is Jesus,
Matt, how old are you?
19.
Matt, I don't believe you actually took AP history.
I can show you right now.
Yeah, I want to know the name of your history book that mentions Jesus was divine.
Well, no, I'm not saying it mentions divine, but I'm saying that when we look at a lot of things, for example,
what's the name of your AP history book?
AP Modern World History 1200 to the present.
That's way, way after Jesus.
Yeah, as we know, Jesus is a historical figure. There's proof that Jesus existed.
It doesn't actually. So modern history from 1200 to present has nothing to do with Jesus. You missed by 1200 years.
Yeah, but when we talk about Jesus, we have literally eye testimony accounts.
Who?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
So we don't know who wrote those. There's no names in them. Luke wasn't an eyewitness. Mark wasn't an eyewitness. They weren't even disciples. John didn't write John. The authors identify themselves kind of briefly in the very last chapter and elsewhere as being plural. So whoever wrote John is collecting multiple people's testimonies, as was Luke. We don't know who wrote Matthew. The church attributed Matthew to Matthew, the tax collector, but that seems a little bit unlikely. So I think the only people that you have eyewitnesses from could be John or James. But even James was rejected by a lot of the early church. So I don't even know if I would trust that. But even if you had some people who claim to be eyewitnesses, you know that there are eyewitnesses for Nero resurrecting, and there's eyewitnesses for Julius Caesar ascending into heaven, and there's eyewitnesses stating that other Jewish mystics healed people.
So you're claiming that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are anonymous authors?
Well, they are.
Is there a source that you have for that?
Yeah, you can look at the manuscripts.
Do you mind giving me a direct?
Yeah, if you look at the earliest manuscripts we have, there's not a name on the manuscript. Those don't get added until late into the 2nd century, early 3rd century. That's why they're considered anonymous. The names are attributed by the early church. In fact, if you just look at your Bible, in the actual text, hold on. The very first line is just an account of the genealogy of Jesus the Messiah.
That's the first page of the Bible?
It's first page of Matthew. The book of Matthew nowhere identifies the author, neither do the other Gospels.
Okay, well, I need to do some more research on that. And what else? I saw that another argument that you believe that matter in this always existed.
Yeah, matter, space, time, energy. We have no reason to believe that it doesn't exist infinitely into the past the same way it would exist infinitely into the future.
So I just want to know your reasoning that why do you believe that matter in this always existed? Because do you believe in the Big Bang and stuff like that, or?
Yeah.
Because I believe that. So you're basically saying that this stuff always existed and kaboom, everything came into life?
Yeah. Oh, kaboom's a really sad explanation of the Big Bang. The Big Bang is not a big kaboom.
Well,
it's just an expansion.
Yeah, you're right. It is expansion, but that's basically saying that nothing. Because what I know is life comes from life.
What is life?
Life is living organisms, for example.
Right, but what is life?
Something like. Can you tell me your explanation of life? What do you think life is?
Yeah, life is basically any organism that has the capability of reproducing itself.
Yeah, but we have to understand that before everything, the Big Bang, it was just pure blackness. Well, I wouldn't say blackness because we don't know what that really is. But
why would you say it was pure blackness? I don't know any cosmologists to say it was just pure nothingness before the Big Bang. It's silly.
So what do you believe happened? What was before the Big Bang?
Nobody knows. We have no ability to investigate that. But we have no reason to believe that there was nothing.
Because cause and effect. Because me being a Christian, I believe that God is eternal. He always existed. He was always there.
Why? And have you evidence for this God, or is it wishful thinking?
Explain to me what was wishful thinking. Like, I hope that is real. What do you mean? What do you mean by wishful thinking? Because
Well, wanting God to exist is different than God existing.
well, I mean, I don't want God to exist. I know He exists.
How?
Well, first of all, we have all these people, for example, who always talk about seeing, having visions, and all of this type of stuff.
People have visions in every religion. In fact, I personally knew Christians that converted to the Muslim faith because they had visions.
Like what, for example? Can you give me an example?
Yeah, they had visions that they were visited by Allah.
That's not really true because...
No, it is true. They had the vision, and it was enough to convince them to convert.
Because if you... Because Ali, what's it called? Ali
So the visions that the people you know had, those are true, but the visions of the people I know, those are just...
Well, I'm not saying they're true. I mean, because if you have a basic understanding of the Quran, a lot of Muslim scholars say that Allah Himself will not, very, 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 very rarely will even appear in a dream, if not most never.
Name one Muslim scholar.
A scholar, Asim Hakim.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, so people like him and other people, I wouldn't, nah, Mufti man, because not even Mufti. Okay, no, not him. But yeah, we have people like him. I remember there was just one podcast of him. I think I'll send it to you if I can.
I won't watch it.
Okay. Well, anyways, he was talking about...
I don't care that people have visions, because people of every background have different various religious visions all the time. It's not compelling evidence.
Me included.
That's right. It's just evidence that people have visions. That's all.
So do you believe in a certain religion or atheist?
Nope. Atheist.
So what do you think happens after death?
I think nothing happens after death. The same thing that happened before you were born.
So just do you believe in reincarnation, as energy cannot be destroyed, it can only be transferred?
No, our body will be transferred and will become fuel for the whatever feeds on us.
What do you think feeds on us?
Bacteria, wild animals, plants.
That's a good argument. But damn, sorry, just crapping up for no reason right now. But what's it called? I believe life after death, because
why?
What I believe life after death.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because the reason I believe life after death is, I'm not gonna say because I'm Christian I believe life after death. I believe life after death because to me that's what seems like reasonable. I don't believe that after we died it's just nothing. Do you believe it's like nothing for eternity or?
Yep, we're gone. You're done. You're toast. Don't waste this life. There's no reason to believe there's another life waiting for you. Make the most of the one you got now.
In one point of your life, did you ever believe in a God like Islam or Christianity?
Yeah, I was a Christian for over 20 years.
Oh, really? What part were you? What church were you a part of?
I was a member of a handful of churches, but I was never part of an official denomination because I thought denominations were silly.
Oh, okay. Well, what in particular do you think that was silly?
Denominations are silly. Saying that I believe that this particular church is the one that believes it to be correct and everybody else got it wrong. That doesn't make any sense to me.
So how about handy?
So Matt, you don't actually have any proof. It sounds like now you're just kind of doing an interview, and that's fine. But I'm gonna do one more Christian here tonight before I have to get off and go to bed. But it's good talking to you. All right.
My belief is in my profile, people.
Yeah.
Google is free. Also, Justin,
So
my love.
hey Benny.
Google is free.
Hold on a second, Benny. Are you still with us? Are you still in the YouTube? Let's see if he responds.
Okay. I was going to say, do you believe in life after love?
Such a good song. Hey, Benny, I think you have admin privileges on my YouTube. Do me a favor and just go and ban Jason Toll, who's still here just trying to dox me. In fact, later tonight, I'm just going to keep reporting you to TikTok to YouTube until they do something with you. Anyways, Phil, how you doing?
What's up, my brother?
I mean, you're looking at it.
All right. I remember last time you was talking about some historical facts that were, or factoids that was in the numbers and stuff like that. And you kind of did a little dance, like you won something, as if I was saying that the Atlantic slave trade was all good and stuff, and you were
Did
acting
you come
like
here to cry about a conversation we had in the past, or
I just want to make sure you remembered me.
I don't remember you at all.
Okay, well, there goes your credibility on memory and what you're about.
I literally talk to like 20 to 25 people a day on TikTok, and
So why do you
I can
do
assure
this?
you that you're not nearly as important as you think you are.
Well, yeah, you've only talked to me twice.
Well, congratulations.
I would say congratulations to you.
Well, you haven't been able to
Because-
prove anything yet. It sounds like you just came here to cry, actually.
Well, actually, I think it's pretty crafty the way you say, "Is Christianity true?" You like semantics and things, so let's get started. Christianity, what is it to you?
False religion, just like every other religion.
Just like the religion you're flaunting here?
I don't have a religion. Do you have any
Okay,
evidence,
so what is
or did you come
religion?
here to cry?
You need okay. How intelligent
He's
are
crying hard. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for Phil, y'all. Baby bottles in the chat for Phil.
Baby bottle pop,
you?
baby
I'm
bottle
not gay.
pop.
I mean, I don't have to suck on nothing like you guys, but the fact is the proof is everything you're saying. You can talk and you can have this channel and you can go.
Oh, that's too bad.
He was so full of himself.
Yeah, Phil didn't
He's
actually.
probably mad because he's not getting none.
Yeah, Jason, over on YouTube. I'm not scared of you. You're just an asshole trying to dox people that you don't like. So maybe if you had balls, you would just get on TikTok and you would debate me. But you're not. Sorry. All right, black guest with no name, Mystery Man. How you doing, Mystery
Mystery
or woman?
Man.
Good. How are you?
Good.
How was the world created in your image?
It wasn't created.
But we're living on Earth. How was it
You
created?
mean the Earth? The Earth or the cosmos?
Both.
Well, the
How?
Earth was likely created.
How old are you, guest?
12.
Yup.
Are you at least 18, guest?
Nope.
All right, gotta drop you. TikTok rules, man.
All right. Fetus deletus. Next. Well, that person dropped.
Yeah, guess who's back? Phil's back in the guest list.
Is he going to continue to cry, or is he going to be a man and actually hold the conversation?
Nah, he's gonna cry. He cried last time he was up here. I didn't block him, Jam. I just dropped him because he didn't come up to talk. He came up to cry. How you doing, Hunter?
Hey, Gaps.
Hey, thanks for reporting Jason. I appreciate that, Kim.
Shit.
And Jason, you're welcome to come to Akron anytime and try those threats out on me. That's fine. Oh shoot, my monitor just went black. I just lost one of my monitors. I don't know why. I
You
assume
need
that
me to
mean-
come over?
Yeah.
I assume that means my TikTok YouTube stream just died as well.
I am. No! I lost my chunk of ice. It's okay. I got back up.
Let me see what's going on with my monitor. Well, I'm not sure what happened, but the monitor that I was using to send my feed over to YouTube is dead.
It's okay. We still see your gorgeous, delicious face and bare body. Yum.
Hanji.
Tiny.
All right, well, there we go. We're back.
Okay.
I don't know why it did that, but it is back. We had a slight disruption. Can everyone on YouTube still see it? Are we good to go?
They say YouTube is still live.
I might have just a glitch for a second or two, and then I think we'll be okay. Sorry, B Hunter, to interrupt you there. I had some technical difficulties, but we're back. Hunter?
Hunter!
I don't know what happened to Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. It's demons in the monitor. It is definitely demons.
Gotta beat them off with 2 hands, Agape.
Can you hear me there?
I can hear you, Hunter.
Okay. So it's like I watch these often, and it's like you talk about like evolution and stuff like that, and like how that stuff come into existence. I'm just like, how do you think that all the information that's in every living organism created itself?
What's information?
Your DNA.
Right, but what is information?
Information, I guess it's no different like how a computer works. You know, you're transferring information, you're making parts move. It's the it's the transferring of data. What
There's
do you
no
think
information in DNA.
There's no information in DNA.
No, I assume that you think it's information like, but Techman, thank you for the hand hearts. I program software a lot. I wouldn't classify DNA as being like computer data.
Okay, so you program software a lot, and when you're programming that software, you're programming it in a way to react to certain things to carry out certain functions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like your body has a neurological system, a vascular system, a muscular system, digestive system. It's got all these independent systems of each other. You're getting all your materials, your raw materials, minerals and vitamins or whatever out of the earth, and your body just knows exactly what to do with all those. Make separate. Well,
Yeah, do you know why?
What's that?
Do you know why?
Why?
Because we've had millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of years of biological evolution.
And how do you prove that?
You could just read like a book on cell biology and read about the early formation of cell biology. Then you can read a book on human evolution. You can read about how we mapped the human genome, and we can demonstrate that our DNA was once shared with a common ancestor of the great ape family. There's lots of ways you can know it. You can just look at the fossil record as well.
Okay, so your fossil record, it's like you guys use the geologic column, right, as a way
you
to
guys?
the Earth.
You mean scientists? You mean people who study this professionally?
Well, you don't think that any of those people have any type of bias whatsoever? You think that we should just trust how they interpret data?
Yeah, I would trust them before I trust some dude on TikTok who has no training in that field of study. In fact, if I want to know anything about anything, I typically turn to a professional in that field.
Okay, so in the geologic column, so when they do carbon dating,
so you're not actually going to talk about proof for your God. Do you understand that even if I don't believe in evolution, that's not an evidence for your God? All right, so Hunter, let me just start from the beginning. I don't have to disbelieve or believe in evolution for your God to be fake. In fact, I have a very good friend on here who doesn't believe in the Christian God, doesn't believe in any gods, and he doesn't believe in evolution. So evolution has literally nothing to do with whether or not your God is real.
What does that prove? I
What does
mean,
what prove?
what is that? What is that supposed to mean? You got a guy that doesn't believe in evolution, but he doesn't believe in God.
What I'm helping you to understand is you can not believe in God, and you can also not believe in evolution. Thank you, Simon, for that. Discounting evolution never will prove a theism. That's not how that works.
Well, is what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to say the fact that we're here is proof that somebody created us.
But
you
it's
can
not.
say alien or God, huh?
It's not.
There's no proof of evolution.
That's wishful thinking.
Have you ever seen an animal give birth to an animal different than its own kind? Have you ever seen a dog give birth to a cow?
That's not how evolution works. And that's really embarrassing that you think that's how that works. So I don't know why I have to explain this to so many people, actually just to Christians. So evolution doesn't say that a dog gives birth to a zebra or anything remotely close to that. What it says is that on the evolutionary tree, somebody way out here and somebody way out here, they had a common ancestor way back here. And then one of them broke off from the evolutionary tree, sometimes because of social situations, sometimes because of geographical reasons. And then as they separated from each other over the course of thousands of years, they become so distinct from each other that, like, if the person up here went back to where they came from, they could no longer mate with the species that was now there. It's called speciation. When something has a genetic ancestor but has differentiated itself so far from the genetic ancestor that it can no longer reproduce with it.
You don't see how that mechanism, like them trying to explain that the way that things would work, that over billions of years, it would get to a point where it would just snowball, like, out of control. Like it
What would
be
snowball?
The speciation. New species would be popping up after billions of years of that happening. New species would just pop up like every day. There'd be a new species, a new one.
Well, new species do pop up every day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I would like you to show that.
Okay.
Or how do you know it's a new species or an undiscovered species?
Because a species is just something that cannot mate with another species.
A species is something that can't mate with another species.
Yeah.
No.
You would say that they're different species. So according to the Science Museum of Virginia, I can look at other resources. There are about 18,000 new species discovered every year. So how many of those are new species? We don't know, but we're discovering 18,000 of them a year.
And what are the species? Are they mammals, reptiles, insects?
Literally everything. 18,000 new species are discovered every year. How many of those are new species because they've adapted to an environment? I don't know. But again, you're kind of missing your point. You're still under the impression that an animal is just one day going to give birth to another animal, and then that one animal is going to be like the genetic separating link. That's not how speciation works. My monitor just cut out again. What is wrong with this monitor? Why does it keep doing this?
We still see you.
If the YouTube feed dies, let me know, because the monitor keeps saying there's no input, but my computer is behaving like there is an input. So
Someone's asking if it's going to sleep.
I don't believe so. It's a good question. I don't believe it is.
The feed is still good, Benny says.
Oh, well, we'll just keep going with it. Anyways, Hunter, I don't think you understand speciation. Speciation isn't saying that one animal is going to give birth.
I've studied speciation,
and then the animal that comes next is just randomly not going to be able to mate with the animal that came before it, or be completely different from the one that comes before it. Although that does happen sometimes. Sometimes there are two animals that mate together, and then the offspring of that particular animal is only able to mate with a select number of common ancestors.
So you don't see how that could like possibly look like more that something made us and it put limits on other species, other kinds breeding with other kinds.
No.
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 Okay.
What you're describing has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Well, I think it does. I think you're just trying to make
You
it.
know, we've emulated speciation in laboratory settings.
So what does that mean?
Oh, this cable is really hot. I wonder if it's
Oh,
the
it might be the
cable.
cable.
Yeah, it might be the cable.
So that would mean that it took intelligent life to create speciation.
No. Incorrect.
He said no. Incorrect.
Well, if we made it in the lab, that's
not what I said.
That's not what he said.
I know he doesn't say any, like nothing he says.
Could you repeat that for us, please?
Well,
I said it just seems like nothing he says is what he actually.
It's back for the moment. Okay, so anyways,
They saying YouTube went black.
yeah, it's back now, but it's going to be a problem. I might have to do something with this monitor tonight. So I don't even remember what we're talking about. What are we talking about? You don't understand how species work still?
Well, I like that's the thing. It's you can explain to me how it works, but I don't think that they can take into consideration like the fact that I just think it would be out of control, like if it happened the way they said it happened. You know, and
how would it get out of control? Kim, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that.
This is an uncontrolled mechanism of like there's nothing to hold it back from just going.
Why does it need held back?
Well, what do you think would happen if everything wasn't in a balance? It'd just be what happens when you introduce like a
you didn't answer my
invasive
question.
species.
Can I replace the monitor?
Why do I get a violation warning? Who's repeating my feed? My live was flagged for harassment and bullying.
What? Oh, it might be Phil because he's still in here.
Oh, Phil's still crying. Oh, he's hurt. His poor feelings are hurt.
You want me to take care of him? I'll take care of him.
Yeah, just ban him.
Okay.
I don't care. Get him out of here.
Yep, I knew it because he's saying you're GAU. Can't even fucking spell the damn word right.
Well, listen, we only got like 15 minutes left anyways, and I'm having monitor trouble. I might just call it here. Hunter has no idea what we're even conversing about. There's no really point in continue this conversation.
The thing is you're just dancing around what we're talking about.
Actually, you're talking about something you don't even know what you're talking about. You're saying that if speciation happened the way evolution described it, that it would be out of control, but you can't even describe what out of control means because speciation happens over a long period of time.
And we've never seen that demonstrated ever.
We have. We can mimic it using like bacteria. All right, listen, Hunter. Hunter, let me explain to you. We can mimic it using animals or life, whatever you want to call it, that have very, very short lifespans. So rather than waiting,
I'll give you an explanation on that.
All right, I'll mute you.
I got him. I got him.
So rather than waiting 25, 30 years for an organism to reproduce to get to the next generation, you can use like bacteria that can reproduce within the same day, sometimes within the same hour. Even so, you can have over the course of 24 hours a bacterial lifespan of hundreds of generations, and you can detail how just in a day or two that you have new species of bacteria. And so we have observed speciation within laboratory settings from things that are able to multiply and change over the course of time much faster because they reproduce much faster. that's how we've observed it. And of course, we've got other examples like Darwin's finches. There's a lizard that was transplanted to an island. And over the course of like 2.5 decades, it went through large scale changes. There's a bunch. But yeah, fruit flies, that's another good one. Thank you, chat. Fruit flies is another good one. So we have observed evolution. We just don't observe it and in like animals that have long lifespans, because it's like mathematically impossible to do so. I don't think he knows that himself. Anyways. Yeah, I hear people saying none of this is gain of information. Yeah, it is. We see animals or lower forms of life evolving into more complicated life all the time in laboratory settings. It's unfortunate that you just never read a science book on human biology. That's fine. Anyways, it's a couple minutes before I've got to get off of here, and I'm tired. And I think my monitor is going to go black again. So I'm going to call it before I press my luck too much. But guys, thank you so much for being here. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for all the likes. How many did we get to? Let me see what we got.
370.
Thank you so much, guys, for all the likes. I really appreciate it. 370. Sugar, A, thank you. Is that what your name's supposed to be? SGR Sugar? Thank you so much for the likes. Guys, thank you all so much for the Venmo support. Grandma Cat, thank you so much for the handouts.
1000%. The Venmo, the Cash Apps, the gifts, everything.
Thank you so much, Grandma. Yeah, and we get to keep 100% of that support. It doesn't get deducted through YouTube or TikTok. So it really does help. It really is a great appreciation. I don't expect anything, but I do appreciate everything. In fact, the support that I get here allows me to go live as often as I do, as opposed to working overtime at work.
Kim also said that
Jason
finally got banned on YouTube.
Oh, good. It took long enough. He's been doxing me for like a week and a half or something like that.
Again?
Yeah. So anyways, guys, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. Please thank Hanji and the other moderators. They're up in here working hard as well. And then knowing, thank you so much for the bear. I appreciate that. Then is anyone live right now that we can do a raid on?
Cash, because I'm about to bother him.
All right, guys, here's what's going to happen. Cash is live right now. Follow Hanji. She's going to be over in Cash's live as soon as I end this. So go raid Cash's live. It'll be a big surprise. He's going to have a big old influx of people. He might get a little flustered. Cash and Thinker are both live. Make sure you raid both of them, guys. Go raid them. Tell them you came from Justin's live. And we're going to see you again. Is today Wednesday?
It is, baby, all day.
2 more days. We'll see you again on Friday night. Anyways, guys, thank you so much. We love